Well, good morning and welcome to Kalgoorlie. My name's Chris Mitchell and we are here for the Dash for Cash, the richest race in West Australian karting from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, situated right here in Kalgoorlie, Western Australia. The club that's been running since 1962 and hosting events since 1995, even hosting the 1999 Australian Kart Championship right here in the Goldfields region. We are greeted by red dust and bushland and this amazing circuit here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. This track has to be one of the best in Western Australia for an amazing racetrack with some undulation and some tricky corners to boot. And we're greeted in Kalgoorlie this weekend with some fine weather to go racing. It's currently 16 degrees with just a couple of clouds in the sky as we are set to go racing very soon for the opening heats of the weekend. It's KA3 Junior sitting on the outgrid, ready to rock and roll here in Kalgoorlie, as we are going to bring you all the action live and online from 4-Star Media's broadcast of the Terra Mining Dash for Cash this weekend. We are set in Kalgoorlie for the club that is well known for its fun family environment, embodying the values of teamwork, sportsmanship, and inspiring confidence in the next generation of young racing stars. Kalgoorlie has been the host of some of West Australia's great battles, and including this race that usually rounds out the West Australian karting calendar for open events that has famously ended in KZ2 burnouts at the end of a Saturday night racing program. We are set for a big day. We have some feature categories, of course: Cadet 12, KZ, and 125 restricted medium, your feature classes for this weekend of racing. And they will all run their top 10 shootout and their feature races tonight under lights here. This is a snapshot of the race order. We're currently getting ready to go racing with KA3 Junior coming up in just a couple of moments' time before we roll into Cadet 12, our first feature class of the weekend, followed by a tag 125 heavy and light, 125 restricted medium, our second feature class of the weekend, and KZ2, our third and final feature category for the racing program. 125 restricted light, followed by KA4 Junior, KA3 Senior Heavy, Cadet 9 and KA3 Senior Championship, making up your 11 classes in contention this weekend here at the Dash for Cash. And there is some big prize money up for grabs, $3,000 at a minimum up for grabs in each of the feature categories racing this weekend. As you can see, the final preparations being undertaken on the outgrid here. A big hello to Shell Richardson on the outgrid, enjoying her time in Kalgoorlie, part of the army of Karting Australia officials and volunteers that are giving up some of their free time and sanity to make sure we go racing this weekend in the safest possible way and running under the guise of Karting Australia and Karting WA. If you find yourself in the presence of a steward and an official this weekend, make sure you thank them for their efforts to make sure we get to go racing this weekend. And of course, remember that racing with respect starts with you, so give each other the respect that you would expect. We'll be set to go racing in just a couple of moments here from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. It's the Terra Mining Dash for Cash for 2021. Well, good morning and welcome to the RGR Road Haulage Raceway here at Midwest Kart Club, up on the hill in Geraldton for the 2020 Patience Sandland WA Kart Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, Swimming WA welcomes swimmers, coaches, volunteers and spectators to the Hancock Prospecting Western Australian Swimming Championship.
This is the penultimate round of the Make Smoke History State Motocross Championship for 2019. We'll kick it off.
You're watching us on 4style.com.au. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us if you are watching online on the live stream brought to you by 4Style Media.
And here we are at magnificent Sorrento Beach for the Swimming WA Open Water Swimming Series.
Iona Presentation College's intermediate dance team steps into the world of Mary Poppins with a lively rooftop rendition of Step in Time.
And we get things kicked off here with this A final of the women's 100 metre breaststroke.
Has the stroke, nice high stroke rate, nice high hips. You can see why she's one of the state's best as she comes down with 10 metres to go. This race is hers.
Got to be prepared to take a risk. Got to be prepared to look for that opportunity and have a go. Make sure you take those chances.
It's Captain Morrissey's built it down here. Here comes Dicker! No, Dicker!
In the second place is Hale. A big final lap for Hale trying to get Bragg right in the relay.
Give a huge wave to everyone at home as we end our live stream. We'll see you all back at school.
KA3 started to make a move. This is going to go right down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
And almost lost it. He's off the bike.
Christchurch Grammar School, they're going to cross and win ahead of the river for 2019.
Let's go, boys! Through the line! Through the line! Easy on! Yes! 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 Yes!
Taking the opportunity just to let you know about Terra Mining, a new force in mining contracting, more than just the sum of their respective parts. Effective production is the hallmark of every successful project and is far more complex than the traditional trades of drilling, blasting, loading, crushing and hauling. Terra Mining's background in successfully delivering projects across a range of commodities sees clients with diverse requirements, trusting Terra to deliver their on-site production schedules and oversee their efficient operations. That's terramining.com.au, and their specialties in drilling, blasting, loading, hauling and crushing. They are the full package. That is Terra Mining, bringing you the Dash for Cash this weekend, and we are out on track. It is time for KA3 Junior getting locked and loaded and ready to go here for Heat 1 of racing. It is a 10-lap heat race, and it will see Zane Rhodes starting on the pole position here in Kalgoorlie, with a whole bunch of camera positions and perspectives to bring you. Our broadcast on 4-Star Media's live stream of the weekend will be one to watch here. KA3 Junior brought to you by RNW Mining Services for the weekend. We'll see Zane Rhodes and Nash Ferraro lining up on the front row of the grid here. Two of somewhat relatively new contenders stepping into KA3 in the last 12 to 18 months. Of course, Zane has gone all the way to having a steer in KA2. So did Nash Ferraro, actually, but it was short-lived at Coburn International Kartway a few weeks ago. They'll start on the front row as they roll around the velodrome and get set to go. Jack Parham and Cooper Lyle on row 2 of the grid. They're going to feed and funnel onto the main straightaway. This is where we watch the lights to go out at the back of the straight to send us racing, and it looks like we are go. Rhodes looks to the inside. Ferraro trying to tuck in on that outside line. He's going to feed himself through, and he'll hang on to second, but Parham feeds one up the inside at turn 2, puts Ferraro down to 3. It's Rhodes leading from Parham second. Ferraro in the 3 spot as they come up the pit straight and head into the turn-in point to the teardrop. Through the teardrop now, it's very off-camber and undulating through here around that long left-hander. You peak right at the out-grid corner, and Ferraro is struggling to find a way around Parham. Meanwhile, Rhodes is skipping away as he makes his run through Patrizzi for the opening lap of racing here, feeding things into the velodrome for the first lap of racing. It is a 10-lap heat race for KA3 Junior, brought to you by RNW Mining Services, wrapping around the velodrome, going the wrong way around an oval and through the chicane onto the main straightaway. It's Rhodes, Ferraro, now Mayolo into the 3rd spot. Parham down to P4. And Sachin Smith-Way from the rear of the grid after having a mechanical failure in qualifying finds himself up into P5. He's got buckets of pace, and Sachin will be very thankful for them fighting in the opening laps to keep them in touch while he made his way through the rear of the field. Behind them, Sachin Smith-Way P4, Parham P5. And then Cade Davey, Dylan Guest, Cooper Lyle, Jet McDonald, and Josh Nichols here in Kalgoorlie as we catch the field out of the Patrizzi hairpin, feeding their way around into velodrome. And the banking is so high speed through here. It feels amazing ripping a go-kart on a good day. As they dip out of velodrome and into the chicane onto the main straightaway, we catch Ferraro, Mayolo, Parham and Smith-Way fighting at it. Oh, that was tight there for Sachin, wanting to find his way up the inside at turn 1. Drew up alongside and gave the side pods a little touch up. And behind them, Dylan Guest and the number 50 fighting his way forward here. Dylan on a mission in this 50 Ricardo kart. As he now puts the pressure onto the back of Parham, now finding his way up the inside and getting it done here. Parham loses another spot. Sachin Smith Way, I spy a rear bumper bar. As they come out of Patrizi, the right rear bumper portion, it is off the go-kart for Sachin Smith Way, and his bad weekend takes a worse turn in the opening heat of racing. That is dangling and dragging as they feed their way onto the main straightaway. Guest looking for a way around though. He looks up the inside on the main straightaway. Slides the 50 to the outside. Oh, a bit of a wheel off the dirt. And Sachin fights his way back to the inside. Cooper Lyle is in on the fight now. The 72 flat-out karts machine getting tucked into that battle. And that puts Sachin up the spot. Now Cooper having another crack at Dylan Guest. They're going to go side by side as they approach the teardrop. But Dylan will grab the spot. And Cooper will fall back behind. It's Rhodes leading from Ferraro out front. Maiolo, then this man, Sachin Smith Way in the 4 spot. Copping a huge amount of abuse from Dylan Guest behind in P5 as they feed into Velodrome one more time. And that bumper bar continuing to drag even more for Sachin. As they come into the chicane onto the main straightaway, Guest still copping huge amounts of pressure from Cooper Lyle. Guesty tapping on the helmet saying, let's use our brains, mate. Because the more they fight over it, the more they give away the time to the leaders at the moment. As Guesty looking for a way up the inside of Sachin here. He's going to charge up pit straight. He looks to the inside, hard on the brakes and gets it done on the way into the teardrop. Sachin on the back foot now. He loses a spot to Cooper Lyle as well. And now under pressure from Jack Parham as Lyle up the inside of Guest. Cooper Lyle has just got the bit between his teeth and he is going for it here as Guesty drops a wheel down towards Patrizi and loses another spot to Cooper. That puts Cooper up into the 4 spot now. Meanwhile, Rhodes, Ferraro, and Maiolo out front. Separated by several tenths of a second each in hand. Rhodes has a comfortable lead of a few tenths of a second over Ferraro. Another 7 tenths of a second back to Maiolo. And another 4 seconds back to Lyle, then Guest, then Sachin. This is your race leader, Zane Rhodes, on screen at the moment through the teardrop. Making his way around to meet the outgrid and descend down the hill towards Patrizi's. Zane Rhodes having a little peek over the shoulder here. In the number 26 Cosmic Kart, drops the wheel off a little bit on the exit. Nash Ferraro keeping cool, calm and collected, trying to put the pressure on here as we closed up to the halfway point of the race a moment ago. Nash and the number 60 Pinjarra Bakery BRM kart. As they come out of Velodrome, we'll pick up this one again. This is a battle for 4th and 5th. Cooper Lyle and Dylan Guest with his NASA panel all dislodged. Now Cooper's tapping on the helmet. The turn of events is very quick as now Guesty bounces across the apex, gets up the inside of Cooper, who gives him a bit of a what for. Through the parkland section, up the pit straight. Guest covers the inside line, drags it onto the brakes, and will hang on to P4 here through the T-drop. And out of the teardrop, now Cooper Lyle looking on the offensive as they eye up their run down the hill towards Patrizi. Guesty playing with something on his neck there just at the back and finds himself with a couple of kart lengths clear over Cooper as they feed their way into Velodrome. Down the straightaway, this fight for the lead is starting to get really spicy because Toby Maiolo, last time across the line, was the fastest on track, a 47.3 for Maiolo last time across. And Nash Ferraro looking around, can't even see young Toby stalking behind in the number 23 OTK chassis as he stalks the back end of Nash Ferraro in the BRM and Zane Rhodes in the Cosmic out front. But now Toby has a little peek up the inside and he gets it done. Ferraro gives it away to him. Did Ferraro miss his brake marker there and just lost it all at Patrizi's? He's given up on that fight. He's going to drop back to 3rd and have to settle for that one. As they come through Velodrome, Rhodes leads away from Maiolo into the 2nd spot. It is 2 laps to go, this time by. As they come past Canteen Corner. The track dipping away from underneath them as they head into this parkland section. Spectators getting an opportunity to get right up towards the fence line as they climb the pit straight. Rhodes leading from Maiolo in 2nd. Ferraro 3rd as they hit the teardrop. Zane Rhodes, your fastest qualifier in this morning's session. This number 26 Cosmic Kart machine looking in fine form here in R&W Mining Services KA3 Junior for Heat 1 of their weekend here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash. We're in gold country out here in Kalgoorlie, and Zane Rhodes looks to be tapping the well early. Hitting the main straight. The last lap board is out. 1 to go here for Rhodes. He checks over his shoulder once again. And looking to start off his weekend in fine form here in KA3 Junior. Up the pit straight for the final time. Mayolo behind in second, and a gap back to Ferraro. Rounding out your top three. Your top three, all just 13 years of age this weekend. Such a young field here in KA3 Junior as Rhodes makes his way out of Patrese and into the velodrome. On the final lap of racing here for Heat 1 of KA3 Junior here at the Dash for Cash. And our first race of the weekend to start things off with a great piece of action. Onto the main straightaway, checkered flag out and waving. Zane Rhodes takes the win here in Heat 1 of KA3 Junior. Toby Mayolo home in second. Nash Ferraro with the fastest lap of the race in third. Dylan Guest in P4. Kupala will grab P5 over Jack Parham in 6. So there's a look at your race results here for KA3 Junior, brought to you by R&W Mining Services. To kick off the weekend here in Kalgoorlie for the Dash for Cash 2021, the richest race in West Australian karting, brought to you by Terra Mining and your broadcasting partners, 4-Star Media, bringing you all the action all weekend long here from Kalgoorlie.
You're going to be walking around squeaking for the rest of the weekend.
Normally with a car on
And we are back and getting ready to go racing here. Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. Rolling out on track, this is the first of our feature classes for the weekend. Cadet 12's the second step of the youngsters stepping out of Cadet 9s as they get ready to go racing here. It is Benjamin Hall, your fastest qualifier on the front row of the grid, will be lining up alongside Campbell Thompson. On the second row of the grid, Chase Webb and Graham Bernardi will line up on the second row here from Michael White and Riley Curry on row 3. Zach Casagrande and Mason Whitehead on row 4. Zach Medham and Xander Edgington on row 5. Aidan Nichols will line up alongside Georgia Woodcock on row 6. Keegan Murphy and Taylor Trott lining up in 13 and 14 on row 7. This is Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie as they get out for their formation laps and get ready to go racing. Cadet 12 has been well known for some amazing racing over the years here, as we've got one youngster parked up on the sideline there. Is that the 31 of Riley Curry I spotted in the teardrop? Riley was due to start out of P6, and there is a vacant spot next to Michael White in the lineup, so unfortunate stuff here for the young Ricardo Kart driver of Riley Curry. Something wrong with the 31 machine, and Riley will sit this one out and be watching from the sidelines as the field gets all bunched up in the velodrome, about to get ready to go. It's Hall and Thompson ahead of the current WA champ and Graham Bernardi, lining up on the second row here as they feed into the chicane and onto the main straightaway. Watch those lights to go out and send us racing. And we are a go here in Cadet 12. Benjamin Hall getting away from the field early on this opening lap. He's trying to slip his way through, as it looks like Chase Webb got fed one. He's off the edge of the road and back through the field, fighting his way forward. It's Campbell Thompson into that 2 spot. It looks like Graham Bernardi into P3 here as they head through the teardrop for the first time this weekend. It's Hall from Thompson. And the 46 of Graham Bernardi in the 3rd spot as they head down towards Patrizi's once again. Benjamin Hall, your fastest qualifier, getting out front early, trying to build a gap over the field as they hit the velodrome. We pick up the 51 KF Kart. Campbell Thompson leading the way here. Mum and Dad bringing him out to race in Kalgoorlie this weekend and have a great time as they hit the main straightaway. Campbell looks over his shoulder and checks on Graham Bernardi, right behind at the moment, the 46 flat-out Karts machine. While they fight it out for 2nd and 3rd on the road. Mason Whitehead and Michael White fighting it out for 4th and 5th. Zach Casagrande in the 6th spot. Zach Medham in the 7. Chase Webb, WA champ, down in P8, getting caught up in the opening lap skirmish, finding himself in a bit of trouble here as someone dropped the wheel off heading into the teardrop a moment ago. And down towards Patrizi's. This is Thompson and Bernardi still fighting it out. 2nd and 3rd on the road. It's a real tough little corner at Patrizi's. Such a tight apex right at the peak of the curbing. And if you hit that curve, it can just upset the kart so badly because there's no rounding of it. It just stops you almost dead in the middle of the corner as they go filtering through the velodrome. Off the edge of the velodrome and onto the main straightaway. That is 2 laps completed. They are fighting it out for 2nd and 3rd here. Campbell on the defensive, trying to keep the 51 KF Kart ahead of Graham Bernardi in that 3rd spot. They hit the inside curbing through the velodrome. Campbell hanging on here to hang on to 2nd, but he doesn't have an answer. Nobody has one for Benjamin Hall out front. So as a feature class this weekend, the Cadet 12s earn themselves some longer heat races, which is why you saw 10 laps on the board for KA3 Junior to start off the day, but 15 laps on the board for your Cadet 12s. So with bigger entry numbers and bigger kart counts in the field comes more laps and more racing for the young Cadet 12s here, as we pick up on the number 4 of Michael White going through the velodrome. Something processional at the moment. Behind him, Chase Webb sitting there in P5, as it looks like, as they hit the main straightaway. White down the line to grab P4. Chase Webb in P5. Mason Whitehead down to the 6th spot from Zach Casagrande in the 7. Zach met him in the 8 over Xander Edgington in the 9, and Aiden Nichols rounding out your 10. But this man, young Benjamin Hall, your race leader in the number 98 Arrow Kart Machine, leading things out over the rest of the field by a bit of a margin at the moment. Benjamin Hall at the moment, 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Nobody's going to touch this lead right now, and he's going to continue on this one. Because this lap by, we are 5 down and 10 to go here for Benjamin Hall. Does anybody have an answer for Ben Hall out front here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydroblasting Kalgoorlie? He leads away in the number 98 machine. With Thompson back there in second, Bernarde in the 3rd, then White in P4. You can see Thompson there in second, Bernarde 3rd. A bit of daylight back to White now. Webb 4 and 5. They are starting to fight it out. Young Chase Webb is on a mission to drive his way back through the field. Last time across, Chase Webb was the fastest on track, barring Benjamin Hall. So still doesn't quite have an answer for Hall right now, but Webb is on a mission to drive his way back through the field. He currently sits P5, trying to put the pressure under the back of Michael White and close up that gap and find his way into the 4th spot as they go through Velodrome. We follow Campbell Thompson at the moment. And they hit the main straightaway. Behind is this battle starting to form for 4th and 5th as Chase Webb is on a mission, trying to drive his way back through the field. And Chase Webb just clicks over the line, picking up P4. You can see that on your timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen from 4-Star Media's broadcast of the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining. There is Webb now into P4. So a great recovery so far from young Chase after getting shuffled back all the way back to P8 and beyond in the opening lap of racing. Is dispatched of Michael White into P5. And even then, still managed to put down a 52.06. He's lapping half a second a lap quicker than Graham Bernardi. Last time across the line, though, he was 2.7 seconds off the back of him. So with 8 laps to go next time across the line, Webb is going to close up this gap and put the pressure on for 3rd here in Heat 1 and have himself a recovery drive. How's the battle going on further behind, though, as they hit the line? That's Webb down the line from White in 2nd. As we follow them through the Parklands double left-handers. Such an awkward corner. You feel like you should run the kart all the way out to the right-hand side and open up the corner, but the motor can't spool itself up any faster, so it's actually quicker to run the tighter line and shorten the racetrack by as much as possible. As Ben Hall leads the way, the number 98 machine. Be interesting to see his line through that double left-hander as we follow him through the velodrome right now. Customarily hugging that inside curving all the way around the oval section before he bounces across the curbs and hits the main straightaway. And through turn 1, 7 to go here for Ben Hall as he comes past the in-grid corner. This is the double left-hander. We'll watch his line through here. And even again, he doesn't go all the way out to the right-hand side, just keeps it in this 3/4 track no man's land. The wider go-karts that carry more corner speed would benefit from running all the way off to the outside. As Hall makes his way out of the teardrop. Now 3.6 seconds to lead over Campbell Thompson back there in 2nd. Graham Bernardi in that 3rd spot over Chase Webb in P4. And Michael White rounding out the top 5 here. This is Cadet 12. Crossing over the halfway point a moment ago. Still a long way yet to go here. For the first of the feature classes this weekend, we have 3 feature classes here at the Dash for Cash. The class is chosen by the committee to have the highest entry counts and to show off some of the best racing all weekend long. They are Cadet 12, 125 restricted medium, and KZ2, of course. Campbell Thompson doing his utmost best right now, using a very wide line through the double left-handers there. As he tries to drive away from Graham Bernardi behind him, 2.5 seconds the gap. The gap behind Bernardi to Chase Webb is down to 1 second. So the last 3 laps here, Chase has pulled that gap down by 1.7 seconds. He's going to be onto him very soon here in the fight for third. As they come out of Patrizzi's, you can see behind is Bernardi, then Webb flashing right behind as they feed their way around onto Velodrome. Campbell zipping past here. This is Graham Bernardi and Chase Webb starting to fight it out here for third and fourth on the road. Chase has been on an absolute mission. Last time by, he was 7/10 quicker. This time across again, 7/10 quicker than Graham Bernardi. He's like a metronome, just clicking off those laps. And he finds himself now within 3.5 tenths of a second of Graham Bernardi in the fight for third. And this is where Chase Webb started. He started on the second row of the grid, and he's looking like a recovery drive to drive his way back into it and get this done on Graham. The lap speed looks like he wouldn't really have pace to challenge Campbell and Ben Hall in the current conditions at least. But Webb on a mission to get back to where he started. And this will be a solid pickup and a great recovery here from Chase Webb if he can pull this off. He tucks in behind the slipstream. Following Bernardi through the Velodrome, he peeks to the inside but decides better of it as they hit the main straight. Oh, Bernardi a little deep there, dropped the wheel. Now Chase has his moment. Looks to the inside and Webby will grab third here. There's 4 laps to go last time at the line. Webb recovering back to the 3 spot now. Puts Bernardi down to P4 from Michael White behind in P5. And it looks like Bernardi doesn't have an answer to young Chase Webb. The number 33 West Coast Civil Flat-Out Karts State Championship holder will break away a bit of a gap and consolidate third place here in the first race of the weekend for Cadet 12s. And just think with a lower number of laps, Webb wasn't going to be able to get that done here. So thanks to the format of 15-lap heat races for your feature classes, Webb finds himself an opportunity to come back through the field and pick up that 3 spot. It's Benjamin Hall out front though. Untouchable so far. Last time across, he did drop off into the 52s. And in fact, Chase Webb is actually, last time across, half a second quicker than Campbell Thompson in second. So what I said about Chase a moment ago might have been incorrect. He may actually have pace to challenge with Thompson in second. They are 3.5 seconds behind though, with a big gap between them and only a handful of laps. Benjamin Hall into Patrizzi's. With 3 to go last time across the line, he holds a 4.7 second lead over the field here in Cadet 12 Heat 1 of the weekend. Coming around to start his final lap of the race here. Benjamin Hall leading the way down the line. Starts his final tour of the circuit here in Kalgoorlie in the opening heat of the weekend for Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydroblasting Kalgoorlie. Campbell Thompson back there in second. Look at this, Hall closing up to almost lapping some of your back markers off the field. And in a 20-lap feature race, this might prove a little interesting towards the end. And this will be under lights tonight here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Down into Patrizzi's for the final time. Hall is going to arrive on the scene just as that checkered flag comes out. He knows he has a fair old margin though, 5 seconds back to Thompson in second. As Chase Webb actually said, is one of his personal best laps of the race, a 51.9 right towards the end here. The checkered flag will fly. Benjamin Hall will grab the win here in Heat 1 of Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydro Blast in Kalgoorlie. Campbell Thompson down the line and home in second. Chase Webb home in third. Graham Bernardi in fourth, with Michael White running it down to the line to round out your top 5 with a look at your finishing results. The last few drivers in line here, the likes of Taylor Trott, Georgia Woodcock and Keegan Murphy, all still on their final laps of the race here as Benjamin Hall wraps up the win and the fastest lap of the race as well. 51.754 there for Ben. Campbell Thompson in second. Chase Webb in third over Graham Bernardi and Michael White, rounding out your top 5 here in Cadet 12 Heat 1. Welcome back to racing action here. We are getting set to go with Tag 125 Heavy. Brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors as they get racked and stacked and ready to go. Jason Betts and Brenton Magri on the front row from Terence Flindell and Nick Pascoe. On row 2 from Medham and Rossack, Richardson, Dean, Willen, Smith, Melosi and Harvey. Your starting grid here of Magri getting shuffled back through the field on this opening lap here. Brenton and the 85 machine struggling in this opening exchange. Sees Jason Betts out front from Terence Flindell in the second. Nicholas Pascoe in that 4 spot here. Now Pascoe will actually jump through the order as they come through. It's the 93 of Metam up into P3 here as they come out of the teardrop. Betsy getting away early though. He's taking Flindell with him here in the number 6 Ricardo Kart as they hit the velodrome. and make their way around their opening lap. This is 10 laps on the board here for Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors. And down the line, Betsy leads lap 1 from Terrence Flindell in second. Nathan Menem in the third spot. From Pasco in P4, Sam Richards P5. Matthew Rossack in P6. Brenton Magri from second on the grid all the way down to P7 on track. Over Nathan Wheel, Paul Dean, Kim Smith and Mark Malosian, and Harvey not showing up here, so only 10 on the track. Kim Smith, the last of those in the 82 machine. Good old race number, the old 82. Down towards Patrizzi's once again here. Jason Betts in the 77, leading out from Flindell in that Ricardo Kart. We pick up the 93 of Nathan Medham and the 7 of Nick Pascoe. Starting to get close together as they find out the remaining placings out of Velodrome onto the main straightaway. Terrence having a check over his shoulder to catch up on Medham as they hit the main straight. Not the fluoro orange on that 93 machine of Medham's though. As they come through the Parkland section and charge up the pit straight, bouncing through the curving here and the bumps around the circuit with these MG yellow tyres. As it stands right now, Jason Betts the fastest on track with a 46.5. Hot lap so far. Terrence Flindell can't really do too much about him. Last time across the line, he was half a second slower, was Terrence. And it looks like Betsy is going to skip away with this one here in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors. Check on the battle, though, and behind them, this is the fight with Matthew Rossack, Sam Richards. Now Brenton Magri in the fight. Magri just punching Richards down to the 7th spot. Charging his way back up. He's going to set his sights onto the back of the 29 of Rossack here as they head in towards the teardrop. Magri must have just been caught napping at the start or didn't quite have the tune up right in the kart for the opening laps of the race here, as he was hurting on that opening couple of corners, but now on a comeback drive and starting to make it happen. We focus on the 93 of Nathan Medham, still in third right now, ahead of Nicholas Pascoe in P4, then Rossack and Magri as they come round onto the main straightaway. Here's Magri in the 85 machine for MPM Diesel. Trying to put the pressure on and climb his way into the top 5 once again here. Catch the 7 of Nick Pascoe having a little peek up the inside of Nathan Medham there at the top of pit straight. Couldn't quite get close enough to make it happen though. They're going to stay where they were as Betsy leads from Terrence Flindell in second. This man in third, Nathan Medham in the 93 machine. Pick up Brenton Magri, trying to close right up to the back of the 29 machine of Matthew Rossack and put on the fight here. He doesn't seem to have the pace that he demonstrated in qualifying though. Magri showing up on timing, only good for a 46.6. That said, they are actually quicker than Jason Betts was last time across. Betsy with a 46.8. Might just be conserving rubber out front because he set a hot lap of a 46.4. earlier in the race, but the fight for third is starting to come to us now. Medham and Pascoe glued together as they come out of Patrizzi's and into the Velodrome. Nicholas Pascoe in the number 7 comp kart trying to find his way up the inside, see if he has a look at the chicane. He does not. Will stay in behind as they hit the main straightaway down the line and across the halfway point of the race. Now he looks to the inside at Canteen Corner. Medham covers him off though, and that slowed both of them down. This will drag Rossack and Magri into the fight. The fight for 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the road as they climb the pit straight into the teardrop. The teardrop and the two right-handers that come before and after don't really offer opportunities for passing manoeuvres, but there it happens at Patrizzi. Brenton Magri getting it done. Now he finds his way forward, but this fight is still going on in front of him. In the fight for third and fourth here, Medham and Pascoe. Now Magri wants to fight his way forward and see if he can join in on this battle as Pascoe looks to the inside of Medham down the main straightaway. Oh, right into the right rear of Medham and just about runs both of them off the racetrack. They both did a great job to keep it on the road here, and that will bring Magri into the fight now. Up the pit straight once again here. It was 3 to go last time across. This is the fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the road. Nothing between them, and Pascoe was starting to get desperate on the main straightaway. He has to settle back and just wait a moment to close the gap to the back of Metum once more. As they head down towards Patrizzi's, he's got to be careful though, because Brenton Magri is a man on a mission from the front row of the grid, got dropped through the field in the early stages, and trying to fight his way back through the field as Jason Betts leads away from Terrence Flindell in second. And this fight for 3, 4, and 5 coming to us here as we come down the line. It is 2 to go. Metum looks over his shoulder, checking on Pascoe behind. Magri looks to the inside on the exit of turn 1, slides it across the curbing. Magri bogs it down, and that slows them both down, and Pascoe drives across his left side and venting frustration at each other. That will elevate Matthew Rossack into the 4th spot. Now Magri with the damaged go-kart have to settle back into the 5 spot, while Nathan Metum will capitalise and hang on to P3 here. This is Jason Betts, the 77 flat-out karts machine. That OTK kart leading the way here for Betsy as he comes out of Velodrome through the chicane and onto the main straightaway onto his final lap of the circuit here in Heat 1. And he has slowed it right down, and it looks like they may have been given the flag because they are all peeling in. So while we were calling it final lap, they were all given the flag and given a finish here. Jason Betts will wrap things up as your winner. Terrence Flindell home in second, Nathan Metum in third from Matthew Rossack in P4, and Brenton Magri running out your top 5 here in Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors here at the Dash for Cash 2021 from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Well, good morning and welcome to the RGR Road Haulage Raceway here at Midwest Kart Club up on the hill in Geraldton for the 2020 Patience Sandland WA Kart Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, Swimming WA welcomes swimmers, coaches, volunteers and spectators to the Hancock Prospecting Western Australian Swimming Championship.
This is the penultimate round of the Make Smoke History State Motocross Championship for 2019. We'll kick it off.
You're watching us on 4style.com.au. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us if you are watching online on the live stream brought to you by 4Style Media.
And here we are at magnificent Sorrento Beach for the Swimming WA Open Water Swimming Series.
Iona Presentation College's intermediate dance team steps into the world of Mary Poppins with a lively rooftop rendition of Step in Time.
And we get things kicked off here with this A final of the women's 100 metre breaststroke.
Has the stroke, nice high stroke rate, nice high hips. You can see why she's one of the state's best as she comes down with 10 metres to go. This race is hers.
Got to be prepared to take a risk. Got to be prepared to look for that opportunity and have a go. Make sure you take those chances.
This gap that Morrissey's built down here. Here comes Dicker! No, Dicker!
In the second place is Hale. A big final lap for Hale trying to get bragging rights in the relay.
Give a huge wave to everyone at home as we end our live stream. We'll see you all back at school.
KA3 started to make a move. This is going to go right down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
And almost lost it. He's off the bike.
Christchurch Grammar School, they're going to cross and win ahead of the river for 2019.
Let's go, boys! Through the line! Through the line! Easy on! Yes! 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 Yes!
We are back and getting out on track here. Kalgoorlie, Case and Drill. And it's in a KF Kart lockout of the front row of the grid here. For tag 125 light, Kieran Ellis takes out the top spot in qualifying. Good to see Kieran back and racing once again here in the KF Kart. In his more than sporadic appearances in WA karting. He lines up on the front row with Robert West alongside him from Cody Loonan and Gabriel Belanca. James McCucci-Allen on his seniors debut on the third row of the grid as we go lights out and racing. Ellis down the line to lead the way in this opening lap, and it looks like Loonan having a peek up the inside. He will grab second. That'll put West actually down to fourth. Looks like Gabe Belanca slots through in the Tony Kart and will grab third here. Now West back up the inside. McCucci-Allen wants a crack at him as well, and they will all get through. Great bit of racing in this opening lap here, but Cody Loonan's on a mission right now as Mason Fraser getting shuffled around a little bit, heading down the hill towards Patrizi's for the first time here. Kieran Ellis leading the way from the 13 machine of Cody Loonan. Loonan in a Tony Kart this weekend. Good to see him out there and rocking around. And onto the main straightaway for the opening lap of the race. Robert West from the front row of the grid, back to third now. Gabe Belanca in the Tony Kart. So it's 2 KF Karts and 2 Tony Karts. Leading in your top 4 with the BRM of James McCucci-Allen in his seniors racing debut this weekend here in Kalgoorlie. Rounding out your top 5 here in tag 125 light from Mason Fraser, Harrison Lang, Tim Conway and Ella Lidley. Rounding out your 9. Kieran Ellis trying to lead things out here as he hits the velodrome. Winding up that Kip Foster's Kart Force KF Kart machine and the Iami X30 power, the 125cc water-cooled power plants being the majority choice of racers here in 125 classes. Of course, you can go racing with a Rotax, but why would you? The X30 being the power plant of choice. Many years here in these 125 classes, and you can see every kart that pans across your screen rocking their way around with the Iania X30 machines in tow as well. Harrison Lang in the number 2 Ricardo kart back there. Having a tidy little race. Harrison has himself a brand new helmet done in a thoroughly 80s looking, very simple paint scheme that is effective and looks the goods. As we pick up, this is Gabe Belanca putting the pressure on Robert West through the velodrome. Just tagging onto the back end of that slipstream as he takes a big bite out of the curbing in the chicane onto the front straight. Starting to put the pressure on for third here. This is 125 Light, brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill as they climb the pit straight. And it looks like your top 5 starting to bunch up a little bit behind the leader. As Kieran Ellis breaks away 0.7 of a second. Last time across the line, Loonan, West, Belanca and McCucci-Allen all starting to bunch up a little bit here. We'll see if that continues form and we get a great fight going for second and third on the road as they head through the velodrome. You can see the gap ahead of them to Kieran Ellis out front. But Loonan starting to fall back into the clutches of West, who looks to the inside at turn 1. West will grab the 2 spot. That puts Loonan on the back foot. Here goes Gabe Belanca with a big send up the inside in turn 2. McCucci-Allen showed a nose up the inside of Loonan as well. Wanted to get involved in that fight, and he will stay behind the 41 BRM kart. Getting to grips with more power and more tyre to use this weekend in his seniors debut. At least he's not making a seniors debut straight into KZ2. As they head down the hill towards Patrizi. Now Gabe Belanca from the Eurotech Racing Team and Discount Leasing, finding his way into that second spot on the road. Sorry, third spot. Robert West up into second now. Loonan under pressure here as McCucci-Allen grabs the spot. And Loonan was in fine form in the earlier stages of the race. Now starting to drop back through the field here. The number 13 Tony Kart machine down behind McCucci-Allen, who elevates himself up into P4, puts Loonan down to 5, just ahead of Mason Fraser in 6. Lang in 7, Ella Lidley in the 8. Tim Conway rounding out your 9, but Kieran Ellis, fastest man on track right now with a 45.735, leading the way here by a second over his KF Kart teammate Robert West. Gabe Balanka in the third spot. Might be under pressure from Mikuchi Allen in a second here. Last time by Mikuchi Allen. Lapping at a 46.6 while trying to make a pass happen. We'll check the laps this time by. Mikuchi Allen is quicker. 46.101 for James, a 46.2 for Balanka. Young James is starting to put the pressure on for third here as they climb the pit straight. That 41 BRM Kart starting to close up the gap to the back of the 12 Tony Kart Eurotech racing machine. As they head down towards Patrizi's. It was 4 laps to go last time across the line for Kieran Ellis out front. As Robert West eats into his lead just a little bit. It's down to 9/10 of a second last time across the stripe. But this battle for third here. Down the line, 3 to go here for Gabe Balanka to hang on to this 3 spot here in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Light. As Kieran Ellis is losing time over the last couple of laps, and Robert West is on a mission here. We got 2 sets of battles starting to come to life in the closing stages of 125 Light. Robert West closing as now Mikuchi Allen fires it up the inside of the right-hander off the teardrop and gets the job done on Gabe Balanka. Mikuchi Allen up to third here. Meanwhile, Robert West closing the gap to Kieran Ellis out front between the teammates. Through the velodrome, will pick him up and down through the chicane. As we click things off, 2 to go here for Ellis and West, now 0.2 of a second apart. Mikuchi Allen has third, but not for long as Balanka sails up the inside at turn 2. Puts Mikuchi Allen back down to 3. And Lunan right there in P5 as well. These guys fighting it out for the race lead though. Kieran Ellis and Robert West, the 2 KF Kart boys. Running the new series of Birolite manufactured chassis. You can tell by the orange chassis rails. Let's head down through Patrizi's. A family well known for utilising the Birolite chassis name throughout the karting careers of all the different family members. And now look at this. Ellis knows West is there. He's covering off an inside run as they hit the main straightaway. He checks and he taps the helmet. He's telling his teammate, be smart, which can be roughly translated is to I want to win. As they hit the final lap of Heat 1 here in Tag 125 Light. Ellis wants to pick up this Heat win, but Robert West has other ideas. Ellis covers off the inside line. West had to go the wrong way around the outside and drops a wheel off into the teardrop. And that'll hand it over to Kieran Ellis in these closing stages of Heat 1 here. Just a poorly judged placement of the go-kart on Robert West's behalf. Cost him that track position as they make it through the velodrome. On the final lap of this race, Ellis will hang on to the race lead from West in second. Mikuchi Allen third, but the checkered flag is out. Kieran Ellis will grab the win here in Heat 1. Robert West home in second. James Mikuchi Allen in third. Mason Fraser will pick up P4. And Cody Lunan will round out your top 5 from Gabe Balanka all the way down to P6. Harrison Lang in the 7th spot. Ella Littley rounding out your 8 from Timothy Conway, rounding out your 9 finishing drivers here in Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill. We are back on track and getting ready. This is the second of our feature classes for this weekend. Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Hammer Engineering, with 22 of them out in force this weekend for the Dash for Cash. What a great class to showcase here as they bring it onto the main straightaway and get set to go. It's lights out, and Cooper Cuts will lose out on the front row here to Carlos Del Toro, who's going to grab the lead on this opening lap of the race. And Cuts trying to fight back. They're going to go side by side, and here goes Brad Smith up the inside, grabs second. There's a couple of them falling off through the Parkland section. And it's chaos because Simon Minton wants to get involved in that one as well. And early doors, and it looked like Simon Minton through the dirt. Minton on for a rough one here. And that'll leave Carlos Del Toro out front here from Brad Smith in that second spot through the velodrome for the first time. Cooper Cuts in that third spot. Christopher Strawn into P4. Here is Simon Minton. Falls back through the field and losing out big time over the rest of them. We follow along, it looks like Brad Smith retaking the lead now from Carlos Del Toro, who started out of the front row, but Cooper Cuts is on a mission to get back to it. And Del Toro, look at this, he's going wide through the velodrome and doing the old cycling maneuver. Lets Cuts get through, and Del Toro will drop back to third here. So Cooper Cuts finds himself up into second and trying to put the pressure on, see if he can close the gap to Brad Smith out front. An interesting turn of events in the opening few laps here of 125 Restricted Medium. This is a 15-lap heat race. These feature classes get the long ones. Here is Nathan Lee, sets a hot lap of the race. The 66 machine to a 48.3. Oh, and a big one there from Christopher Strawn. Brad Van Rompuy getting caught up in that one. Not sure exactly what happened there. But Christopher Strawn getting caught up with Brad Van Rompuy through the teardrop, and Brad is struggling through Patrizi's now. He's under pressure from the 29 machine, is it? As they come through Velodrome, it's the 66 of Nathan Lee, of all people. Just talking about Nathan being the fastest on track here in the 66 comp kart. Up the inside of Brad Van Rompuy at turn 1. We'll grab that spot from him. And that'll put Nathan up into P4 here. Brad loses out and down to P5. But it's Brad Smith leading the way here in the 89 machine. Flat Out Karts and Simon Minton Motorsport. He leads from Cooper Cuts in the 16 BRM kart. Back there into second, who was caught napping in this opening lap here off the start and lost out big time. And now he finds himself trying to put the pressure on Brad here for the race lead. Ahead of Carlos Del Toro back there in P3. Lee in 4. Now Brad Van Rompuy down to P5, trying to put the pressure on him. Christopher Strawn still showing in P6 and trying to fight his way back into that fight. And hopefully not come a cropper on Nathan Lee or Brad Van Rompuy at all. As we run through these first few laps here, we are 4 down, 11 to go last time across the stripe. Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. We'll get all their racing done today, as we do have a top 10 shootout to decide the first 10 starting positions on the feature race grid tonight under lights here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, before they embark on, I think it's 20 laps for their feature race tonight. Feature races for the feature classes, 20 laps in duration, with the exception of KZ2 getting a 25-lapper. KZ2 sitting on the out-grid, ready to come out and go racing. Next up in the order, we pick up on the battle here, the 66 of Nathan Lee in P4. Brad Van Rompuy right behind, number 5 in P5 with the Arrow Karts machine. Christopher Strawn in that KF kart behind him in P6. Madam Owens in 7, Matt Coburn in 8, Connor Crimes in 9, Simon Minton. After getting caught up in that opening lap here, Simon all the way down in P10 from Paul Hughes and Blake Hostin. Rob Gilmore, Shane Allen, and Greg Van Rompuy, father of Brad, on screen right now in the 15th spot here in 125 restricted medium with 22 drivers coming to play this weekend. We follow though Nathan Lee through the velodrome, holding onto the spot ahead of Brad Van Rompuy and putting some real estate between himself and Brad, who drops a wheel off. Coming onto the main straightaway, down the line, 9 laps to go. We approach the halfway point here in Tag 125 restricted medium. Heat 1 of the weekend for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash, the richest race in WA karting here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Well and truly across that halfway point here. The Tag 125 restricted medium. Cooper Cuts leads the way as he hits the main straightaway with 7 laps to go. We are 8 down, 7 to go here for Cuts. He leads out from Brad Smith in that second spot. Bit of an air gap now. Back to Carlos Del Toro in P3. Nathan Lee in the 4 from Christopher Strawn in P5. He's dropped Brad Van Rompuy down to the 6th spot from Adam Owens and Matthew Coburn. From Simon Minton and Connor Crimes rounding out your top 10, but Brad Smith hasn't given up on this fight for the race lead here on Cooper Cuts. And Brad is ever a KG racer. He will never give up until that checkered flag does drop as they come out of Patrizi's and making their run towards the velodrome. The 16 BRM kart of young Cooper Cuts hanging on to this lead here from Brad Smith behind him. For Tag 125 restricted medium, the gap back to Carlos Del Toro, then Nathan Lee, then Christopher Strawn, and Brad Van Rompuy flashing across your screen a moment ago. Pick up Cuts through turn 1 and 2. Brad Smith hot on his heels at the moment. Across those double left-handers, you can see the back end of Brad Smith's kart sliding across the racetrack as he's trying to scamper around and gather up some traction and keep the corner speed up. The 125 restricted categories using it's either a DFM or a DFH tyre. Should know this by now. But finding themselves with limited amounts of traction available in these karts. They're probably somewhat overpowered and under-tired in these restricted categories. It's all about corner speed and maintaining a consistent level of slip as Cuts fires across the curbing onto the main straightaway. It's 5 laps to go here in Tag 125 restricted medium here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Dash for Cash 2021. Just a couple of minutes away from wrapping up a finish here in Tag 125 restricted medium. Brad Smith doesn't have an answer for Cooper Cuts at the moment. Cooper has managed to eke out that gap, even though last time across being on equal pace with Brad, he's out to a half-second advantage over Smith. And the hot lap of the race as well, a 48.177 for Cuts as they make their way down the main straightaway to pick up. It is 3 laps to go here for Cooper Cuts in this 15-lapper. For Heat 1 of Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. As they come through the teardrop, and Brad Smith trying to stay with him. Last time across, the gap got shortened just a little bit, down to 4.1 tenths of a second. Brad Smith could be onto something here, trying to close up the gap and arrive with some closing speed. Down the line with 2 laps left to go. Past the canteen corner and into turn 2. Smith bringing the gap down to 2 tenths of a second. Smith is on a mission. He wants to have a crack here. And this is how you get it done. You drop back, regain your composure, and then mount a charge in the closing laps to see if you can get up onto the rear bumper of your opponent. And Brad Smith knows how to get it done. Down to 2 tenths of a second. Last time across the stripe, but it looks like he's given up a little bit in the back half of this lap. He might be mounting a charge for this final lap here of Heat 1 in Tag 125 Restricted Medium. Playing the game of holding up the mental advantage as they hit the main straightaway. It's 1 to go here. Cuts from Smith down the line. The last lap board is out. 1 to go as they come down the line. Picking them up as they come up the pit straight here, and it looks like Cooper Cuts has the advantage. 4.5 tenths of a second at the line, and Smith, although he mounted a charge, just doesn't quite have what he needs to close the gap to the back of Cuts at the end of this one. And it looks like Cooper will hang on. The number 16 BRM Kart leading the way down towards Petrucci's for the final time, leaning across the seat to generate some jacking in the back end of the kart, get that inside rear tyre off the ground as he hits the velodrome. Through the chicane for the final time. Cooper Cuts will bring it down the line to take out the win. Over Brad Smith in second, Carlos Del Toro in third, Nathan Lee in P4, and Christopher Strawn rounding out your top 5. Over Brad Van Rompuy, P6, Matthew Coburn right on his heels in P7. Adam Owens in 8, Paul Hughes in 9, and Robert Gilmore rounding out your 10. That is Heat 1 right and done here for Tag 125 Restricted Medium. Brought to you by Hammer Engineering for Heat 1 of the weekend here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. As we look across the out grid, your West Australian KZ competitors getting lined up and ready to roll out for their first heat of the weekend. Some big names in WA karting of current years and years gone by, of course. Dan Curry there, a multi-time West Australian Series champion in the West Australian KZ Series. Everyone getting lined up and ready to go. With some newcomers to the class this weekend, and some returning drivers who haven't made their appearance for quite some time. The forms of the likes of Jason Lecoq making his step into KZ2 here with the number 80 Hypercart. It's good to see Josh Byrne and his step into seniors as well. The 86 machine coming to play in KZ as they get set to go. This is the top flight class in West Australian karting, also referred to as Pro Gearbox. 125cc, 6-speed sequential transmissions, getting the job done with a hand-operated clutch, standing starts, and big action. This is KZ2, brought to you by Terra Mining, your third feature class for this weekend. Here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021. This man, Connor Roth, the number 5 Formula K Kart, will start from the rear of the field here as they get out on track and get ready in formation. Check in on your starting grid here. It's Nick Middick with the pole time in this morning's session. He'll start on P1 of that stage. Just over 2 laps remaining here in KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Boyers Equipment. Simon Minton leads out from Glenn McDougall, Rodney Jamieson and Jaden Keyville. We watch Jamieson and Keyville on screen at the moment as they come out of Patrizzi's and into the Velodrome, capturing all sorts of different angles this weekend here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash for 2021 here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Jamieson and Keyville going bumper to bumper down the line. 2 laps to go. Minton in charge out front here. And you can see just ahead that 27 machine of Glenn McDougall holding down the 2 spot. Light years behind Simon Minton though. He is cleared out 3.5 seconds over the rest of the field right now for Minton as your race leader. Picking him up, coming out of Patrizzi's for the final time here as Minton makes his way around and rocketing down the straight very soon here. The checkered flag will be out and waving to pick him up. Oh no, it is last lap board, sorry. 1 to go. Minton on screen here. And then the lapped Kart, the number 7 machine, Jason Allen going a lap down here. My apologies, thinking it was the final lap. We are on the final lap and we follow Jamieson and Keyville still in this fight for 3rd and 4th. Keyville just can't quite get the leg up and get it done here to get into 3rd in these closing stages of the race. Simon Minton making his way around onto the main straightaway for the final time. Will take the checkered flag in Heat 1 on KA3 Senior Heavy. Glenn McDougall home in 2nd. Rodney Jamieson will grab 3rd. Jaden Keyville in P4. And David Mackey rounding out your 5 here in KA3 Senior Heavy. Heat 1 brought to you by Boyers Equipment. back as we take just a very short break to turn a couple of things around here. We are back in action with Cadet 9s, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West for their first heat of the weekend. The Cadet 9s with Connor Mayer and Bo Casagrande starting on the front row of the grid. They are quick smart to get into formation. We're not mucking around here with these kids. This is the youngest step for young drivers looking to make a start in their karting and motorsports careers. Chase Saxfield and Joel Blackman will start on the second row of the grid here. Jake Kostecki and George Emsley will start on row 3 with Taj McDonald and Austin Anderson on row 4. Levi Reffel and Jensen Richards will start row 5. And TJ Moynihan and Declan Arambisic will start on row 6. There's a big spread across the field, as you'd expect, with a field of such young drivers coming out to play this weekend. So we expect for some pretty big spreads over the course of their 10 laps on track. But this is Cadet 9s, the youngest field of drivers in Australian karting. You can go racing in this class at the ripe old age of just 7 years old. And it's great to have a solid field of 12 of them joining us here for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club as they roll around in formation through the velodrome and getting ready and set to go. Watch those lights to go out to send us racing for 10 laps here in Kalgoorlie. As I'm not sure, it looks like that light is still lit and we are not racing just yet. They're going to roll the field around a little bit more and we're not quite yet to a start here in Cadet 9, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West. Second time should be the charm here as they go lights out and racing. This is Cadet 9. In Heat 1 of their weekend, Connor Mayer, a double state champion now in Western Australia and Tasmania, breaks away to the lead here from Bo Casagrande in second. Chase Saxhill goes to third. Joel Blackman in P4 as they climb the pit straight for the first time here. Jake Kostecki P5 from Taj McDonald in the sixth, as the rest of the field filters through here. TJ Moynihan making up the back end of the pack as the 22 of Austin Anderson off the track there at the teardrop. Unfortunately there for young Austin. As the field heads down through Patrizi for the first time. Connor Mayer leading the way. Casagrande in second. And it looks like Austin Anderson caught and beached on the edge of the racetrack as the field rolls their way through the velodrome here. Down the main straightaway on lap 1 completed. 1 in the books. And a black and white sportsmanship flag being hung out for someone there from the control tower. Mayer leads from Casagrande in second. Saxhill third. Then Blackman and Kostecki. Your top 5 here in Kalgoorlie. In Heat 1 of Cadet 9, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West. Here at the Dash for Cash for 2021. Following along this battle at the moment for second and third, Bo Casagrande and Chase Saxhill still fighting it out here for these two youngsters. Both of them at the ripe old age of 9. Fighting it out for second and third here in Kalgoorlie. Regular contenders at the pointy end of Cadet 9s in Western Australia. at all the major open events and wherever they decide to travel to. And some decisions to be made from anxious families whether to promote them into the Cadet 12 class for the coming 2022 racing year, or whether to keep them in Cadet 9s for just that little bit longer. If you ask the kids, you know what answer you're going to get. I want to go faster. As Joel Blackman makes his way onto the main straightaway. I think Blackman's still the youngest, or one of the youngest, for quite some time here. He's now 9 in this field. Not quite the youngest in this class here. There's a couple of 8 and even some 7-year-olds, Jake Kostecki and Alyssa McDougall, rolling around here in your Cadet 9s, but Blackman in the 64 machine making his way up the pit straight and turning into the teardrop. Blackman holding on to P4, just doesn't quite have what he needs to be under the back of Chase Saxfield and Bo Casagrande in their fight for second and third, but hanging on at least in front of young Jake Kostecki in the 58 Tony Kart machine as they come out of Patrizi's and through the drop-off. I feel like they're falling off the edge of the planet, dropping down to the inside of this big velodrome. They rock around and hug that inside curb as we go back to Jay behind in the Tony Kart machine. Flicking the cart through the chicane and onto the main straightaway. Kostecki down the line with these Vortex Mini Rock powered, restricted 60cc air-cooled engines. Of course, they maintain the same engine and base platform of the karts. As they step into Cadet 12s, they just go up in horsepower a little bit by taking the restrictors off and allowing the bigger kids to go that little bit quicker before they have to eye off complete new packages. And they transition into the junior ranks of the likes of KA4 Junior or even KA3 Junior. Bigger go-karts, bigger tyres, new engines and more horsepower to boot. Connor Mayer flashing across his screen just a second ago. He's the fastest on track, a 52.4 for Connor as he hits the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go here for Connor Mayer. Out front in Cadet 9's Heat 1, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West here at the Dash for Cash. Four laps to go, last time across the stripe here. Bo Casagrande in the 77 machine hanging on to that 2 spot. He's opened up a bit of a healthy lead over Chase Saxfield back there in third. 8.5 tenths of a second is the gap, with 3 seconds the difference up the road to Connor Mayer leading the way in this one. As they come through the chicane and onto the main straight. Time by 3 to go here for these youngsters. Chase Saxfield is on a mission. He's found a bit of mumbo the last couple of laps. Saxfield putting in his personal best lap of the race of 52.9. That time by to reel in 4 tenths of a second on the back of Casagrande. And now they close right up, and it's half a second the difference between them in the fight for second and third here in Heat 1 of Cadet 9s for the weekend here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021 at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. We continue to follow this battle for second and third. Bo Casagrande and Chase Saxfield fighting it out, but Connor Mayer bringing it into the chicane to start his final lap of the circuit here in Heat 1 of Cadet 9s. Mayer on a mission out front. He's stretched out that gap to over 3 seconds. We'll check the official gap, 4.4 seconds. Back to Bo Casagrande in that second spot. Chase Saxfield back there in third, trying to put the pressure on. It's 0.4 of a second, the difference, as they come up on some lap traffic, climbing the pit straight. But it's Mayer out front and leading this one out here, the 43, flat out Kart's entry. Young Connor on his way to picking up that Heat 1 win. Casagrande still holding second from Saxfield behind in the KF kart. Over Blackman and Kostecki, your top 5. Raffel, Emsley, Aaron Basick, McDonald, Richards and Moynihan. Unfortunately, young Austin Anderson out the door on the opening lap of the race. Will not take any further part, but it's Connor Mayer down the main straightaway to take the win here. Heat 1 goes to Mayer for Cadet 9s. And down the line, Casagrande hangs on for second. Chase Saxfield for third. The gap back to Joel Blackman, bring it around to pick up P4 and Jake Kostecki in P5 as we look at your official results here for Cadet 9s. Heat 1 brought to you by State West Group and Gen West here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. The Dash for Cash 2021 brought to you by Terra Mining. Track with KA3 Senior Championship brought to you by Hitchcock Engineering. Here at the Dash for Cash as they get ready for their first race of the weekend. Field rolling around with a solid entry list 14 coming to play this weekend. It's going to be Taylor Dicker taking out the pole spot in this morning's qualifying. She'll start on the front row of the grid here. Tommy Sparks making a step into an energy course kart this weekend. Tommy will start on the outside front row here with some KA action. Jason Betts on the second row of the grid alongside Michael Jones in P4, Cody Loon in P5. Mason Fraser on the 6th spot. From Ryan Nicholson and Carlos Del Toro over Joel Wheeler and Bree Rhodes. Chantel Hall and Memphis Knowles. Ethan Flynn and Kaylin Edwards as the lights go out and send us racing. For Heat 1 of KA3 Senior at Championship weight, Dicker and Sparks side by side through turn 1. Taylor will grab the point, but it looks like Betsy got caught up on that inside curving at turn 2 and lost a bit of ground. That will release Michael Jonesy Jones and Mason Fraser up into 3rd and 4th. Joel Wheeler going for a big lunge up through the field in the 57 KF Kart and making things happen here as they come out of the teardrop and down towards Patrizi's. Dicker leads from Sparks in 2nd. That 21 Energy Course Kart here for Sparksy as they come through the off-camber into the velodrome on the opening lap of racing here. Bit of a gap back to Jonesy in 3rd. Mason Fraser in P4. The sole brother of the two Frasers having a race this weekend. Hayden decided he didn't want to sit through the drive to come out to Kalgoorlie. Enjoying his weekend back home in Perth instead. As we pick him up the pit straight here. Dicker and Sparksy from Jones, Fraser, Betts, Nicholson, sorry, in the 75. Then Lunan, Rhodes, Del Toro, Knowles, Wheeler, Hall, Flynn and Edwards as Fraser and Betsy both getting really close and acquainted up onto the rear bumper of Michael Jonesy Jones. As they come out of Patrizi's now, Betsy is looking close here. Nicholson's right there with him as well. Nicholson will just be hoping for a weekend with some decent luck for once. He monsters all over the back of the 77 of Jason Betts as they come onto the main straightaway. This is a tight battle here for the remaining placings. Out front, nothing much can happen at the moment here, but here goes Fraser up the inside of Jonesy. Gets it done. These two are ever respectful. Jonesy trying to do the switcheroo in the exit of turn 2. But there is Nicholson trying to force the issue on Betsy, who shakes his head. Betsy would have a couple words to say about that. Attempted a move there from Nicholson as they head up the pit straight. Nicholson's the fastest on track though. He's got to try something from the 75 KF Kart. But it looks like the young man on a move right now, Mason Fraser, in that flat out kart's Fernando Alonso, I think it is, the OTK kart, making a move. Sparks taking a look over his shoulder just to check on the gap behind him. As a moment ago, Sparksy reset the hot lap of the race. 47.376, marginally quicker than Taylor Dicker out front. We've got some work to do to close up that 3.5 tenths of a second here. As Dicker leads the way, they hit the main straightaway. It's 4 down, 6 to go here for Dicker. Now resetting the hot lap of the race for herself, a 47.327. Sparksy on a 47.379, half a tenth off the pace there. Fraser in 3rd, Jones in 4th, Nicholson 5. Dispatching of Jason Betts back there in the 6, who's now under pressure from Bree Rhodes behind in 7. We can pick up this battle here. Jonesy and Nicholson now getting close. Jonesy checks over his shoulder, heading down towards Patrizi, knows that Nicholson's there, but not close enough to make anything happen just yet. Dicker drags Tommy Sparks into the velodrome. Walking in by a gap of about 4 tenths of a second at the moment as they come onto the main straightaway once again. The halfway point here, 5 down, 5 to go. In the battle for 4th and 5th, Michael Jones and Ryan Nicholson, the closest battle we have so far on track, and they are fighting it out. These remaining placings in front of there, Mason Fraser. Hanging on to P3. Behind him is Jason Betts back there in P6, managing that gap to Bree Rhodes behind in 7 as they come round. Jonesy checking over his shoulder again, sees Nicholson there in the 75. Last time across the line, Nicholson was the fastest on track of 47.240. almost a tenth quicker than your leaders. So Ryan has a bit of pace here in the 75 KF Kart, just track position. Not falling to his favour at the moment. Jonesy has a look over his shoulder right in the middle of the chicane. And that upset his entry onto the main straight. There's no denying Nicholson is hot on his heels right now, nipping away as they climb the pit straight. It was 4 to go. But they all dropped off in pace last lap around. It was a 47.4 for your leaders, 47.3 for Sparks, a 383 for Fraser, 437 for Jones, 405 for Nicholson. Trying to stay in touch, but they're all starting to lose pace as the track heats up, the tyres fall off the edge of the cliff. We rock and roll into the remaining laps here. Boys Equipment KA3 Senior Championship here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Oh, Nicholson grabbing the back of Jones there was that. Did he catch a bit of that curving? And that was costly for both of them, losing a bit of momentum, and Nicholson falls back a little bit towards Jason Betts now as they climb the pit straight and into the teardrop. It was 3 to go last time across the line. Closing down those final few laps here in Heat 1 of KA3 Senior. Taylor Dicker doing it in style at the moment after being the fastest qualifier in this morning's session, maintaining the gap of around about 0.4 of a second over Tommy Sparks, a regular contender in KZs of years gone by. He finds himself rocking with the KA engine. Something different here for Tommy. Last time across, it was 3.5 of a second. Sparksy making inroads on Dicker just a little here with that 21 Energy Course kart. But it's not enough at the moment to really put the squeeze on as they come round onto the main straightaway. 1 to go here for Dicker v Sparks. The gap comes down. 3.6 of a second still last time across the line. Sparksy clicking off just a little bit quicker at 47.358 to Taylor's 47.391 as they come through the teardrop. Nicholson resetting the hot lap again. Well, last time he went through with a 47.670, sorry, so still hanging on to that hot lap from before. The speed hype just resets, and it finally went down. That gap went down to 0.2 of a second for the race lead. Takes a fair old moment to update, but it's not enough for Tommy Sparks to make anything happen here. Taylor Dicker is going to have the race lead, and we'll bring it around onto the main straightaway to take the checkered flag here. She checks over her shoulder on Tommy Sparks behind. Dicker claims a win. Sparks in second, Mason Fraser in third, Ryan Nicholson in the fourth spot from Jason Betts, rounding out your top 5 here at KA3 Senior Championship. Heat 1 of the weekend, run and done here at the Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. We're on for Heat 2 in just a couple of moments here. turning and burning, kicking on into round 2 of racing here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021, the richest race in West Australian karting. And we bring you KA3 Junior, brought to you by RNW Mining Services. They are set to rock and roll here. It's Zane Rhodes starting on the front row of the grid alongside Toby Maiolo, with Nash Ferraro and Dylan Guest on row 2. Cooper Lyle and Jack Parham on row 3. Josh Nichols and Kate Davey on row 4 from Jet McDonald and Sachin Smith Way on row 5 as the lights go out and send us racing here for KA3 Junior. And Toby Maiola off the road at turn 1. He's going to go to the back of the pack. Dylan Guest getting fed one off the road as well. That releases Zane Rhodes and Nash Ferraro out front. Cooper Lyle into that 3rd spot now. Jack Parham in P4. Young Sachin Smith Way in P5 through the teardrop. We pick up Zane Rhodes into the velodrome. At the end of lap 1 of racing, he leads the way and has this one in control, as he did in Heat 1, as Cooper Lyle forces the issue on Nash Ferraro. Lyle putting it through into P2 here. Ferraro getting knocked down to P3 in the BRM kart. Oh, that's going to get dicey. Sachin Smith Way went for a move on Jack Parham, who was simultaneously going for a move on Nash Ferraro, and it was a 2-for-1 deal. And it almost didn't work out, but somehow they made it through turn 2. And that puts Jack Parham into the 3 spots, Sachin into P4, Nash losing 2 spots, down to P5 as a result, as they come out of Patrizi's once again here. Great work from all drivers involved to get through cleanly though. Now they can figure out how they're going to run this and set their sights forward on the racetrack. Zane Rhodes down the line. Cooper Lyle in 2nd, from Parham in 3rd. And Smith Way P4, Nash Ferraro P5. Jack Parham's the fastest on track right now. The number 97 GTS crew entry. Rocking his way up the pit straight. Picked up with young Nash Ferraro, the 16 BRM kart, sitting at the back of that battle there. Sachin Smith Way trying to find his way around Jack Parham through the teardrop a moment ago. That checked him up and dropped him back into the clutches of Ferraro as they went down the hill in towards Patrizi's now. Sachin's still trying to find a way around Parham. He's on the back foot though, and Ferraro forces the issue. So Ferraro sneaks through. Smith Way, the loser out of that one, is going to drop down to P5. They're all looking over their shoulder at different times to check on the driver behind. And the quickest driver they should be watching out for, the number 50 of Dylan Guest in that GB Sport Ricardo kart. Trying to make inroads after getting shoved off the road on the opening lap here. He's back there in P6 and closing the gap to the leaders, who are still fighting it out through the teardrop. Parham into 3, Ferraro, and then Smith Way 4 and 5. As they head down towards Patrizi, watch for a move under brakes. It's dicey and very tight to get it done at the bottom of the hill, but it can be done. You can pass at Patrizi's as they hit the velodrome. And now Ferraro has the aerodynamic advantage of being in the tow, while Parham tries to cover off from Ferraro moving out of the air and diving up the inside. They hit the main straightaway and through turn 1. He's sworn Ferraro wanted to make a move there, but decided better of it. And they're all following each other around. This has allowed Dylan Guest to buy his way into the fight now. The 50 Ricardo kart onto the back of this battle pack for 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road. Parham, Ferraro. Now Ferraro up the inside on Parham at the top of the teardrop. Guesty gets Sachin like he was standing still. Now Guesty forcing Ferraro up the inside of Parham at the bottom of the hill, who's jumping in the seat to get the drive off the corner. And that has broken the battle packs. Maiolo is in the fight now. Up onto the rear bumper of Sachin Smith Way, who's putting the pressure on Parham as they come through the chicane, but it's Nash Ferraro getting through to 3rd now. Dylan Guest into P4. And what a change a lap can do here for KA3 Junior. Meanwhile, Cooper Lyle putting some pressure on Zane Rhodes out front. Young Coots has got some pace on him right now as they hit the teardrop. It's all happening here in KA3 Junior Heat 2, brought to you by RNW Mining Services. As they come out of Patrizzi, make their way into the velodrome. Can Lyle close the gap for Zane Rhodes, who took out pole this morning and the win in Heat 1. Can we have a new winner come Heat 2 of racing? Look at the speed that Dylan Guest has, though, and the gap that he's put on the carts behind him. I mean, at this rate, Guesty might still close up to these guys for 1 and 2. Guesty in third now. Last time across the line was a 47.7, so nothing spectacular as far as lap speed goes. 1.8 seconds off the back. He needs these two to slow each other down and start fighting over first and second on the road if he wants a chance of being in that fight today. How's the battle pack behind them though? Parham, Maiolo, Ferraro and Smith Way all glued together coming out of Patrizzi's as they hit the velodrome. With just over 3 laps left to go for your leaders on the main straightaway right now. As we pick up this battle, Maiolo looks to the inside. Oh, Parham was dabbing the brake and dragging the back end into the corner. Maiolo parked the cart to the inside and they all switched around. Maiolo got shafted by the guys around him. Sachin Smith Way is a big winner out of that one. He goes to the pointy end of that pack, pushing Ferraro down a spot. Parham behind them. And young Maiolo will go to the back of that battle pack, and that will leave Sachin Smith Way in P4 with a gap back to Ferraro now. He can consolidate that spot. Meanwhile, out front, Cooper Lyle can't do anything about Zane Rhodes out front. Dylan Guest in a bit of a no man's land right now, hanging on to P3. He'll be happy to be clear of this battle as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. Parham and Maiolo bumper to bumper here as they make their way down the straight. 2 laps to go. We could see a repeat of the previous lap as Maiolo goes for a very late move on the brakes and threads the needle up the inside. He grabs a spot from Jack Parham to go back to Zane Rhodes out front, the 26 Cosmic Kart. Leading the way here from Cooper Lyle in second, Dylan Guest in third, down towards Patrizzi's in this beautifully presented Cosmic. Wrapping around into the velodrome now, on his way to start his final lap of the circuit here in Heat 2 of KA3 Junior. And in through the chicane, Zane Rhodes hits the main straightaway. 1 to run here in Heat 2 of KA3 Junior, brought to you by R&W Mining Services. Rhodes down the line, 1 lap from home. Over Lyle and Guest, second and third. Sachin Smith, Wayne 4, Nash Ferraro rounding out your top 5 as they climb the pit straight. In the flash of an eye, Cooper Lyle has lost pace in these closing laps. And Dylan Guest has grabbed second off him as the checkered flag is out to pick him up. Zane Rhodes goes 2 from 2 here in heat races for KA3 Junior. Dylan Guest home in second with a tidy comeback drive out of that one. Cooper Lyle losing out in the closing stages to third. Sachin Smith Way in P4, Nash Ferraro P5, Jack Parham and Toby Maiolo 6 and 7 from Joshua Nichols in the 8. Kate Davey rounding out your 9. Jen McDonald failing to get out there for this one here. That's KA3 Junior Heat 2 in the books here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining. Cadet 12 getting out on track and getting ready to rock and roll here. Brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. Their second heat of the weekend. This is a feature class, so 15 laps on the board here for the Cadet 12s. Ben Hall, the one to watch out of this one. Campbell Thompson will start on P2 on the front row of the grid here. And behind them will be Chase Webb and Graham Bernardi on second row of the grid from Michael White and Zach Casagrande on row 3. Mason Whitehead and Zach Medham on row 4 from Xander Edgington and Aiden Nichols on row 5. Keegan Murphy will line up alongside Taylor Trott on row 6 with Georgia Woodcock and Riley Curry showing up on row 7. So gone is the format for this one, where your qualifying sets your starting position for the first 2 heats of the day. Now they flip around, and where you finish, it is a bump forward grid system. As we watch those lights to send us racing, and an aggressive move to the inside for Campbell Thompson pays dividends as he does the over and under on Chase Webb. Benjamin Hall getting the lead though as they all bunch up behind them. Hall leading now from Thompson in second. Webb, the WA champ, back to third, having a better run of it this one. He's up the inside at the top of pit straight and grabs the spot from Campbell Thompson into the teardrop. Ben Hall leading the way down into the Patrizzi's corner for the first time here, before bringing it into Velodrome from Chase Webb in that second spot. Campbell Thompson right there in third. This should be a tiny little battle between these two. They're so closely matched on pace. For two drivers, the first time I saw them racing together, they got hooked up on each other and failed to race in the final at Coburn. For what I remember was the City of Perth titles back in 2019 in Cadet 9s. They continue racing with each other throughout their careers, and they're going to find a long history in many years' time of racing each other. Chase Webb and Campbell Thompson glued together as they come out of the teardrop down towards Padrizzi. Thompson has a little look to the inside, but loses the run down the hill on Webb. Back into the Velodrome once again here. Behind them, Graham Bernardi in P4 and Michael White rounding out your 5. Meanwhile, Ben Hall out front. Nobody can touch up Ben Hall so far. He's been the fastest on track through qualifying and Heat 1, dominating the first race of the weekend for the Cadet 12 field. Brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. This time, Webb and Thompson buying it out for second and third behind them. Bernardi just wants to pick up the pieces at the moment. Michael White rounding out your 5. From Zach Casagrande in 6, Zach Medham in 7, Mason Whitehead in 8. Xander Edgington in 9, as now Thompson looks to the inside. He carries that inside line all the way around the teardrop, and they bash side pods. Thompson tries the over and under. Down the hill, hard on the brakes. Rangel Spear to tread. Big serving up the back end there of Chase Webb from Graham Bernardi on the brakes. And the super tight corner at the bottom of the hill at Patrizzi leaves Thompson into second now. Bernardi into third. Chase Webb back to P4 as a result of that lap. And down the line, it is 3 laps down, 12 to go here in Cadet 12, Heat 2 of the weekend. Through the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining. taking a moment to soak up this battle here between Graham Bernardi and Chase Webb, fighting it out for third and fourth on the road here as they rock their way into the velodrome. Ben Holt leads away, Campbell Thompson second. Bernardi and Webb fighting it out third and fourth on the road here as they approach the chicane onto the main straightaway. From Michael White in P5, Zach Casagrande in 6 over Mason Whitehead and Xander Edgington. Riley Curry coming off the rear of field here into P10 over Aiden Nichols in 11 from Keegan Murphy. Taylor Trott and Georgia Woodcock rounding out your 14 on track. Graham Bernardi just runs himself a bit wide coming into the teardrop, and that slows him up enough that Webb can dive to the inside. Bernardi goes the over and under though, and Webb is a sitting duck down into Patrizzi again. Slows it up at the corner and slots back in behind Bernardi. Good scrappy racing here from these two. And Webb is going to push Graham all the way around the velodrome now, who's running it out a little bit wide and a cover off an inside challenge. Webb still wants to have a crack at it. Oh, Webb off the road onto the main straightaway as a result of trying to have a crack at the chicane. Meanwhile, Michael White says, thank you very much, I'll take third. If you guys don't want to have it, I'll happily take it off your hands. And Michael White elevates himself up into the 3 spot now. Bernardi down to P4. Zach Casagrande in P5 to 39 of Zach Medham into the 6. Chase Webb falling down to P7 as a result of that one. Kalgoorlie. This racetrack is a cruel mistress. It can get you sometimes. Still with a long way yet to go here in Cadet 12's Heat 2 of the weekend. Brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. Last time around, it was 9 laps to go as we follow this fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th on the road, coming onto the main straightaway. It's 8 to go this time by here. Michael White at the head of this pack, holding on to 3rd in Heat 2 of Cadet 12. This battle's still going on for 3rd as Graham Bernardi still wants it. He fires up the inside of Michael White. Now Michael feeling a bit of Chase Webb's pain. He gets dropped by Zach Casagrande in quick succession here as they hit the velodrome. Webby way back off this back over 139 of Zach Medham in that energy course Kart as they come down the line. 6 laps to go. Now Graham Bernardi finds himself back in the 3rd spot. Now White, oh, big move up the inside of Casagrande, and Zach is off the road at turn 2. Unfortunately, it's costly there, and you fall off into that bull dust, and it just absorbs the go-kart into the earth. And you're going nowhere in a big hurry here in Kalgoorlie. Graham Bernardi, though, hanging on to that 3rd spot here. Now Zach Medham into P4. Michael White and Chase Webb. Now Webb on the inside, down into Patrizzi for once. Passing at this corner is where Angels fear to tread as they hit the velodrome. And now Webb successfully making it happen on Michael White that time around as they hit the velodrome and through the chicane onto the main straightaway. It's 5 laps to go. Ben Hall leads from Campbell Thompson 2nd. Then Bernardi in 3rd here on screen from Medham and Webb and White making your top 6. Looks like Zach Casagrande got the kart up and running again. Casagrande all the way down in P10 as a result of that one. At least he got himself out of the bull dust dirt and back onto the racetrack. They'll be cleaning red dust out of that go-kart for months to come here. They use the same dirt to build the RC track just over the back of the pits here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. There's the Off-Road RC Club. Goldfields Radio Control Model Car Club. I think, trying to remember the name of the place now. And the old trick to get the red dirt out of the RC cars, basically to pull it down into a million parts and spray it down with soapy water and hose it off and rebuild it again. As Ben Hall leads the way in the number 98 Hall Racing Team Arrow Chassis. In fine form, another 3-second lead here over Campbell Thompson in second. Hall just has this place figured out. There's weekends where Hall has been amazingly quick, and then weekends where Hall struggles. This weekend seems to be one of the former for young Benjamin. As he leads out, look at the gap back to Campbell in second, and then daylight back to wherever Graham Bernardi is. 7 seconds further adrift there back in third. The 10 seconds covering your top 3 drivers here in Kalgoorlie for Cadet 12 Heat 2. Ben Hall leads with a fast lap of the race of 51.737. The hot lap speed isn't much different between them, but Hall has just found himself in the right place at the right time, not being challenged and being able to skip away with the race lead in these heat races so far. Leading this out over this man, Campbell Thompson. Campbell, a recent victim of biting the RC addiction bug. Seems to happen in go-karters. They find themselves enjoying RC car racing, or buying RC cars and running them until they break. As they come onto the main straightaway, this was Campbell's birthday gift to get him a Traxxas Rustler, little rear-wheel drive stadium truck thing that you can beat around, and happily showing me all the battle scars of the car where it wheel stands and drives into things, and it's good to have some fun with. Ben Hall leading the way. He likes to spend his time racing online through GT Sport. Bit of esports racing in the PlayStation ecosystem. Quite successful at it too, is Ben. Won a couple of Nations Cup events, a couple of Manufacturers Cup events as well. Get the job done on any given day as Campbell rolls his way through the velodrome as they make their way into the chicane onto the main straightaway for the final lap of racing. 1 to run here in Cadet 12 Heat 2. And the Dash for Cash brought to you by Terra Mining. As they come around and into the velodrome. Benjamin Hall in control this weekend of the Cadet 12 field. His biggest career win to date was taking the top spot at the King of the Hill in that pickpocket final in the wet a couple of months ago, but he goes back-to-back heat wins here in Kalgoorlie so far, from Campbell Thompson in second, and Chase Webb, would you believe it, is going to fight his way back on these closing stages to pick up third again. It ain't over till that checkered flag drops, and Chase Webb will pick up the third spot once again here in Cadet 12 after an exciting and up and down race for himself. Zach met him home in P5 behind Graham Bernardi in P4. Michael White P6 from Mason Whitehead in 7. Riley Curry having a finish here in P8 from Zach Casagrande in 9. Xander Edgington rounding out the 10. From Aiden Nichols in 11. Keegan Murphy in P12 and Taylor Trott rounding out P13. With Georgia Woodcock rounding out your 14 drivers here in Cadet 12 Heat 2. For the Terra Mining Dash for Cash, and we check a couple of highlights here. This was Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb going at it and banging side pods, fighting it out. And this is a point in the race where it kind of all came unstuck. was started to all come unstuck here for Chase Webb, but he did a stellar job of driving his way back into it. And some great fights with Graham Bernardi throughout the race, pulling the over and under on Chase. And this was the move at the chicane, or the attempted move at the chicane, that saw Chase off the racetrack on the main straight. But a great result to fight back and grab third again here as Graham Bernardi up the inside of Michael White, down at Patrizzi's for the Flat Out Karts drivers. And then White trying one on Zach Casagrande, brought Zach unstuck, unfortunately, at turn 2. And look how deep that was into that soft dirt on the outside of the racetrack. Zach was lucky to get it back on track and come on home to go P9 at the end of Heat 2 for Cadet 12s here today at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021. Getting just about ready to turn and burn here in tag 125 heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors. As the lights go out and send us racing, it's Jason Benson, Terrence Flindowell off the front row, but Terrence caught napping at the start will lose a spot to Nathan Medham, who slots into second. Flindowell to third. Brenton Macri having a better start this time by. He will slot into P4 here. Now Terrence having a big look up the inside on Medham, and they somehow get through unscathed, but it's costly down at the teardrop, and Terrence Flindowell goes to second. Brenton Macri climbs over the top of Medham to grab the third spot. Medham down to P4, and the gap back to Rossack in P5 as they head through Patrizzi's. It looks like Rossack in P4 as a result. No, it is P5 as Jason Betts leading out from Flindowell in second, Macri third, Medham 4, Rossack P5. As they come around onto the main straightaway for one lap in the books here, 9 to go in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors. Here's the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021. For years, the WA karting fraternity has been telling me about Dash and that I should come and check it out. And it's so good to be here and enjoying and soaking it up with some of the best drivers in Western Australia and racing their way through with a chance to, in these feature classes, to try and take out their share in, I think it's $3,000 worth of prize money up for grabs for the feature categories. Plus fastest qualifiers in their respective categories all took out $100 for their efforts as well. $3,000 minimum per class allocated across the top three for the feature classes, and a minimum of $1,000 per class allocated across the top three for all other classes this weekend, plus door prizes during presentations across tonight and tomorrow, and the gold nugget draw. Everybody wants to take out a gold nugget. In what was originally the start of this event here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, it was the gold nugget race. The late 2000s, I think I even managed to race in one or two of them back in the day. And saying that, yesterday I was casting my memory back, and it was 15 years since I've raced here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, back in junior clubman days. Running around with what was the Arrow AX9 back then. As we follow along with Nathan Metum, under pressure from Matthew Rossack at the moment through the teardrop. Brenton Magri a little bit further up the road is leading the lap times in this one. And he has the pace to boot, 46.806 last time by there for Magri. Just doesn't have the track position to challenge with Betts and Flindau, 1 and 2 on the road, 1.7 seconds between them. Magri another 0.6 of a second further behind in third. This fight for fourth and fifth. Metum and Rossack. Nicholas Pascoe not much further behind on the road here as they come through turn 1 past Canteen Corner. Down through the Parkland section, this double left-hander that's very awkward, downhill and slightly off camber. How's Magri now closing up onto the back of Terrence Flindau, trying to put the pressure on, coming out of the teardrop. Great to have Brenton back and racing again. It was how long out of the woodwork and out of the seat for Brenton. He came back into it at the City of Perth Titles a few weeks ago and had speed to boot. He does it again this weekend here in Kalgoorlie. And having a good run so far. Third on the road and putting pressure on Terrence Flindau for second as they hit the line. It is halfway home, 5 down, 5 to go. Here in Tag 125 Heavy. Heat 2 brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Picking it up with Nathan Metum under pressure from Matthew Rossack and Nicholas Pascoe through turn 2, making their way through the left-handers and up the pit straight. They can't catch the leaders at the moment, but their own battle for 4, 5 and 6 on the road is coming to the front through the teardrop. Now Brenton Magri putting pressure on Terrence Flindau. This is a fight for second and third on the road here. Your race leader, Jason Betts, has the fast lap of the race and is out front, leading this one out here with a 46.316 hot lap. We go back to this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th on the road with 2 laps to go here. Metum leading from Rossack, leading from Pascoe as they pour out of turn 2, make their way through the double left-handers and climb that pit straight. Catch your leaders flashing across the frame for just a moment as we keep our eyes locked on this battle. How good is it? You can see Rossack getting all crossed up through the middle of the corner, trying to gather up the machine as he now is under pressure from Pascoe, who has a look up the inside on the right-hander but can't get it done. They're going to lose out on the back of Metum down towards Patrizzi's. That 93 machine getting the better of them here and opening up a bit of a gap as they hit the velodrome. as they come down the line. 1 to go here for Jason Betts out front. We follow the battle for second. Terrence Flindell and Brenton Macri putting pressure on here. Macri just can't find his way around here in the X30 powered Arrow machine on Flindell in the Ricardo kart. As they hit the teardrop for the final time here in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Heavy. Brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors this weekend here for the Dash for Cash. Jason Betts from pole position, looking to do it again here in 125 Heavy. He's in control so far this weekend to hit the velodrome for the final time. He's got just enough gap to get it done as they run down towards the chicane. Flindell covering off the inside line as Betts runs it down the line to take the win here in Heat 2. Flindell in second. Macri comes home in third. Nathan Medham taking home P4 from Matthew Rossack in P5 and Nicholas Pascoe. Rounding out your top 6 from Sam Richards, Kim Smith, Paul Dean, Mark Malosi and Nathan Will, your 11 finishing drivers here in Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Dash for Cash 2021.
Well, good morning and welcome to the RGR Road Haulage Raceway here at Midwest Kart Club up on the hill in Geraldton for the 2020 Patience Sandland WA Kart Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, Swimming WA welcomes swimmers, coaches, volunteers and spectators to the Hancock Prospecting Western Australian Swimming Championship.
This is the penultimate round of the Mike Smoke History State Motocross Championship for 2019. We'll kick it off.
You're watching us on forstyle.com.au. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us if you are watching online on the live stream brought to you by 4Style Media.
And here we are at magnificent Sorrento Beach for the Swimming WA Open Water Swimming Series.
Iona Presentation College's intermediate dance team steps into the world of Mary Poppins with a lively rooftop rendition of Step in Time.
And we get things kicked off here with this A final of the women's 100 metre breaststroke.
Has the stroke, nice high stroke rate, nice high hips. You can see why she's one of the state's best as she comes down with 10 metres to go. This race is hers.
Got to be prepared to take a risk. Got to be prepared to look for that opportunity and have a go. Make sure you take those chances.
This gap that Morrissey's built down here. Here comes Dicker! No, Dicker!
In the second place is Hale. A big final lap for Hale trying to get bragging rights in the relay.
Give a huge wave to everyone at home as we end our live stream. We'll see you all back at school.
KA3 started to make a move. This is going to go right down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
And almost lost it. He's off the bike.
Christchurch Grammar School, they're going to cross and win the head of the river for 2019.
Let's go, boys!
A false start that time around for Kalgoorlie Cason Drill Tag 125 Light. As they were set to go racing, we crash landed to see them all false starting. And we'll get around and get them going again. It's Kieran Ellis on the pole spot here. Now, there was a couple of penalties applied after Heat 1, it seems, because Mason Fraser, who was 4th in Heat 1, will start on the front row of the grid here. Cody Lunan from P3, Robert West from P4, Gabriel Balanka from P5, from Harrison Lang, James McCucci Allen, Ella Littley, and Timothy Conway. Rounding out your 9-kart field here in Tag 125 Light. As they get rolled around and ready to rock and roll here. Kieran Ellis will set the starting pace as they hit the main straightaway. Watch for the lights to go out and send us racing. And it looks like they are go this time by. It's dicey down at turn 1. Fraser just sneaks through here as Balanka gets shoved off the racetrack at turn 1. Fraser drops back to 3 though. How that happens, I don't know. Down at turn 2, and Kieran Ellis will maintain the lead as they hit the teardrop. It's Cody Loonan into that second spot here. Mason Fraser back there in 3rd. Robert West in P4. As they head down towards Patrizi. KZ starting to warm up in the background here as they get ready to come out for their second heat of the weekend. And go racing here at the Dash for Cash. Ellis leads on the opening lap of racing from Loonan in 2nd, Fraser 3rd, then West in 4, McCucci Allen in P5. Look at him go, 5 astern. Down the main straightaway past Canteen Corner. Kieran Ellis, the snap-on tools in the number 39 KF Kart. Can't figure out whether he wants to be a racer or not, but he surely will have a good time if he continues this form, and he'll want to race every event. If he can leave Kalgoorlie with a trophy in hand, as they're fighting it out for the minor placings behind him. McCucci Allen, a big old hip and shoulder up the inside of Robert West. And Robert will drop down behind Mason Fraser. As they come out of Patrizi, it's Ellis from Loonan, now McCucci Allen, Fraser and West. Harrison Lang at the back end of that pack. The number 2 Ricardo Kart. Harrison sporting a brand new helmet and a new paint job this weekend. 2 laps completed, 8 to go here in tag 125 light. What is usually a premier class of racing, this class will feature a trial run of pushback bumpers. The self-policed collision avoidance program that was designed and has been implemented at world level karting and at the Australian Karting Championship for some time now. Simply put, the bumpers are mounted with a little taper-driven pushback mount on them, that if you rear-end the guy in front of you, the bumper will be pushed back on its mount, and when you come into the in-grid, a steward walks along, and if your bumper is pushed back, you don't get to race, or you get a penalty post-race. And the recent word coming out of State Karting Council that this will be trialled in this class in the new year as McCucci Allen finds his way up the inside of Cody Loonan. Pushback bumpers, an effort to try and police dangerous driving and a bit of argy-bargy action that we see sometimes, especially in tag racing classes, where drivers are so committed to the moves that they can sometimes end up a little dangerous, where in other classes they would opt to back out. Tag classes often sees them lick the stamp and send it, and for better or for worse on the given day. Kieran Ellis leading the way here. James McCucci Allen elevating himself in the 41 BRM Kart. Up to 2nd now, Cody Loonan falling back here as Mason Fraser fires on up the inside of Loonan through turn 1 past the canteen. Gets himself up to the 3rd spot in this Fernando Alonso Kart. Loonan back into P4 now. Robert West recovering up to P5. As they climb the pit straight and head off into the teardrop. Approaching that halfway point here in tag 125 light, heat 2 for the weekend. Brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill here at the Dash for Cash for 2021.
3 laps to go. Last time across the stripe for your tag 125 Lightsfield. Making their way through the teardrop. James McCooch-Allen elevating himself up into second. Coming off a seeming penalty after Heat 1. There was a bit of murmuring around, and I saw a couple of laptops being carried up towards the stewards' rooms. It's unfortunate to have races decided in such a manner, but I think it's early in the weekend. We're not deciding the overall with these ones yet. Knock on some wood. Kieran Ellis leads away from James McCooch-Allen in second, looking over his shoulder at Mason Fraser in third. Robert West, the fastest on track in the KF Kart right now. That number 9 machine recently making his step up into seniors. Got a very young field of tag 125 line towards the pointy end of this one. I think Ellis isn't even 20 yet. McCooch-Allen is barely 15. Actually, I should know this because I have ages in front of me. Ellis at 19, McCooch-Allen at 14. Fraser in third at 15 years of age. Robert West in P4 at 14 years of age. Cody Loonan in P5 at 18 years of age. As Ellis down the line starts his final lap of the race here. And the oldest drivers in the field, Timmy Conway and Ella Littley. 28 and 20 respectively. It's Kieran Ellis at all of 19 leading the way here in tag 125 line through the teardrop for the final time in the 39 Snap-on Tools KF Kart. Picking up James McCooch-Allen in second. Robert West just made his way up into third here. It looks like he picked up on a mistake from Mason Fraser on this final lap. It's going to be Kieran Ellis through the velodrome for the final time and hitting the main straightaway. Ellis wins Heat 2 of tag 125 light. Has a full hip and shoulder look over from behind. The check on who's lining up behind him. James McCooch-Allen home in second. Robert West in third. Mason Fraser in fourth. And Cody Loonan will round out your top 5 here in tag 125 light. Brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill here for Heat 2 at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club.
back with the second of our feature classes in this round of heat races. Tag 125 restricted medium. Getting ready to go racing, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. Restricted mediums are racked and stacked and ready to go. Cooper Cuts will line up on the pole spot here after taking out the heat win in the first heat of the weekend. Brad Smith will line up on P2 from Carlos Del Toro on P3. Nathan Lee on P4. Christopher Straw on P5 from Brad Van Rompuy in P6. Matthew Coburn in 7. Adam Owens in the 8th spot. Paul Hughes in P9 and Robert Gilmore rounding out your top 10. The starting grid here of 22 drivers in 125 restricted medium. The field is set, rolling through the chicane. The yellows are still lit though, so we are not getting ready for a race start. You can see hands up, acknowledging that we are not going racing just yet. We are set to send them around once more before we get a race start here in Tag 125 restricted medium. A little insight into the race 1 results here for 125 restricted medium. It was cuts from Smith, Del Toro, Lee, Strawn, Van Rompuy, Coburn, Owens, Hughes and Gilmore. That's how they rounded out your top 10 here. So they start where they finished after the first race of the weekend here in race 2. And they are set to go racing. There's 15 laps for the heat races here for your feature classes of Cadet 12, 125 restricted medium and KZ2 this weekend. And they get that little bit bigger share of the prize pool. Minimum of $3,000 to share across the top 3 in each of your feature classes racing this weekend. Plus they do have their top 10 shootouts tonight under lights and their feature races tonight. They get a feature race of 20 laps. KZs get a feature race of 25. Under lights here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Dash for Cash here in Kalgoorlie at this beautiful racing facility that has been blessed with hosting an Australian championship and some state championships through the years. As the lights go out and send us racing, Cuts from the pole spot is going to lead the field through turn 1. Oh, it's a bit checked up there coming out of 1, but we all get through. Cuts will lead from Smith in the 2nd, then Del Toro in 3rd, Christopher Strawn in P4. Looks like Brad Van Rompuy in P5. Nathan Lee, the big loser out of that one. He's going to go down to P6 after being 4th on the road on the starting grid. Filter him around on the opening lap of racing here. Pick up on Brad Van Rompuy coming down towards Patrizzi's corner. Pick up your race leader, Cooper Cuts, leading the way from Brad Smith in 2nd. Carlos Del Toro right there in 3rd as they head through the velodrome. Smith looking for a way around but can't get the move done into the chicane. Thinks better of it. Tucks back in behind. As Cuts leads away through the canteen corner. Oh, a bit of attack from behind there on Brad Smith, courtesy of Carlos Del Toro and the number 19 West Oz transport machine. Smith gets a little bit checked up here. He'll hang on to P2 as they're trying to break away from behind him. Christopher Strawn and Brad Van Rompuy, 4th and 5th on the road. Nathan Lee in P6. Focusing on Cooper Cuts right now, leading the way through the velodrome as they chase him around down onto the main straightaway. It's 2 laps completed, 13 to go, a long way left from home here in this one. Nathan Lee looks up the inside of Brad Van Rompuy there at turn 2 and picks up the spot here, the 66 of Lee in the comp cart. Now going side by side, Van Rompuy in the 28 machine and Matt Coburn getting into it. They're going to go at it again here at the teardrop. Van Rompuy just not giving up the ghost here. He wants to hold on to that spot and he's doing a fine job of it. Coburn has another crack at him here, bouncing across the racetrack. The 88 of Adam Owens is going to get in there as well. As Lee in the comp card fighting out. This is getting scrappy behind though. Owens now from Coburn and Van Rompuy. Behind them, Paul Hughes in the 47 machine sits P9. And in the space of a lap, Van Rompuy loses a huge amount of spots in the running here in Heat 2 of Tag 125 restricted medium. Meanwhile, out front, Cooper Cuts leading the way. Brad Smith in 2nd, Carlos Del Toro in 3rd. We have Christopher Strawn in 4th, Nathan Lee in P5.
Owens, Coburn, Van Rompuy, Hughes, Gilmore, Greg Van Rompuy, Brad's father, back there in P11, Connor Crimes in the 12, Julian Rosevere in the 13 from Shane Allen and Blake Austin. Nathan Brown, Tony Booker, and Nicola McDougall from Brett Parry rounding out 19 of your 22. Travis Moynihan rounding out the 20. Reece Austin only getting 1 lap in here, and Simon Minton not running in this one. Simon could be down to just 1 class for the weekend's proceedings. Out of tag 125 restricted medium here. It's Cooper Kart's leading the way. The number 16, VRM Kart, leading out from Brad Smith and Carlos Del Toro. 2nd and 3rd on the road here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for Heat 2 of 125 restricted medium, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. Odd shots of a turned over go-kart here, the 37 machine getting caught up. Robert Gilmore upside down at turn 2. At least they're out of the go-kart. Now our official Karen Campbell there on the scene. Karen Green, I should say. On the scene to help things out. And that's unfortunate for the couple of drivers we lose out of that one. But it's Cooper Kart's leading the way here, continuing to open up that gap over Brad Smith, and there's nothing that anyone seemingly can do out here to make it any different at the moment. Carlos Del Toro there in 3rd over Christopher Strachan in P4, Nathan Lee in P5 from Coburn, Van Rompuy, Owens, Hughes, Greg Van Rompuy into the 10 spot now as we cross over the halfway point. 8 laps completed, 7 to go here for Cooper Kart's in the number 16 VRM Kart. Check on the couple of drivers we lost out of that one here. Robert Gilmore and Connor Crimes, unfortunately, going to fall all the way down, and a DNF against their name here in Heat 2 of racing for Tag 125 restricted medium through the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club.
working our way through. 5 laps to go. Next time across the stripe for Cooper. Cuts out front. Look at the gap he's put on Brad Smith. Untouchable so far is young Cooper. And a gap back to Brad Smith with a further gap back to Del Toro and Strawn. 3rd and 4th here. They make their way through the velodrome. Nathan Lee back there in P5 from Matthew Coburn and Brad Van Rompuy 6 and 7 on the road. Big spreads across your field here in the largest field of racing this weekend. Tag 125 restricted medium. But nobody can do much about the gaps and close things up and put on a fight. Looks like the closest we do have, Carlos Del Toro and Christopher Strawn in the fight for 3rd right now. Putting their battles together and having a good run through the teardrop. Fastest on track is Cooper Karts, a 48.136 from Cooper. We roll around, continuing to follow this battle here between Carlos Del Toro and Christopher Strawn. We pick up on Cooper Cuts, son of Terry, a 2002 Cricky Boy Shootout Speedway champion. So we know there's some pedigree in the family. And Cooper, who is on his way out of running in the restricted ranks before stepping into KZ's and X30 class in the coming season in 2022. Cooper making good on wanting to finish off the season very strong here in the restricted medium class, sorry. 3 to go across the line. He leads out by 2 seconds over Brad Smith in 2nd. The gap back to Brad Smith there in that 2 spot. Brad just unable to do anything about the pace of Cooper right now, but we'll be happy to hang on to P2 over Carlos Del Toro in that number 19 machine. Del Toro's been one of those fixtures in the 125 restricted ranks, always there, always in the mix, and always having a good time doing it as well from Christopher Strawn. Strawn back there in P4. Nathan Lee in this 5 spot as they come down the line. 2 laps to go. We're starting to click down these final few laps here in these 15 lappers for Tag 125 restricted medium. Long races here for your feature categories. Pick up with Carlos Del Toro in 3rd, Christopher Strawn 4th, the 66 of Nathan Lee in the 5 spot. The B Sport powered comp kart, the youngest in the field at just 15 years of age. Here in Tag 125 restricted medium, the next youngest is Cooper Cuts at 17, who is leading the field. And a great feeder bracket to move yourself up into. Look at me saying bracket. Down the main straightaway, 1 to go here for Cooper Cuts in the BRM kart. On his way to taking a clean sweep of the heats, heading into the pre-final and giving himself a tiny points haul before a run towards that top 10 shootout tonight under lights here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Should be a thriller here for the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining. We've even got lapped traffic of Travis Moynihan putting a hand out the side and letting Cooper get on through, get going about his business. And it's great to see camaraderie and people helping each other out here. And lap traffic is one of those things where it can go one of either way. As Cooper Cuts makes his way through the chicane for the final time. Down the line, Cuts wins Heat 2 of 125 restricted medium. Brad Smith down the line for 2nd. Carlos Del Toro will grab 3rd here. Christopher Strawn in P4. Nathan Lee rounding out your top 5. As we check on your finishing order as they come across the line to wrap things up. That was Tag 125 restricted medium Heat 2. Relatively uneventful, brought to you by Hammer Engineering here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021 here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club.
Here we go for KZ2 getting set out on track. And will be coming in hot for Heat 2 of their weekend. Another 15-lapper for these guys. As I just double-checked that is a 15-lapper due for them here in Heat 2. Yes, it is. It's going to be Nick Middick, your Heat 1 winner, starting on the pole spot here alongside Sam Dicker, the newly crowned West Australian KZ Series champion, on the 2 spot. From Tommy Shu on P3. James Mackay on P4. Corey Minton P5 from Simon Gwillim and Jason Lecoq. 6 and 7. Damon Papa Sergio and Daniel Curry with Scott Mackay rounding out your top 10 starters from Gretsch, Pedrotti, Goff, Burns, Sully, Trout and Connor Roth lining up at the back of this pack. You can see them all reach back and unstick the tyres from the track. Lights are lit and we are a go here for Heat 2 of KZ2. Nick Middick trying to filter his way down into turn 1 as your leader, but it looks like Sam Dicker shuts it off firmly in his face. Dicker will lead the opening exchange here in Terra Mining's KZ2 class here for the Dash for Cash. Middick back there to second. Looks like Tommy Shu back to third. They're all ultra defensive in these opening couple of laps, trying to find some track position. And Middick has grabbed the lead from Dicker, who pulls out, has a look up the inside at Patrese. It's not going to work down there at Patrese. These karts are so wide and rely so much on getting drive off the corner. Middick will grab the lead and hang onto it here through the velodrome. Dicker goes back to second. Tommy Shu in third. Now Shu has it. Tommy Shu has grabbed Dicker at the chicane, would you believe? Tommy Shu goes to second, driving it over the top of the inside curving in turn 1, who will go to P2 in the BRM kart. There's a big gaggle of karts all checking up here in turn 2. But it's Middick from Shu. Now under pressure as Dicker goes up the inside of the teardrop. Gets it done there for second. Shu back to P3 now. Mackay in 4. Minton P5, sorry. Great racing here in KZ2 so far. But it's Middick, Dicker, Shu, Mackay and Minton, your top 5 through the velodrome once again here on the second of 15 laps. Jason Lecoq back there in P6. From it seems like Daniel Curry in P7. Simon Gwillim's been dropped a spot or 2 further back through the field here in that Red Line Oils KF kart machine. As Sam Dicker sets a purple lap of the race so far, 45.640 for Dicker last time across. He's got some speed, does Sam. There's many reasons why he has recently become the crowned West Australian KZ champion for 2021. In that Sam Dicker Motorsports flat-out karts, willpower kart chassis. But Nick Middick is in control at the moment here, leading the way from Dicker in second. Tommy Shu in third as they hit the velodrome. They're evenly spaced at the moment. Making their way around the velodrome and a gap back to James Mackay in P4, Corey Minton P5. But these 3 guys are just in a league of their own as Middick and Dicker performing synchronized shoulder checks. Checking on the competition behind just to make sure they're not under a huge amount of pressure as they climb the pit straight again. Dicker is closing up onto the back of Middick, but that time it was actually Tommy Shu, the fastest on track. A hot lap of the race from Tommy, 45.163 there for Thomas. The Cowboy, as he will be known for at least the next 2 or 3 race events. As Middick hits the velodrome once again. This time Dicker is a little bit closer in the willpower kart. Minton has found his way up into P4 now, dispatching of James Mackay. Tommy Shu is hunting them down as well as they head past Canteen Corner. Right up against the rubble strip on the exit in turn 1. Nothing between them when they bunch up into the middle of the hairpins. Last time by, it was a 45.3 for Middick, 45.29 for Dicker, 45.22 for Shu. Half a second back to Corey Minton with a 45.7 from Minton the previous lap. These guys are the class of the field so far. You see Dicker bouncing in the seat coming off the Patrese's corner. Not quite getting the corner speed through the middle that he wants to get the drive off the corner is Sam Dicker. And it looks like trouble there for Minton because he's lost ground to Mackay. Now way back into the clutches of Jason Lecoq, so Minton is having trouble out here. And lost out some ground. He was in 4th ahead of Mackay in the comp car, now dropping back to P5. As Jason Lecoq makes a comeback to racing in KZ2. some 18 months to 2 years after his last comeback to racing. 2 years ago here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club in 2019. Jason making the first of the hypercarts outside of the tag classes to have a run here. Newly minted kart chassis from Lloyd Billick and Brad Fitch, bringing the hypercart name to elite karts here in Western Australia. Jason jumping on as well, the same as Taylor Thomas in West Australian competition. They are going to bring out some cadet versions with likes of Annika Hurd having a crack in the cadet version of the hypercart. As we look at some of the action happening further back in the field here, it's Curry from William from Papa Sergio, Scott Mackay, Daniel Trow, Paul Pedrotti, all in this fight. They're all having a fight over it here. Curry and Gwilliam fighting over 7 and 8 on the road. Papa Sergio behind in 9. Scott Mackay rounding out your top 10 here as they come out of Patrizi's and into the Velodrome. There's something special about this place in KZ Karts. They always turn it on for the Dash for Cash, and a special one this weekend. They get 2 sets of tyres to go racing as well. So they'll be burning up the tyres where they need to, because once they're finished with the heat races, they don't need to conserve the rubber for the finals anymore. They get a fresh set available to them for the finals. As Nick Middick has a hot lap of the race, he leads away a 45.035 for Middick. Out front by 6.5 tenths of a second over Sam Dicker. Sam just doesn't have an answer for him out front right now as we follow this battle. Some more for the remaining placings inside the top 10. Curry, William, Papa Sergio, Mackay, all in that fight there for the top 10. Behind him, Daniel Trow and Paul Pedrotti as we pick up your race leader, Nick Middick, the 96 BRM kart. Plucking gears through turns 2, 3 and 4. Climbing the pit straight in front of the crowd, waiting for him at the out grid. As we're into the second half of the race. It was 7 laps to go last time across the line here for Nick Middick. In KZ2, brought to you by Terra Mining here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. This is your third and final feature class of the weekend here for the Dash for Cash. Sam Dicker behind in that willpower kart, just unable to match pace with Middick right now. He's stomping his way around the track here in Kalgoorlie on a beautiful Saturday. He'll be on his way to a fine starting spot come that 20-lap pre-final later this afternoon before we head into the top 10 shootout after the dinner break tonight. That will set the group for the first 10 drivers on the starting grid in your 25-lap KZ2 feature race tonight here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. As we pick them up down towards Patrizi, the 15 of Mackay just flashing across your screen, but it's Middick still leading the way. 7 tenths of a second clear of Dicker as they hit the Velodrome. It looks like he's sliding his way through the Velodrome at the moment. This is the angle of the racetrack and the camber in the road. With 5 laps to go, this time by Nick Middick out front in KZ2, brought to you by Terra Mining. Running it down these final few laps here in Heat 2 of KZ2. Sam Dicker is starting to fall back into the clutches of Tommy Shue here. Little by little, bit by bit. Last time across the line, about 1.5 tenths of a second fell the way of Shue. Dicker checks over his shoulder. He knows Tommy is there. It's all about outright race pace. You don't need to conserve tyres on a day like today. And Dicker hanging onto it in second, but Tommy Shu is doing his best to close up that gap and get a grip of Sam Dicker. Last time across the line, it was 3 laps to go here in Heat 2 of KZ2. Velodrome once again. Such a fun part of the race track to drive on. As much as oval racing isn't always everyone's cup of tea, winding up your go-kart around that long oval and just keeping an absolutely flat tack in the banking is always good fun, no matter what form of racing you come from and what you enjoy watching. As they climb the pit straight, Tommy Shu is getting closer. Last time across, he was about a half a tenth quicker on that previous lap with 2 to go at the stripe. Everyone dropping off into the mid-45s now. Hot lap of the race sits at a 45.03 from this man, Nick Middick out front. Trying to chase down prime position and put himself in the running for the $3,000 worth of prize money up for grabs for your top 3 tonight here in KZ2 as they come onto the main straightaway. 1 to go here for Middick as he checks over his shoulder. You can see the gap back to Dicker in second, who's still under pressure from his teammate Tommy Shu in the 3rd spot as they climb that pit straight for the final time here in Heat 2. Sliding his way out to the rumble strip is Sam. The back end of that Will Power Kart doesn't quite look as locked in as the BRMs do right now. But Dicker hustling the kart around the racetrack to create the lap speed to head down towards Patrizzi. He's opened up a gap to consolidate second and make sure that Tommy Shu can't put on any challenges in these final few corners as they hit the velodrome for the final lap here in Heat 2 of KZ2. Nick Middick runs it down to the line. Middick goes 2 from 2 here in KZ2. Sam Dicker home in second, Tommy Shu in 3rd. James Mackay in P4, Corey Minton in P5, Jason Lecoq in 6th, and Simon Gwilliam bringing it down in P7. Over Scott Mackay in 8th, Dylan Papa Sergio in 9th, Daniel Curry rounding out your 10 when they hit the line. That was KZ2 Heat number 2, run and done here. Brought to you by Terra Mining here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Dash for Cash 2021, the richest race in WA karting. About to swing into the second half of Heat 2 here with Tag 125 Restricted Light. Brought to you by First National Real Estate and MLG coming up next. Picking up in these opening laps of TAC 125 Restricted Light, brought to you by Boyers Equipment. We are into it here in these opening laps of Heat 2 for these guys. Jacob Potts getting out to the front of the field here as he brings it around onto the main straight to wrap up lap number 1 here. 1 down, 9 to go. It's the 87 of James Coburn into that second spot. Sebastian Fiorenza in the third. Casey Linto in P4. Jamie Taylor up to P5 here from Riley Casson-Roberts in P6. Over Tyron Williams in the 7. Wade Saunders in 8. Mark Melosi in 9. And David Thompson rounding out your 10. And it's Jacob Potts leading the way at the moment from Coburn out of the teardrop. We follow along with this battle. Jamie Taylor right in the thick of it right now between Casey Linto and Riley Casson-Roberts as they head down the hill. We pick up your race leaders coming on out of Patrizi and into the velodrome. Jacob Potts not looking as comfortable as he was in Heat 1 so far, but might wait some time for the kart to come on song as they roll through the chicane. Down the hill onto the main straightaway, Potts leads from Coburn, from Fiorenza in 125 Restricted Light. Up the pit straight, Jacob Potts in that Tony Kart machine. In 125 Restricted Light, brought to you by First National Real Estate and MLG. Leading out from James Coburn with the iconic blue rear bumper bar over Sebastian Fiorenza from SJF Racing. Making the trip out to Kalgoorlie to contend with some of the best drivers in WA and in the regional portion of the West Australian state to race it out for the Dash for Cash here in Kalgoorlie. Through that chicane onto the main straightaway again. Looks like Fiorenza is just trying to stay in touch, jumping in the seat, trying to get that Rotax spooled up here on the OTK kart. Last time across the line, Fiorenza a 48.294. He's quicker than Coburn in front of him, just has to close up the gap and put on the move. So we'll stay with Fiorenza and see if he can get this done here as they head through the teardrop. Trying to put on the fight to be in second here in Heat 2 of 125 Restricted Light. Meanwhile, Potsy leads the way. Can't break away from Coburn right now. Last time across the line, Potsy with a 48.1. Coburn was a 48.5. But it looks like it's a different story on the third lap here as they come around onto the main straightaway. And it's 4 down, 6 to go. This time around, it's Potts with a 47.9. Coburn 47.9, Fiorenza a 48.2. So Coburn resets the purple lap of the race and goes quick, putting the pressure on Potsy now. We get a new contender in this fight here for TAC 125 Restricted Light. Oh, Fiorenza running himself off the road at the entry to the teardrop. That was awkward. Nobody around him, just ran himself straight off the end of the pit straight and lost out big time having to recover, and that's taken him out of contention of running in the top couple of numbers here. He's lucky in the fact that he stays in third and should hang on to that spot, but won't have a chance to challenge for second or even by some turn to the race lead as Potsy runs it down the main straightaway towards Canteen turn. And half a second behind him is James Coburn, the fastest man on track right now. Last time across, so 48.6 for Potts, 48.7 for Coburn. So Potsy just getting the better of him on consistency. Maybe not on hot lap, but consistency he certainly has. As we hit 5 down, 5 to go. Last time across the line for Jacob Potts out front.
picking this battle up here. This is the 22 of Riley Casson-Roberts and Jamie Taylor behind in the 70 Energy Course Kart, fighting it out and chasing each other down the main straightaway. Looks like Jamie's front nose cone doesn't exactly want to stay attached too well. Seems to be moving around a fair bit on the kart. As they fight it out for the remaining placings, it's 5th and 6th for these two at the moment. As we pick up Sebastian Fiorenzo, just flashing across your screen through the teardrop, holding on to 3rd. But here it is for the race lead. Jacob Potts and James Coburn fighting it out, 1 and 2 on the road into the velodrome. Coburn not giving up without a fight here. He's 0.4 of a second off the back of Potts, but last time across the line was 0.4 faster. 48.0 for Coburn, 48.4 for Pottsy. This time they're a bit more even. It's a 48.4 for Potts, 48.3 for Coburn. He's still closing up and trying to be involved in this and put on the battle for the lead as they climb the pit straight. Coburn looks to the inside. Pottsy lets him go through, tries to switch him back to the inside on the exit, but can't quite get there. James Coburn grabs the race lead here. Bringing it down the line, James Coburn is 1 lap from home. After claiming the race lead the previous lap, he picks it up over Jacob Potts and has this one in his hand at the moment, just on his way to taking a checkered flag as they climb the pit straight. Pottsy and Hopper shoot. Coburn through the velodrome for the final time. It took a solid 8 laps to get it done, but he's made the lead change, and Coburn will bring home the win. Here in Heat 2 of 125 Restricted Light, Jacob Potts home in 2nd. Sebastian Fiorenzo will be kicking himself for that mistake there, dropping off the track and home in 3rd. Casey Linto in P4. Riley Casson-Roberts in P5 from Jamie Taylor in 6th, and Martin Melosi in the 7th spot here from Tyron Williams in 8th. Wade Saunders in 9, Rob Mason rounding out your 10 here. This is Tag 125 Restricted Light Heat 2, brought to you by First National Real Estate and MLG here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021.
back and picking up KA4 Junior Light, getting out on track here. Brought to you by KM Fabrications. KA4 Junior Light field bringing 11 drivers to the scene this weekend here at the Dash for Cash. Connor Radford was the man to beat in the opening race of the weekend here. Starts on the pole spot alongside Noah Byrne on the front row with Jet McDonald on P3 alongside Roman Jacopetti on P4 with Lucas Clark and Flynn Booker 5 and 6 on the starting grid. Joshua Nichols and Madison De Jong will start 7 and 8. Michaela Jeffries with Ava Casson-Roberts 9 and 10, and Rebecca Waite rounding out your 11. Good to see so many young girls getting involved in karting. It's great for the health of the sport and great to get them involved and experiencing motorsport. Women in karting is a great thing. Women in motorsport in general is a fantastic thing for a predominantly male-dominated sport. It's Radford and Byrne, though, on the front row. About to turn things up here in the second round of racing. They roll through the velodrome, getting in formation here. Somebody has to challenge Radford to have a chance this weekend as they bring it around the velodrome. They'll direct into the chicane and onto the main straightaway. Watch that line at the back of the main straight to go out and send us racing. And we lose it. We are away. Radford from the pole spot slips through to the lead. Byrne getting dropped back in a second spot here. It looks like McDonald in P3. As they all filter through behind him here, but it's Radford from Byrne and McDonald. 1, 2, and 3 here up the pit straight for the first time and into the teardrop. Radford leads. Byrne trying to do something about it in second. Head down towards Patrizi for the first lap of racing here. This is KA4 Junior, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West. Bringing you the action here as they bring it around into the velodrome for lap 1. Winding up these Iami KA100, KA4 spec engines. And they hit the main straightaway, 1 down, 9 to go here for Connor Radford. This youngster largely in charge out front here from young Noah Byrne in second. Jet McDonald in third. Josh Nichols in P4 from Flynn Booker rounding out your top 5. Over Roman Jacopetti in 6, Madison De Jong in the 7th spot. Michaela Jeffries in 8, Ava Casson-Roberts in 9, Rebecca Waite and Lucas Clark rounding out your running order. Out of the teardrop though, Radford leads away from Byrne and McDonald, 2nd and 3rd. This is KA4 Junior. Brought to you by KM Fabrications. Bringing you the action here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Out of turn 1, Connor Radford still leading this one out. Last time across the line, he's marginally quicker than Noah Byrne. And continuing to open up this gap, it's now over 5.5 tenths of a second. As Radford climbs the pit straight and into the teardrop. Noah Byrne back there into that 2 spot. Jen McDonald in P3. Nothing happening in these top few karts here, and a big gap from McDonald. Further back to Josh Nichols in P4, from Flynn Booker in 5. These guys fighting it out here for 4th and 5th on the road. Nichols and Booker duking it out as they come into the velodrome. Roman Jacopetti back there in P6 in the BRM kart, trying to get involved in this fight as well. But this is Nichols and Booker fighting it out down the main straightaway. 9 Kart of Nichols hanging on to that 5 spot at the moment. The old Tony Kart doing its thing out here. They bring it around onto the main straightaway. Booker in the 34 Corsa Kart trying to get something done here, but all he's done is invited Roman Jacopetti into the fight here with this 57 BRM chassis. Going to get involved in that fight of his own as Booker looks to the inside, down towards Patrizi's, but can't get close enough. Nichols is very quick across the corner, but slides out the number 9 Tony Kart on exit, which hurts his momentum. They bring it around into the chicane. We're going to hit the halfway point soon here. It's 5 down, 5 to go here. We follow on this battle for Nichols, Booker and Jacopetti fighting it out down the main straightaway through Canteen turn. At the moment, it's Nichols holding on to that 4 spot. It's Radford from Byrne and McDonald out front at the turn at the halfway point of the race here in KA4 Junior, brought to you by KM Fabrications. Jacopetti getting the elbows out now. He slides across the racetrack and Booker going for a wild ride on the exit of Patrizi. Gets caught up with Jacopetti making that move down at the bottom of the hill. That breaks up the battle that we had for 4, 5 and 6 on the road. And it looks like Nichols will survive for P4 down the line. 4 laps to go. Not sure if he knows it just yet though. He's still weaving across the main straight to cover off any inside challenge. As you look across the top of your screen, you can see Radford and Byrne chasing each other up the pit straight. Byrne is actually closing the gap to young Radford. 3.5 tenths of a second. This is on for the race lead now. Byrne stayed within about 6 tenths of a second all race long, but now Radford under a bit more pressure as Noah closes that gap up. We'll see if he can stay there as they bring it into the velodrome. It's Radford and Byrne. Young Noah with a hot lap of the race, a 51.112. A moment ago, Radford with a hot lap of a 51.208. As they come down the main straightaway, young Connor checks over his shoulder and he can see the gap back. Now it was almost even last time across. Advantage to Byrne by the slightest margins. 51.29 to a 51.27. Radford just trying to hang on to this one at the moment because Byrne mounting a charge in the second half of this race. Another check over the shoulder there for young Connor in one of his first few race meetings in open events in the junior ranks after stepping out of Cadet 12 with a bit of time off for a leg injury. Knew Radford would be quick when he jumped into the KA4s. Many of his young Cadet 12 brethren have made their way straight through KA4 and into KA3. It'll be interesting to see how long Connor Radford does sit around in KA4 before making the run with the same engine but less restriction, making a bit more horsepower in the KA3 class. As they climb the pit straight, the gap last time across the straight, 3.4 tenths of a second. Although it doesn't look like it's fully updated from their last crossing of the line. 3 laps to go. Last time across, Radford from Byrne, 1 and 2. McDonald, 2.3 seconds further back there in that 3 spot. Hit the velodrome, Radford starting to wind up the number 21. Opening up the taps and build the speed all the way around before dragging the brake down into the chicane, getting on the power and trying to open up the taps on the main straight. They come up towards Canteen Corner. It's 2 laps to go this time by. So it is actually on the final lap, it seems here, for Connor Radford and Noah Byrne chasing each other around. My apologies, my speed dive deciding it doesn't want to play the game at the moment as they bring it around the velodrome for the final time here. The 21 machine hangs on after a late charge from Noah Byrne, and down the line, that checkered flag flies, and Noah Byrne. Not quite enough to get there, but Connor Radford will grab the win here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior. Noah Byrne home in second, Jet McDonald in third, Joshua Nichols in P4, Roman Jacopetti. Rounding out your top 5 in KA4 Junior, brought to you by KM Fabrications.
back into it, getting ready to go racing here in Cadet 9s. Rolling around in their formation laps. Connor Mayer and Bo Casagrande on the front row of the grid get racing. There's a hand up in the air. I'm not sure whether we are going or not. It does not appear like our field is in formation and moving, so we are not going just yet here. This is Cadet 9 brought to you by State West Group and Gen West out for their second heat of the weekend as we're running towards the back end of Heat 2 before we get stuck into the pre-finals. The plan being that we're going to run the pre-finals for majority, if not all the classes before the dinner break, and it is, what, 2:30 now, so we're probably on track to get that happening. Before we get to the dinner break at 5:30, we'll calculate who is in the top 10 for our 3 feature classes. That's Cadet 12, 125 Restricted Medium, and KZ2. And they get their special driver introductions and little chats up at the canteen during the dinner break before we get into the top 10 shootout from 6:30 tonight. My understanding is 1 flying lap to set a time to put yourself on the grid in the top 10 for the final. And then those 3 classes will run their final underlights tonight here at the Dash for Cash. They are your feature categories, racing for their share in $3,000 of prize money in each of the classes up for grabs tonight here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. On screen right now, Connor Mayer and Bo Casagrande. You can see Bo looking across at Connor, watching, waiting to see when he can jump on that loud pedal and make it all happen here. As Connor brings the field around onto the main straightaway, keeping everyone backed up nicely. It's lights out and we are go. In Heat 2 for Cadet 9s, Mayer leads the field into Canteen Corner for the first lap of racing. Casagrande tucking in behind as Chase Saxfield behind them. It looks like Joel Blackman into the 4th spot. And I'd say Jake Stecki in P5 as they come up the pit straight for the first lap of racing. Mayer leads away from Casagrande in 2nd, then Saxfield, Blackman, Kostecki out of the teardrop. Behind them, it's Levi Reffel, George Emsley, Declan Aaron Basic. Looks like Declan's moved up a spot here as Chase Saxfield right onto the rear bumper of Bo Casagrande at Patrizzi's, trying to find his way up onto the rear bumper of this flat-out karts machine. The 77 of Bo. Behind them, Joel and Jay fighting it out for 4th and 5th, and the 2 BRM Kart boys glued together as they come out of the velodrome and make their way through the chicane onto the main straightaway. Saxfield up the inside of Casagrande, the number 3 KF Kart moving up a spot here. Young Saxfield bumping up into 2nd. Casagrande down to the 3 spot now, under pressure from Joel Blackman. The 64 machine of young Joel putting pressure on here. Trying to put on the squeeze as Blackman finding his way around. Jake Stecki right behind as well, the Eurotech Tony Kart number 58 machine. Behind Blackman as they head down towards Patrizzi's corner. One of the corners in West Australian karting where it's well and truly perceived that you're not going to be passing there, as that is a shame. The 56 of Levi Reffel off the racetrack and parked up at turn 1. Unfortunate there for Levi. As we pick up Chase Saxfield down the main straightaway. Holding on to 2nd here as Connor Mayer sets a hot lap of the race of 52.805 for Connor. Stretching the legs out front. He's already out to a 1.9 second lead over Saxfield and Casagrande, 2nd and 3rd on the road. With a bit of a gap back to Blackman and Kostecki, 4th and 5th. Gaps back to Declan Arambisic in the 6th spot now. George Emsley in the 7, Taj McDonald in 8. Austin Anderson in the 9 and TJ Moynihan in the 10. Unfortunately, we've also lost Jensen Richards out of contention here with Levi Reffel as well. So we're left with just 10 drivers here in Cadet 9's Heat 2 of their weekend. Chase Saxfield in this KF Kart branded Ricardo Kart chassis is what is underneath those blue chassis rails, the telltale sign of an old school Ricardo as they come in through Canteen Turn. Saxfield a little bit wide there. Casagrande looked up the inside but couldn't make it happen, and fighting to not drive into those rear tyres of that number 3 machine in front of him. Meanwhile, Connor Mayer, a double state champ in 2021, holds the race lead as now Saxfield wide at the top of the pit straight, lets Casagrande through for 2nd.
Young Chase dropping back to P3 as they head towards Patrizzi's. 3.5 laps completed, 7.5 to go here. Or it'll be 6.5 it should be, as they come into the velodrome. This is Cadet 9 Heat 2, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West. Continuing to follow this battle at the moment with Casa Grande and Saxhill for second and third on the road, with a gap back to Blackman in the 4th spot, Jake Kostecki in P5. Down the main straightaway, they are 3 laps from home, and Saxhill monstering up onto the back end of Casa Grande as they charge up the main straightaway. He's looking to make a move here and make this happen. As they come onto the pit straight, Saxhill looking at the inside. He's a bit late to the party if he wants to make it happen on pit straight. Will stay back behind in P3 here. Meanwhile, Connor Mayer out front, putting in the work and putting the hurt on the field. 4.5 seconds that gap. But here Saxhill wants to have a run at Casa Grande to grab that 2 spot and put on the fight here. It's been all about Mayer so far in the heat racing and through qualifying. You've got to kind of claim best of the rest at some point through heat races and put yourself in a good position come pre-final and finals time. Cadet 9s will get their run at finals tomorrow morning, of course. What is, I believe, a 15-lap exchange for their finals tomorrow. Yes, all other classes, 15 laps. Based on the sub-regs shown from Eastern Goldfields Kart Club here for the Dash for Cash. Brought to you by Terra Mining. As they climb the pit straight once again here. 2 laps to go last time across the line. As Connor Mayer holds the top spot. And Casa Grande and Saxhill still fighting it out for second and third from Blackman, Kostecki, Aaron Basic, McDonald, Emsley, Anderson, Moynihan. Your 10 remaining drivers here. Unfortunately, we did lose Levi Reffel and Jensen Richards out of contention in this one. Didn't see what happened to Richards there. He made a lap around in the number 5 Formula K kart. Didn't see what exactly happened to put Levi Reffel there, but he's buried in the sand trap at the top end of turn 1 in front of the canteen.
where in about an hour's time you're going to be able to go to the bar. The bar will be opening in an hour's time up at the canteen. I believe it opens at 3:30 p.m. It feels later in the day than it actually is here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, as now Saxfield goes for the look up the inside on the pit straight and gets it done. But Casagrande does the old over and under and says not today, and will take back that 2 spot. Putting Saxfield on the back foot now, back into P3 as they head down towards the Patrici's corner. Saxfield trying to find his way. It's going to be hard around the outside and out in the marbles as they make their way into the velodrome. Saxfield dropping a wheel off there, and that will seal the deal as the last lap board is out to pick him up, and that is the flag there for Connor Mayer. Mayer takes a win in Heat 2 once again for the double state champion. Bo Casagrande in second, Chase Saxfield third, Joel Blackman in fourth, and Jake Ostecki will make his way around to round out your top 5. That's Cadet 9s, the youngsters, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021, the richest race in WA karting. So we get set for KA3 Senior at Championship Weight, brought to you by Hitchcock Engineering in just a couple of moments' time. Back into it, and this time with KA3 Senior at championship weight, getting ready to go racing as they come out for the final heat race in Heat 2 before we get stuck into the pre-finals to decide those final bits of point standings, and a little recap on how these point standings work really quickly here. For feature classes,
for Heat 3, which is known as the pre-final. Grid positions are based on the lowest accumulated point scores from Heats 1 and 2. And then the accumulated point scores from Heats 1, 2, and 3 will decide who will be in the top 10 to go into the top 10 shootout for our feature classes. So if that's convoluted and confusing, I don't blame you. But that's how it's going to be. So all these heats count towards the point scores, and will count towards the finals grids for a class like this here in KA3 Senior Championship as the lights go out and send us racing. Taylor Dicker and Tommy Sparks going side by side through turn 1. Sparksy trying to do it the hard way all the way around the outside. He checks up the front end of Mason Fraser in turn 2. And that catches him out. That puts him a bit of breathing space now. From Sparksy back to Fraser as Dicker leads away. Sparks in the energy course card back there in second. A gap back to Fraser in third. From Jonesy and Nicholson. Then Bree Rhodes and Jason Betts as they head down towards Patrizzi for the first time. This is a 10-lap heat race. Short, sharp, and to the point to get it done here for Heat 3 of KA3 Senior. Brought to you by Hitchcock Engineering through the velodrome for the first time here. Dicker leads from Sparks. Down the main straightaway. Lap 1 in the books here. Taylor Dicker leading the way. Tommy Sparks into that 2 spot. Get back to Mason Fraser in P3. Tommy looking over his shoulder, just checking on Mason behind, making sure he's got a bit of an air gap to make something happen in case it doesn't all go as planned. Behind them, Fraser, then Jones, followed by Nicholson, Rhodes, and Betts in 7. Joel Wheeler in 8. Cody Lunin in 9. Carlos Del Toro rounding out the 10. This is a solid field of drivers here in KA3 Senior. Taken in some classes this weekend, quality over quantity. Big counts of entries substituted with some quality driving, and fields glued together around the track as they bring it out of turn 1 up towards 2 here. We'll follow Jones here. Someone off the track. Dicker getting forced around. Sparksy made a move happen. We missed it and only caught the back end result. Dicker down to 3rd, and that's checked up the whole front end of the field. And this is a 7-kart battle pack. Here we go. Eastern Goldfields Kart Club turning it on for the dash for cash. Tommy Sparks leads away. Mason Fraser in 2nd, then Dicker 3rd. Now Nicholson up the inside of Michael Jones. That breaks off the 4 of them off the back in this 7-kart pack and puts a split from Dicker back to Nicholson. We pick them up as they come onto the main straightaway. Down the line we go. You see Nicholson checking over his shoulder. So does Jones. Checking on Bree Rhodes behind him. Past the canteen corner. It's 7 laps to go. Mason Fraser in the 62 machine setting the fast lap of the race. But now Taylor Dicker is driving her way back into the fight up the inside of Mason, who's now going to be on the back foot because he's going to lose a spot to Nicholson trying to go around the outside. Nicholson makes it happen too. Great piece of driving from the KF kart at the teardrop. And now Fraser is under the pump and he's getting pumped by the field. Bree Rhodes and Michael Jones both get him. Jason Betts took pity on him and left him there as they head into the velodrome. Fraser, how about that? He was 2nd at the turn of the previous lap and the fastest on track. Now when they come down the straight, Fraser is going to be down in 6th as a result of this lap alone. That is heartbreaking there for Fraser. And it all happened at the top end of the pit straight. Meanwhile, we check in. Tommy Sparks leading the way. Taylor Dicker showing up on camera right now with Ryan Nicholson pouring the pressure onto her. Oh, and Joel Wheeler caught up there at turn 2. Unfortunate there for Wheeler getting caught up in an incident at turn 2 that left him way off the pack, and he's going to be rolling around to bring around the remaining placings. As we pick him up through the velodrome, Dicker and Nicholson. 2 and 3 on the road right now. Behind Tommy Sparks, your race leader, as they come down the line. It's 5 down, 5 to go. Halfway home here in KA3 Senior at championship weight before we send ourselves into the pre-finals. All of your non-feature classes, they still do 10 laps. Feature classes do 15, KZ does 20. So that KZ pre-final this afternoon is going to be a long one here. Double the distance of a regular heat race for the rest of your classes before they go into their top 10 shootout, and then 25 lap main events tonight under lights here at Eastern Goldfields Go-Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash here in Kalgoorlie. We are following along still. Now Nicholson has lost touch with Dicker, falling back into the clutches of Michael Jonesy Jones as they bring it around onto the main straight away. 4 laps to go here at KA3 Senior Championship. Bringing it down the line. It's 3 laps to go, this time across the stripe. Following on this battle at the moment, Jason Betts in the 77 flat out kart from the 62 of Mason Fraser. They're fighting it out for a top 5 spot as we turn our attention back to Tommy Sparks in the 21 machine, leading the way here. The 21 Energy Course kart. Trying to stretch things out as he heads down towards Patrizzi. He looks over his shoulder. And the check on the daylight separating himself and Taylor Dicker back there in second. Sparks, he's certainly a wheelman. Can get it done seemingly no matter what class he jumps into. From Taylor Dicker in second, Ryan Nicholson in third as they come down the line. It's 2 to go. This time across. Last time across the line, Sparksy 47.803, Dicker 47.830, Nicholson 48.1, Jonesy 48.1. Jason Betts 47.8 is one of the quickest on track right now is Betsy, so is Mason Fraser. They're moving quickly, but they're down the order in 5th and 6th at the moment. Fighting it out in this battle pack. They've got Cody Loonan with them as well. Loonan looking to the inside of Fraser, down at Patrizzi's corner, bouncing in the seat of the number 13 machine, but can't quite get there. We'll tuck in behind them as they make their way through the velodrome to pick up the last lap board. This man, the 21 Energy Course kart, 1 to go here. Tommy Sparks on his final tour of the circuit here in Heat 2 of KA3 Senior. Trying to stretch things out here at the Dash for Cash. We don't get to see him work his antics in KZ2 this weekend, but certainly putting on a solid effort in KA3 today as he makes his way down towards Patrizzi. Energy Course kart suiting him nicely, it seems. We've seen Sparksy in Ricardo's, we've seen him in Leclerc's, we've seen him in Tony Kart's. And he changes colours once again to go racing, but he brings it onto the main straightaway. Heat 2 goes the way of Thomas Sparks here in KA3 Senior. Taylor Dicker home in second, Ryan Nicholson in third. Michael Jones in 4th from Jason Betts, running out your top 5 over Fraser, Loonan and Rhodes. There's a look at your full finishing order here. This is KA3 Senior Championship run and done here for Heat 2 of the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Time, KA3 Junior, brought to you by RNW Mining Services. Getting out on track, this is their Heat 3. As they roll around the velodrome, getting ready to go here. Zane Rhodes and Dylan Guest on the front row of the grid here. Cooper Lyle and Nash Ferraro on row 2. Toby Maiolo and Jack Parham on row 3. As we go lights out and racing here, this is KA3 Junior underway for their 10-lapper. It's their last appearance today before they get into their 15-lap final tomorrow. And it's all on in the front here. Rhodes off the road at the left-handers, and he's getting shunted around. He's off the racetrack. And he's going to be out of the go-kart. And that is how quickly it turns. Zane Rhodes, your winner from Heats 1 and 2, off the racetrack here in Heat 3 before he even gets to the halfway point of the opening lap. A heartbreaker there for Zane Rhodes. As Dylan Guest gets away from the field here. Cooper Lyle in the second, Jack Parham in third. Sachin Smith way in P4, Toby Maiolo 5, Nash Ferraro 6. There was a couple of front-running drivers there, all caught up in the opening few corners. And this means that Dylan Guest is out front and nobody's going to be able to chase him down. As they make their way up the pit straight for the second time in this heat race. Cooper Lyle trying to chase down Dylan Guest out front. Making their way down towards Patrizzi. The gap last time across the line sat at 9/10 of a second from Guest back to Lyle. Follow along down the main straightaway. Lyle from Parham from Sachin Smith Way, trying to stay in there at the moment. Looks like this is a tiny little battle for second starting to heat up here. Lyle, Parham and Smith Way all glued together through the teardrop. They head down towards Patrizzi. No one's going to be crazy enough to send one up the inside, are they? As Parham gets it done. Lyle loses a spot. Now Sachin Smith Way fights his way through, and he pulls the front bumper from Parham's kart. Sachin will get through. Parham's going to lose ground to Maiolo and Nash Ferraro down at the chicane, but Sachin Smith Way will grab second. A thumbs up from Cooper Lyle down the main straightaway. How good was that? He saw Sachin looking. He just decides to give him a thumbs up, say we're all good, let's go. For the Flat Out Karts teammates, second and third now as Dylan Guest is G-O-R-N, gone from this field out front. Cooper Lyle, after being sixth in Heat 1, third in Heat 2, finds himself third again behind his mate Sachin. And the battle's still going on further behind. Nash Ferraro and Toby Maiolo trying to recover from those opening couple of laps here. Stepping aside from Jack Parham and moving him down the order one more. And keeping him behind in P6 as they come onto the main straightaway. Just 4 laps down. 6 to go here for KA3 Junior. Brought to you by RNW Mining Services.
keep following along here. Toby Maiolo in this 23 OTK kart, banging it up past the canteen turn. He's so short down in that kart, and he makes it work for him, does Toby. Hanging on to P5 at the moment, splitting the difference between Nash Ferraro and Jack Parham out here in KA3 Junior as they roll through. It's a halfway point last time across the stripe. 5 down and 5 to go. Picking up with your race leader here, Dylan Guest, stretching things out past the canteen turn. The number 50, Ricardo Kart for GB Sport. He's got young Dave Belanca spitting spanners for him this weekend and helping him out. Sebastian not in contention this weekend, just Dylan out here and racing. And he was a bit of a wild start to the weekend here for Dylan. 5th in race 1. Fought back to 2nd in race 2, and he has control here in the 3rd heat of the weekend over Sachin Smith way in 2nd. Cooper Lyle under pressure now from Nash Ferraro as we pick up this battle through the velodrome. Lyle in the 72, let out karts machine under pressure from the 16 BRM of young Nashi Ferraro as they clamber onto the main straightaway. Ferraro using all of the racetrack, trying to close up this gap here with 3 to go. Last time across the stripe, Ferraro wants to get through to 3rd and give himself a better points haul heading into that final tomorrow morning to decide the final standings here at the Dash for Cash. Who's going to take home their share of $1,000 here in KA3 Junior, brought to you by RNW Mining Services. Toby Maiolo is in on this fight. So is Jack Parham. It's all starting to happen here as they head down towards the Patrizis, and they're all glued together. Maiolo trying to find a way around the outside of the left-hander of Nash Ferraro. That's not going to work out there for the 23 machine. They've checked up and given away a bit of time to Cooper Lyle again. Now Ferraro has to be careful with pressure from Maiolo and Parham behind him. He's using the hand signals saying, let's go get him. They really want to get up to 3rd and get that 3rd place points haul. The 0-point system used this weekend, every position is worth a lot and worth an equal amount. As it was 2 laps to go last time across the board. Dylan Guest, your leader. Sachin Smith way 2nd. Now Ferraro up the inside of Lyle. He's going to get freight trained here because Maiolo was right there, but he grabbed the curb and gave it away. And now Lyle back up the inside of Ferraro. They're not giving up. Ah, there it goes. Ferraro into the side of Lyle. Turns him on a dime. Maiolo will pick up the pieces. Parham will sit back there and pick up at least 1. As they bring it around, the last lap board is out. 1 to go here. Dylan Guest on his final tour of the circuit here as Parham has a look to get up the inside of Ferraro. Can't get there. Sachin Smith way into 2nd. His teammate, young Cooper Lyle, all the way down in P8 as a result of this final lap's antics, the previous lap's antics. Ferraro monstering the back end of Maiolo through the teardrop now. Down into the Patrizis corner for the final time here in Heat 3 of KA3 Junior. And through the velodrome. The checkered flag flies for Dylan Guest, taking out a win here. An unfortunate one for Zane Rhodes with the DNF, but Guesty will take the win. Sachin Smith way will come home for 2nd. Toby Maiolo for 3rd. Over Nash Ferraro in 4th. And Jack Parham will rounding out your top 5 here in Heat 3 of KA3 Junior, brought to you by RNW Mining Services. On the in-grid with Dylan Guest, a Heat 3 win puts you in a decent position to head into tomorrow's final race, tuning up the go-kart over the course of the day. How are you liking the track out here in Kalgoorlie?
Track's pretty nice. It's kind of like Geraldton. You got to be really, really smooth. A couple of the corners are really complex, but it's a really nice track.
It's a tough track to race on, tough track to survive turn 1, and I'm sure you felt the effects in those opening races of the weekend. A 5th place in Heat 1, a 2nd place through Heat 2, and now getting to the top step. Any changes you're looking to make overnight to get the number 50 tuned up for tomorrow morning's final?
Nothing really. Guess tire pressure and we'll be right.
The longer race not going to bother you at all? It should be cooler in the morning when you get out there.
Yeah, it should be right. Kart's good for long pace, so we're right.
There you have it, Dylan Guest, your Heat 3 winner here in KA3 Junior, getting ready for their 15-lapper tomorrow morning. He puts himself in prime position, taking the last Heat win, heading into tomorrow morning's final.
Go out in the car and bring the lift.
Well, we get into Cadet 12 rolling out for their 3rd Heat race of the weekend. The first of our feature classes brought to you by Hydroblast in Kalgoorlie. For the Cadet 12s, with 14 of them coming out to play, it's been all about Benjamin Hall so far throughout the Heat races. Can he give it another go here in Heat 3 and put himself in prime spot? All you really have to do is make it into the top 10 shootout. Like, mathematically, that's all you really have to do is get to the top 10 shootout if you're in a feature class, put down an amazing lap after the dinner break tonight, put yourself on pole, and then don't look back in the feature race. Much easier said than done, but these kids, you know, you can't stop them. They are going to give it everything they got every time they come out on track, and that is exactly what we've been seeing. It's Ben Hall from Campbell Thompson on the front row, Chase Webb from Graham Bernardi on row 2, Zach Medham from Mason Whitehead on row 3, from Michael White and Zach Casagrande on row 4, over Xander Edgington and Riley Curry on row 5, Aiden Nichols and Keegan Murphy on row 6, Taylor Trott and Georgia Woodcock 13th and 14th on the grid here as we bring the field onto the main straight. Watch those lights to go out and send us racing. And that is no light yet, so we are not racing yet here. They'll get one more time to go around. So the way things are going to work out, the points from the first 3 races of the weekend in each of these feature categories will be tallied up. then the top 10 will be announced. We'll invite the top 10 up to the club rooms, I believe, to have a chat and do some driver presentations and in some introductions, and that gives a chance for the local fans and the crowd here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club watching the Dash for Cash to get around some of our best drivers in attendance in the top 10 shootout and getting into it here before they make their way back down to the pits, and they'll go out for their top 10 shootout straight after the dinner break tonight. They get a single flying lap, I believe, and that'll set them up to get into the feature race tonight, and they will have their chance at claiming up to $3,000 for each of the classes. Across the top 3, and only the top 3, scoring themselves that money. Of course, $100 to the fastest qualifier went this morning, and $3,000 for your 3 feature classes, as opposed to the $1,000 spread across the top 3 for each of the other 8 classes in attendance this weekend. So the field are racked and stacked in the velodrome, waiting for their instructions to head out onto the main straight and kick things off here for Heat 3. This is Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydroblasting Kalgoorlie. Watch for the lights to go out and send us racing. We are away this time. Ben Hall will lead the field towards turn 1 from Campbell Thompson in second. No, Campbell Thompson third. Chase Webb will get through to the 2 spot. Thompson third. And Bernarde in P4 as they bring it around up the pit straight. It's Ben Hall leading the way from the WA champ. Webb in second. Now Bernarde moving himself up into third as they head through the teardrop and wrap it around before the short shoot down towards Patrizzi. Hall leads from Webb in second. Thompson fighting to that 3rd spot. Graham Bernardi rounding out your top 4 on this opening lap of Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydroblasting Kalgoorlie. They bring it around into the velodrome in this opening lap. Behind your top few drivers sits Bernardi in 4, and it's an energy course kart. The 39, I think, of Zach Medham coming down the line in P5. Confirming that one, they hit the start finish straight. Yes, it is. Mason Whitehead in the 6th spot. Michael White in P7. Zach Casagrande in the 8 from Xander Edgington in 9. Aiden Nichols rounding out the 10. Over Riley Curry, Keegan Murphy, Taylor Trott and Georgia Woodcock. Fighting it out here in Cadet 12 for their 3rd race of the weekend. Can somebody challenge Benjamin Hall out front, though? Looks like at the moment the answer is no, because he is stretching that gap over 0.6 of a second. Back to Chase Webb in second. Last time across the stripe after just 1 lap of racing. It's Hall, Webb, Thompson, Bernarde and Medham, your top 5 here in Cadet 12. Checking in the battles here for Cadet 12. Of course, these are 15-lap heat races. And Campbell Thompson having a good old crack at Chase Webb here. These two going at it once again. It's fun to see. It's fun to see the kids having a good old time out here. But they're trying to find an answer for Ben Hall. And Campbell seeming a bit agitated. He's going, let's go. He's pointing forward. In sign language, trying to communicate to Chase behind him, saying, don't attack me. I feel like I'm the faster driver, so you should definitely follow me. And we're going to go chase this guy out front and see if we can get him. Because they need to do something
to close down this gap. Otherwise, Ben is going to have it all his way today and take home the cash here in Kalgoorlie tonight. Under lights for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash from Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. It's Ben Hall out front. Campbell Thompson is the fastest on track though, a 51.7. Fast lap of the race from Campbell. Last time he was working on trying to pass Chase Webb, he pulled out a 52.08. Still quite quick, but they've lost out a 1 second, the disadvantage to Benjamin Hall out front now. So they certainly do need to work together, and it looks like Campbell has a measure of chase right now and trying to open up the taps. Last time across, he still lost a little bit of time to Ben Hall. It was a 52.06 to Ben's 52 flat, 52.000 for Ben Hall. And that means there is no advantage gained, no advantage lost by much to measure at least. Ben Hall continuing his strut out front. Campbell Thompson back there in 2, Chase Webb 3, Graham Bernardi in the 4, from Zach Medham in P5, Michael White in the 6, over Zach Casagrande in the 7, Xander Edgington rounding out the 8 from Mason Whitehead, and Aiden Nichols rounding out the 10. Over Keegan Murphy, Taylor Trott, Georgia Woodcock and Riley Curry. Unfortunately, we lost Riley earlier in the race, and he will take no further part here in Heat 3 for the young 31 Ricardo kart driver. See the field coming up the pit straight. And the big gap from 3rd back to 4th of Graham Bernardi. And the fight behind him is Zach Medham and Michael White trying to stay in touch here as we pick him up through the teardrop. Bernardi, Medham, White, 4, 5 and 6 on the road. Quite a gap in front of them to Chase Webb, currently running 3rd. Chase trying to stay in touch with Campbell Thompson, who doesn't seem to have what he needs to close the gap to Ben Hall out front. It looks like Chase Webb's actually quicker at this point in time. They come down across the stripe, nothing between them on the lap speed. 51.9s across the board. It was a 51.8 for Ben Hall the previous lap. Ben Hall put in a 51.7. Shout out to Deborah Hall, who pinged me through some stats on Ben's esports career of recent in his GT Sport running. How's this? Ben Hall, 2,600 races completed on GT Sport. Over almost 1,000 of them, actually. Almost 1,000 of them he won. That's almost a 30% win rate in esports. That's pretty epic. 2,183 of them in the top 5, and he's driven 107,000 kilometers in GT Sport. That is a lot of driving. Even I, when I was a fanatic about it in my youth, never even got the chance to drive that many kilometers on the video games and in the gaming system. So shout out to Ben Hall for the effort he's putting in the esports side of things to build his profile and get faster, and it seems to be paying off here in Kalgoorlie as he leads the way for a 3rd consecutive heat race, brought to you by Hydroblast in Kalgoorlie. And the Cadet 12's out on track, with the battle going on further behind here. Bernardi under pressure from Medham now in the Energy Course kart. A great switcheroo there. Bernardi trying to go around the outside, but he's going to lose out because Michael White's in there as well. And no chance of recovering that position. Zach Medham picking up the 4 spot here. Bernardi down to P5. Michael White will stay in P6, trying to pick up the pieces as they come around. Last time across, we were over the halfway point as we pick the leaders down the line, this time by 6 laps to go as they hit the main straightaway and cross that stripe. 6 to go for this battle here with Medham, Bernardi and White as they come down the line. Bernardi firing up the inside to grab the spot. Now White has a crack at him here, but doesn't quite get alongside. Medham in the Energy Course kart will stay behind as they climb the pit straight once again. Head into that teardrop. The battle further in front for your top 3 still has Ben Hall 1.3 seconds clear of Campbell Thompson. Chase Webb hot on his heels as they head into the velodrome. You just see Ben Hall flashing across your screen, leading the way in front of them as he is your race leader. But the fight for 2nd and 3rd here between Thompson and Webb. You can see Ben on the main straight there as Thompson has a peek over his shoulder with 5 to run.
This time across the stripe here in Heat 3 for Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. Picking them up in these closing stages here of Heat 3 for Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. Chase Webb still trying to put the pressure on Campbell Thompson here for second, but can't get close enough to make anything happen. And they're still letting Benjamin Hall continue to slip away from them. 1.5 seconds is the gap now, and Ben Hall continues to skip away with this race lead out front of your Cadet 12 Heat race. This time across the line, 2 to go for Ben Hall as he makes his way down the main straightaway past Canteen Turn. He's coming up on some lap traffic. This could be the blessing that Thompson and Webb need to bring him back into their grips as he finds his way up onto the back of some of the lap traffic here, and just trying to force the issue so he doesn't get held up. In reality, Thompson and Webb are not going to be big winners out of this either, because they need to navigate their way around, although they've seemed to be made an easier job of it as they come around and down towards Patrici's corner and the switch back into the velodrome. Out of the velodrome for the final time. Checkered flag out, and no, 1 to go. 1 to go here. Checkered flag being prepared for Benjamin Hall as he makes his way up on and past the 99. Lap traffic of Taylor Trott out there. Should be the next in line for your second and third pairing of Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb. Still trying to close the gap. But somehow Ben is able to continue to open up that gap. It's now out to 1.9 seconds over Thompson and Webb. So they come down towards Patrici's, and Taylor just trying to do her best to jump out of the way, and a great job there from Taylor, helping out your leaders to get through here. We want everyone to finish clean and have a good race. As they bring it out of the velodrome for the final time, Benjamin Hall makes it 3 from 3. The checkered flag will fly. Hall wins another one. Here in Cadet 12, Campbell Thompson in second, Chase Webb in third. So a repeat result for 3 races in a row for your top 3. Graham Bernardi in the 46 machine, a third race straight, coming home P4. And this time, Zach Metum missing out on the top 5. Michael White grabs his second top 5 of the day here for Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydro Blasting Kalgoorlie. race wins in Cadet 12 on the trot. Is there anything that's going to slow you down this weekend? Because you seem too quick for the rest of the field out here in Kalgoorlie.
Well, I have to manage the tyres, manage the pace, and keep it cool. And it's very good, wonderful weather, wonderful track, and that's it.
So coming into a top 10 shootout tonight under lights, are you feeling like you can come to grips with a cooling track that might be a little slick and different visibility out here in Kalgoorlie?
Yes, I think so.
All right, best of luck. Benjamin Hall, 3 heat races on the trot here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Hydroblast in Kalgoorlie. Picking him up as they roll around into the velodrome for tag 125 heavy. Brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors, getting ready to go racing here for their 3rd race of the day. Jason Betts with a clean score sheet so far. 2 heat races from 2 wins as he leads the field away. Terrence Flindell into that 2nd spot. Brenton Magri trying to follow him through here in 3rd. Over Nathan Medham in the 4th spot here as they head through turns 1 and 2. This is just a 10-lap heat race, of course. Not measuring up to the same level of racing as your feature categories this weekend. But Betsy will get away from the field here in the number 77 flat-out Kart's OTK chassis and bust out a bit of a lead over Terrence Flindell as they head down towards Patrizzi for the first time. Nathan Medham behind in P3 off the starting grid has lost out to P4 here. Brenton Magri forcing the issue up to 3rd where he finished heat race 2 earlier today. Over Matthew Rossack, rounding out your top 5. Nicholas Pascoe was starting out at P6. See where he picks him up as they come down the line for lap 1 in the books of this 10-lap heat race. Betts your leader, Flindell 2nd, Magri 3rd, Medham 4. Matthew Rossack rounding out the 5 now from Nicholas Pascoe in 6. Over Kim Smith, Sam Richards, Nathan Will, Paul Dean. I got nothing actually from Paul Dean, Mark Malosi or Ben Harvey showing up on here, but I do see a couple of them out there. So they're just showing up in jumbled order on the timing screen right now. But it's Jason Betts out front and doing it in style as Terrence Flindell is under pressure from Brenton Magri. Down at Patrizzi's, Magri makes it happen in the 85 Arrow Machine. Getting it done up the inside there. He'll grab the 2 spot. And now Magri looking to go 1 better than the previous heat race. He was 3rd. Now looking to go P2 here in TAC 125 Heavy, brought to you by International Lubricant Distributors.
working through the first half of racing laps here in Tag 125 Heavy. This battle between Medem, Rossack and Pascoe is still going on as they come onto the main straightaway. The 93 of Nathan Medem holding down that 4 spot. Now Matthew Rossack looks up the inside and has to slide it across the curbing. Nicholas Pascoe wanted to crack at Rossack as a result there to pick up P5, but nothing actually changes and they all stay where they were in order as Jason Betts leads things out over the fastest man on track. Brenton Magri in that 2 spot. Terrence Flindell in 3 over Medem, Rossack, Pascoe, Will, Smith, Richards, Melosi and Dean. Your 11 drivers running here in Tag 125 Heavy, in the fast lap of the race goes to Brenton Magri. 46.554. Currently running in that 2 spot, the number 85 machine of Brenton. As they come onto the main straightaway, this time by, we've already hit the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go here in Tag 125 Heavy for their 3rd heat race of the weekend, setting up their final chance at points to set the grid for the big dance tomorrow morning, their final here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash for 2021. Checking on them down the line here as we click them off. 6 completed, 4 to go. And they're all well and truly spread out around the track at this point. No one really making anything happen except for Brenton Magri, who little by little, bit by bit, has been reeling in Jason Betts out front. And this is where it can start to get hot. Betsy has had it all his way so far today. He knows that Magri will be chasing him. Last time across, a 46.95 for Betts, a 46.707 for Magri. And the gap sits at 3.5 tenths of a second. Brenton is on a mission, trying to chase down Jason Betts out front as they make it around onto the main straightaway. 3 to go as Betsy looks over his shoulder. He knows Magri's there. Last time across, 3.6 tenths of a second. They both picked up the pace a little bit more. And Betts actually pulled the gap out by about a half a tenth. It was a 46.58. Well, not even half a tenth, 200ths. As Magri put down a 46.60. Terrence Flindell back there in 3rd with a 46.9 to his name. His best of the race, a 46.795. Quicker than the guys behind, but Terrence Flindell falling into a bit of a no man's land pattern at the moment in 3rd here. Doesn't have what he needs to close the gap to put the fight up to Betsy or Brenton Magri as they hit the main straightaway. This time by, it's 2 to go. And the gap sits at 3.3 tenths of a second. Magri getting the advantage that time by. New hot lap of the race, a 46.2. Magri stretching the legs, seeing what he can do with it here. And see if he can close the gap and put on the fight for the race lead. With a lap and a half left to go, he might still have a chance of making it happen. But does he want to risk it in the pre-final and showing his hand too early ahead of tomorrow's 15 lapper to decide who's going to take home the prize money here in Tag 125 Heavy as they wrap around into the velodrome for the 2nd to final time. The 77 of Jason Betts onto the main straightaway. Last lap board is out, 1 to go, and it looks like Betsy had the advantage last time across, pulling the gap out a little bit more to 0.42 seconds. Betts in the 77, your race leader, might just have enough to hang on to this one in this final lap of racing. 1 to run here in Tag 125 Heavy as Betts leads Magri into the teardrop for the final time. These MG yellow tyres on board your 125 Heavy class karts, nice and soft and sticky to grip the racetrack like nothing before. Bouncing their way through the corners, but Jason Betts having no trouble on this final lap to hang on to this lead as he runs it down to the line. Betts goes 3 from 3 here in Tag 125 Heavy. Brenton Magri picks up the 2nd spot, one better than he's had in the previous heat races. Terrence Flindell losing out, going home to 3rd. from Nathan Medham in P4 and Nicholas Pascoe rounding out your top 5. Here with Jason Betts, 3 from 3 in 125 heavy, but you got some stiff competition lining up behind you. Heat race is done and dusted. The final dance tomorrow morning. Anything you're looking to tune up ahead of that 15 lapper, or just go for broke?
Go for broke, stuff it. Yeah, Brendan was there, but I feel like I can battle him, hopefully. But yeah, it's been good so far. Maybe make a few changes. We'll see how we go.
Should be nice and cool by the time you guys get out on track tomorrow morning, not really having to worry about track temperature. What about tire life? How are you guys going with that one?
The first 2 races I conserved as much as I could, so I'm pretty happy with them so far, but that race I pushed a little bit harder, but I'm sure Brendan's been pushing all 3 races, so let's see how we go.
Fingers crossed. Jason Betts going 3 heat races in the wins circle today here at Kalgoorlie. As he takes it out and sets himself up for prime position for tomorrow morning's final here in Tag 125 Heavy.
Brand new battery. Same with Hayden's though, his Kart at the start, he did on the grid.
If I ever get a brand new battery and go to turn over a tag motor with it, it's like fucking knackers it straight away. Really? Yeah. Oh, you've got the old wiring, haven't you? Yeah. But even on Hayden's though.
Getting ready to go racing here in Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill as they accept a lights out start for their 10-lap third heat of the weekend. They get underway and it's Kieran Ellis getting away from the pole spot early here. Robert West snucking into the second spot. And it looks like Gabe Belanca into P3 here as they head through the teardrop for the first time. Mason Fraser back there to P4 as they head down the hill towards Patrizzi.
They wrap around the velodrome for the opening lap of racing. Ellis from west, from Belanca as they hit the main straightaway for 1 lap down, 9 to go. Mason Fraser back there in P4. Then James McCooch-Allen on his seniors debut this weekend, the 41 BRM Kart. Sitting back there in P5. Cody Loonan dropping back through the field in these early doors of this heat race. Sorry, McCooch-Allen sitting back there in P6. No, P5 it is. P5 it is. For Kalgoorlie, Kaysen Drill here in tag 125 light. Kieran Ellis continues to lead the way here. Continuing his dominance of the class this weekend here in tag 125 light. For the Dash for Cash here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Battles aplenty here in 125 line as Gabe Belanca trying to make his best efforts to feature in the 4-Star Media highlight reel for 2021 as he gets shafted through the field and dropped off to the back. James McCooch-Allen taking over that 3rd spot behind the 2 KF karts out front. The 41 BRM up to P3 now ahead of Mason Fraser, Cody Loonan and Harrison Lang, and Gabe Belanca going to the back of that train. But it's Kieran Ellis leading out from Robert West, 1 and 2. McCooch-Allen, the head of this pack here, checks on behind him here with Fraser and Loonan behind. Harrison Lang tucking in there with the Ricardo kart. Relatively depleted in size this weekend. Used to seeing field numbers well up towards the 20s. We are met with just 9 for Kalgoorlie Kaysen Drill this weekend in a class that was just announced as the trial case in Western Australia for pushback bumper rules to be brought in at select open events across 2022 in the WA Karting Series. Various WA Karting open events. It'll be a great trial to see how effective pushback bumpers really are in the application of WA state racing. Many arguments for and against, not only at a state or a national level, but lots of argument coming from the World Championships just recently held for OK and OK Junior, where there was a big problem with the pushback bumpers affecting the race result and changing things and creating a whole bunch of confusion and heartbreak as racers seemingly feeling like they're not at fault but getting penalised as a result of the way the rules are written, whether you're for or against these pushback bumpers or not. Time will tell, and it certainly is going to be an interesting 12 months for the class to see how these cases go. We follow along with Kieran Ellis out front, leading the way into the chicane as he comes onto the main straightaway. It's 6 laps down, 4 to go. Here in 125 light, brought to you by Kalgoorlie Kaysen Drill. Robert West in that 2nd spot, James McCooch-Allen in 3rd. Mason Fraser in 4th from Cody Loonan, rounding out your 5 ahead of Lang, Belanca, Littley and Conway. As we get ready for 125 restricted medium. Sitting on the out-grid, waiting in the wings for Hammer Engineering as the 2nd of your feature classes this weekend. For the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining. Allen through the velodrome. He's holding on to it in that 3rd spot. He's the fastest on track at the moment, a 45.782. Last time across. And he was denied for just a moment by Kieran Ellis, who threw down a 45.6. He denies it again with a new fast lap, 45.665 from James McCooch-Allen.
that 41 BRM kart, proving that he's one of the fastest out here in WA right now on debut into the class. A great run here for young James. Coming into the class at the ripe old age of just 14 years of age. We've seen this quite a common trend recently. Really young drivers bumping up into the senior ranks, and the likes of Luca Nietzsche at 15 racing in KZ this year and won himself Rookie of the Year of the West Australian KZ Series. Many young drivers looking to emulate that kind of success and bump up into the faster classes earlier and earlier as they progress through the ranks. As we run down these final few laps, there was 2 to go last time across the stripe. Continue to follow this battle with James McCucci-Allen and Mason Fraser. Mason still putting the pressure on the back of McCucci-Allen through the teardrop. As Kieran Ellis leads out from his KF Kart teammate Robert West in the number 9 machine in second. McCucci-Allen in the BRM from Fraser. In the 62 Fernando Alonso kart over Cody Loonan, rounding out your top 5 as they hit the velodrome one more time. Your leader, Kieran Ellis, about to make his way down the main straightaway to start his final lap of the race. 1 to run here in 125 light, brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill. Ellis leads from West in second. McCucci-Allen, the fastest on track again. Hanging on in that 45.6 hot lap of the race. They're all starting to drop off a little bit in the closing stages, but this man is unfazed. Kieran Ellis out front, the number 39 Snap-on Tools KF kart. On his way to clean sweeping the heat races ahead of tomorrow morning's final of 15 laps here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Bringing it down onto the main straightaway. Ellis makes it 3 from 3 here in 125 light, brought to you by Kalgoorlie Case and Drill. Robert West home in second, and James McCucci-Allen rounds out your top 3 here in tag 125 light. Tag 125, restricted medium, out on track and getting ready to go racing here. This is your second feature class of the weekend here for the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. For the 125 restricted medium field, 22 drivers making their way all the way out to Kalgoorlie from wherever once they came to come race with us and fight it out for their share of the $3,000 worth of prize money up for grabs for the podium here. And it's been all about the youngster, Cooper Cuts, so far this weekend, taking out some solid results through the heat races so far as they roll around in formation in the velodrome, getting ready to go racing. Hands up in the air though, they are not going racing this time by. And they will roll down the main straightaway and give a salute to the crowd as they head on past. Give them a round of applause as they get ready for their third heat race. This will set their top 10 order before they go into the top 10 shootout tonight under lights after the dinner break. The top 10 shootout will decide the starting positions of the first 10 drivers on the grid for their 20-lap feature race tonight. 20 grueling laps of the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. It's going to be a big one tonight. And it's going to be plenty of fun. You're going to have an opportunity to meet the drivers and see what they're all about. See their faces for once, which is an awesome thing. During the dinner break tonight, we're going to get the top 10 of each class up in towards the canteen area. And up in front of the banner, we're going to take photos and say good day and have a chat to them and talk a whole bunch of smack about how tonight's racing is going to go. All part of the experience here at the Dash for Cash as we get ready. Cooper Cuts and Brad Smith just somewhat apologising to each other after almost coming together in the drop-off into the velodrome. They are on the boxes, ready to go. Smith wants himself a race win here, but Cuts has been the man to beat. Can he do it? 3 from 3 here in 125 restricted medium. As the lights go out, we are racing away here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for Heat 3 on tag 125 restricted medium. Cooper Cuts, the number 16 BRM Kart, leading the way from the pole spot. He's going to get things done here in this opening lap. Brad Smith in the second. Looks like Carlos Del Toro in the third. Christopher Strawn in fourth. Nathan Lee running out your top 5. No surprises there as they roll their way through the teardrop on this opening lap. This is a 15-lap heat race, remember. 1.5 times the distance of the other heat races of all the other classes in attendance. With KZ2 coming up in just a moment's time, they are out for a 20-lap heat race. And they still have to do it on the same set of tyres that they have used throughout qualifying and the heats they've done so far today. Down the line, 1 completed, 14 to go here for Cooper Cuts out front. Brad Smith in second, Carlos Del Toro in third. Over Christopher Strawn and Nathan Lee rounding out your top 5. Over Matt Coburn, Brad Van Rompuy, Adam Owens, Paul Hughes and Julian Roosevelt rounding out your top 10 here. But it's all about Cooper Cuts at the moment. With only 7 months of racing under his belt, he's been one to watch ever since he cropped up on our radar in WA Open racing events. And coming to the end of this year, he is looking at a transition to go race with the big boys in KZ2 and even in an unrestricted X30 powered class. So Cuts on the way out of racing here in a 125 restricted capacity class. Of course, Cooper, the son of the great and very much active Terry Cuts, winner of the 2002 Cricky Boys Shootout. Great at doing all those sprint car things with wings. And Cooper may be looking to replicate his dad's success if he can find himself into the seat of a sprint car. But at the moment, he's finding plenty of success in early days of his career in karting. As we look around and we all know that karting is a great training ground and a great proving ground for speedway driving success. Think of the likes of Callum Williamson racing tonight here in the Scarterfield Smash Repairs King of Wings over at Perth Motorplex. Started his career in karting. Jacob Potts racing tonight with us here in Kalgoorlie. Regularly competes all over Western Australia and is one of the front-running drivers in West Australian speed car racing. The Priolo family, of course, Jason Priolo would love to be here with his BRM Kart team. Of course, he's at Perth Motorplex spinning spanners for Andrew Priolo's sprint car, competing in the King of Wings tonight, as is David Priolo, competing in King of Wings tonight. So many phenomenal drivers have come from WA karting and have found themselves into speedway racing. And if Terry does have that plan to put Cooper into a sprint car of any form or into speedway, this is a perfect proving ground to build up his skill set. Get some racing smarts about him as Cooper Cuts continues to lead the way here
and he's left Brad Smith behind to be under pressure from Carlos Del Toro back there in third. They come down the main straightaway. Del Toro looks to the inside and gets it done. Smith tries the over and under, but Del Toro does it the long way around and hangs him out to dry. Oh, Smith chopping him down and chops his front nose off. Brad Smith gets the elbows out and chops the nose of Carlos Del Toro clean off at the double left-handers. Getting it done. And Smith will hang on to that 2 spot. That checked up Del Toro for a moment, which allowed him to build a couple of kart lengths of a buffer as well. Behind him is Del Toro, then Strawn. Behind them, Nathan Lee and the 66 Comp Kart machine as they make their way into the velodrome again. Cooper Cuts out front, large and in charge with a 47.7 hot lap of the race. And can you believe, last lap across, he was like a second faster than the rest of the field. The gap now 3.3 seconds. Cooper Cuts is on a mission here in Heat 3 of Tag 125 Restricted Medium. Brought to you by Hammer Engineering here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash 2021, the richest race in WA karting right here in Kalgoorlie. Working our way into the second half of racing here for Tag 125 Restricted Medium. Brought to you by Hammer Engineering. Cooper Cuts so far out in front, we don't even get to look at it in that bright orange and chrome BRM chassis. Over Brad Smith in second, a gap back to Carlos Del Toro in third, then a gap back to Nathan Lee now in fourth. Christopher Strawn rounding out your top 5. Nothing happening across your top 5 drivers, even gaps across the board here. As we cross the halfway point, 8 laps completed, 7 to go here in 125 Restricted Medium. Cooper Cuts on screen here in the number 16 BRM kart, on his way to making it 3 from 3 so far today and putting himself with the maximum points haul heading into that top 10 shootout tonight to try and set a lightning fast lap and park it on pole before they head into their 20-lap feature tonight under lights here at the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Cuts leading things out by a cool 3.7 seconds over Brad Smith back there in second. And a big shout out and hello to Jason Priolo and the whole Priolo team and family watching on with the iPad in the corner of the race truck at Perth Motorplex. Hope you're enjoying the real show before your show kicks off in about an hour and a half's time down there at Perth Motorplex. As we watch on your boy Cooper Cuts leading things out up the pit straight. There you have Brad Smith and Carlos Del Toro behind in second and third. Nathan Lee further behind in 4, Christopher Strawn in 5. Nothing really happening in this one. It's getting awfully quiet out there in Tag 125 Restricted Medium, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. With 5.5 laps left to go here for Heat 3 of 125 Restricted Medium.
Yeah.
running down these final few laps of racing here in tag 125 restricted medium. Letting them do their thing over the last few laps as the gaps are well and truly way too big to make anything happen out here in Heat 3, brought to you by Hammer Engineering. Cooper Karts leads the way with a lap and a half left to go as he heads his way down towards Patrizi over Brad Smith in the 89 flat-out Karts machine in second. Carlos Del Toro in third. From Nathan Lee in 4, Christopher Straught in 5 over Coburn, Van Rompuy, Owens, Hughes, Greg Van Rompuy rounding out your 10. Connor Crimes, Julian Roosevelt, Nathan Brown and Tony Booker with Shane Allen rounding out your top 15. Cooper Karts kicking off his final lap of the race here through the canteen turn for the final time as he makes his way around Eastern Goldfields Kart Club circuit for one final tour here in this heat race to make it 3 out of 3 for the number 16 BRM kart. And what a tour de force these BRMs have become. Starting to show up in all different categories across WA karting and proving they are very quick and capable, no matter what engine combination goes into them and what tyre they end up racing on, as Cooper Karts the proof in the pudding of that with such a short career in WA karting. Certainly excited to see how this youngster goes when he steps up into the bigger classes as he hits the main straightaway for one final time. Cooper Karts goes 3 out of 3 here in tag 125 restricted medium. Another win against his name. Brad Smith home in second again. Carlos Del Toro home in third again, with Nathan Lee in the 66 machine home in P4, and Matthew Coburn picking up P5 right at the end there to round out your top 5 in tag 125 restricted medium. Brought to you by Hammer Engineering.
Okay, ready? Colin, you ready?
Here with Cooper Karts, 3 races, 3 wins in 125 restricted medium. You're in prime position heading into that top 10 shootout tonight. What do you think of the way the track's going to go? Are you worried about the track being too cool for your liking?
To be honest, as the day has gone on, I've gotten much quicker. I took half a second out of my last best lap time in Heat 2. So if the track keeps cooling, I won't be overly bothered.
What are you feeling like for that long race? You think that the boys are going to have something for you come race time in a long feature race, or are you going to try and just skip away like you have done so far?
Well, ever since lap probably 5 of that race, I was just saving my tyres. So we'll see what happens in the shootout, and then hopefully the final will go well.
There you go. Best of luck for the shootout. Cooper Karts, 3 heat wins to his name so far today, puts him in prime spot heading into the top 10 shootout after the dinner break right here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club.
Job well done, mate.
Well, it's time to turn him around once again here. KZ2 brought to you by Terra Mining, getting out on track and ready for 20 laps of hell. This is Heat 3 for KZ2. They go for a 20-lapper and they do get to throw on a new set of tyres come that final tonight, but they do still have to make these tyres survive the next 20 laps of racing, plus their top 10 shootout after the dinner break tonight to decide who's going to be in the top 10 on the starting grid and where they're going to shake out following the points that will sort them into their top 10 here. So far, it's been all about Nick Middick on track so far with 2 wins to his name. He will start on the pole spot alongside the currently crowned West Australian KZ Series champion Sam Dicker on the outside of the front row. Tommy Shue will start the number 75 BRM kart from P3 with James Mackay on P4, Corey Minton P5, over Jason Lecoq P6 from Damo Papa Sergio and Scott Mackay. Daniel Curry and Bailey Gretsch rounding out your 10. Followed by Pedrotti, William, Burnt, Goff, Trout, Sully and Roth. As we watch the lights to go out, we are away with KZ2. Well, that's a big one off the start. There's a comp kart facing the wrong direction. There's karts stopped on the starting grid. And I do not know whether we are going to go under any sort of caution conditions, but that is a 15 of James Mackay off the racetrack at the start. They're stalled it on the start, it seems, as they're all squabbling over the remaining placings and they are all fighting it over it. It looks like Tommy Shue gets through to the race lead here. Nick Middick into second. Corey Minton into P3. It looks like Sam Dicker now fighting back to P3 down at Patrizzi's corner, but it's Tommy Shue, the cowboy, getting through to the race lead here. The 75 BRM leads the way through the velodrome. After the opening lap of racing and down the line, the straight has been cleared and they are go. 1 lap completed, 19 to go. Shue leads away over Middick in second, Dicker third, Minton fourth, Damo Papa Sergio through to P5 here. Bailey Gretsch from deep in the field up to P6 over Dan Curry in 7. It looks like Pedrotti in the 58 into the 8 spot here. And it's all about scoring points just to put yourself into the top 10. That's all you have to do, is score points to put yourself into the top 10. A DNF here could be disastrous for your campaign if you've only had results that are good enough to put you maybe 5th or 6th on the road. If you're a race winner so far, you're going to have a good chance of being in the top 10, even if you do have a DNF. For the likes of Nick Middick, even Tommy Shue and Sam Dicker, but they still want to go for it here. These guys aren't going to let up as Nick Middick covering off that inside line at turn 2. Stops the 96 BRM kart on the apex of turn 2 beautifully. Meanwhile, Tommy Shue getting away. Here goes Sam Dicker and Minton, both getting a 2-for-1 deal there at the top of the teardrop. And that'll put Middick down to P4. It is Dicker into second. Corey Minton plucking gears once again here in his career. Up into third as Tommy Shue leads away. Simon Gwillim is the fastest on track right now. He's into the 8th spot. But Gwillim in that Redline Oils KF kart moving through the order. You spot glimpses of him through the field. as they come flashing across your screen, but we are 2 down, 18 to go. A lot of racing yet to come here in this 20-lap third heat of the weekend. This is a grueling day of racing here for the KZ guys. And they have a 25-lap feature to get done under lights tonight. Last time we ran a feature race under lights, it poured with rain at the King of the Hill, and it was so treacherous out there at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the King of the Hill weekend. In the wet and under lights. We're lucky that tonight will be nice and dry, but tonight's night racing will be great fun for 25 laps. The KZ2 brought to you by Terra Mining. Of course, they do have to get through their top 10 shootout before we get to that stage and throw on a new set of boots, so nobody can be blamed for playing the tyre game. Everyone starts that final race on a level playing field with new tyres up for grabs for these guys to use in that 25 lapper. Following this battle at the moment, Dan Curry, Bailey Gretsch, and it looks like Simon Gwilym in the mix now. They're hanging out just behind Demo Papa Sergio. That's 6, 7, and 8 on the road as they descend the hill down towards Patrizzi Corner. Oh, issues for Corey Minton. He was looking down in the cart. Oh no, and him checking up has caused Dan Curry to get drilled and spun. Whoa, Jesus. Through the velodrome, someone had a bent axle. So Paul Pedrotti got caught up in the incident and had a bent axle, and that caused him to spin it in the velodrome. My goodness, that was terrifying for a moment. That's unfortunate there, through no fault of their own. Well, especially Dan Curry getting caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm not sure whether Paul Pedrotti got drilled as part of that one or whether he did something else that caused that axle to be bent and he spun it in the velodrome, but on a banked section of the racetrack that is going to be costly. You can see the back end bumper of Simon Gwilym's cart all stoved in there as we pick up when your race leader, Tommy Shue, leading the way. Sam Dicker in second, putting the pressure on here as they make their way onto the main straightaway. Nick Middick back there in third. Damon Papa Sergio in the 4th spot. Bailey Gretchen P5 from Courtney Goff now into P6. Simon Gwilym in the 7th spot. Josh Byrne in 8. Connor Roth in 9. Melinda Sully rounding out to 10. Just catch our breath for a second and pick up the rest of this race. It was 14 to go last time. Bas Saline. Tommy Shue on screen here at the 75 BRM kart, making the most of his time out front. Leading things out from Sam Dicker, trying to chase him around the circuit as they head up towards the main straightaway once again here. Dicker proving very quick in the 72 machine. There's a reason why he was recently crowned the West Australian KZ Series champion. He's quick and he's also consistent and knows how to get it done. As they make their way up the pit straight, he looks to the inside of Tommy Shue. Tommy doesn't really defend it too hard, lets him go through. At this stage of the game, it's about not only conserving yourself and picking up points, but also saving the body a little bit. They've been grueling races. They've done 30 laps of racing so far. It'll be 50 by the time they're done here. And they've got to get through another 25 tonight for their final race of the weekend. So you can see how much Tommy Shue has just buttoned off and let Dicker run away with this one. Tommy sitting back there in second. Nick Middick back there in third now. Sam Dicker leads away the 72 Willpower kart for Sam Dicker Motorsport and Flat Out Karts leading things out. We're not even at the halfway point yet here. 12 laps to go. Last time across for Sam Dicker, your race leader here in KZ2, brought to you by Terra Mining. Crossing over the halfway point here, 10 laps down, 10 to go. Damon Papa Sergio is on a mission at the moment, trying to close the gap to the back of Nick Middick for third. Papa Sergio's got his nose cone bent down on the kart. He got caught up in those opening couple of laps. You can see the comparison looking at Sam Dicker, how flat his nose cone is compared to Papa Sergio back there in P4, and how stoved down the nose cone is. He is trying to close the gap to Nick Middick for third here as Dicker rockets down the main straightaway, leading the way here in the Willpower kart. Dicker leading the way across the line by 1.8 seconds over Tommy Shue now as he climbs the hill on the pit straight. There's Tommy Shue in second, a gap back to Nick Middick in third, and here comes Damo Papa Sergio. Damo in the 77 Willpower kart is on a mission to close the gap and get himself up into third. He wants some points here. And Papa Sergio hasn't featured in the top 5 all weekend long so far. We're looking to try and change that here in Heat 3 to get a good points haul and head his way into the finals. In Heat 2 earlier today, he was 9th. So definitely looking to pick up some points here as Damo. There's a quick check of My Lap Speed Hive will tell us that Papa Sergio was in 8th in Heat 1 earlier today. So a solid result in 4th will help him break into that top 10 shootout and secure him a spot in the first few karts in the grid if he can throw down a decent quality lap, which we know he can. He's thrown down quality laps like you wouldn't believe over the last few years since he stepped out of juniors and into the senior ranks. It was practically on debut with the Tony kart, which he put it on pole in 125 light ahead of the likes of Kip Foster down in Coburn all those moons ago. So we know Damo can throw down a good lap. Can he do it in a one-lap shootout though? Time will tell if he can make his way into that top 10 shootout. As they come down the main straightaway, it looks like Middick has responded to the gaining of Papa Sergio and opened up the taps a little bit. As now Simon Gwillim resetting the hot lap of the race. They're actually matching the hot lap of the race to a 45.028 to go equal with Sam Dicker, but they're denied by Daniel Trow down in 9th. Daniel setting a 44.9 that time across. Some interesting times here coming from the lap speed, and we got trouble there for Connor Roth at turn 2. He's still on the racetrack, but facing the opposite direction. So trouble for Connor. Has been another retirement here in Heat 3 of KZ2, brought to you by Terra Mining. We'll see if we can catch a glimpse of if there's anyone else caught up in that one. But there seems to be just the one go-kart caught out there of poor Connor Roth, stuck on the outside of turn 2, just in front of the crowd sitting up in the canteen corner as we rock into the final few laps of racing here for KZ2 here in Heat 3, brought to you by Terra Mining. Watching Tommy Shue, the cowboy, in the 75 BRM kart. Trying to close the gap to Sam Dicker. He's pulled the gap down to 0.9 of a second now. He's sat back and took a breather. Now I think we can see that Dicker is doing much the same, but Tommy Shue is setting the track alight to a 44.7. Sam looks over his shoulder. You can see Tommy coming. Check the lap times last time across the line. The 45.2 for Sam Dicker, a 44.8 for Tommy Shue. The gap comes down to 0.6 of a second. The same thing happening here for 3rd and 4th between Nick Middick and Damon Papa Sergio. Middick is just doing his thing in 3rd. Papa's needs a really good points haul to park himself well inside the top 10 and be safe to make it into that top 10 shootout tonight after the dinner break. You can see Middick looking over his shoulder on the run down towards Patrizzi corner. Checking on Papa Sergio, knowing he's right behind here in the closing stages. It was 5 laps to go last time across the line here. As these two feed their way onto the main straightaway, it's 4 laps to go for Sam Dicker and Tommy Shue. Now Middick and Papa Sergio across the stripe. Middick covers off that inside line very nicely into turn 2, making sure Papa Sergio can't find his way up the inside. And he's had to check up, but Papa Sergio doesn't have a run on him up the pit straight here. As we continue to follow this battle for 3rd and 4th on the road right now. Nick Middick, who took 2 heat races consecutively this morning, hangs on to 3rd here. His teammate Tommy Shue led earlier in the race after a big start line crash where we had a stalled James Mackay catch up a couple of others.
think we did lose Scott Mackay out of that one. We lost Jason Lecoq as well. We've since lost Paul Pedrotti and Corey Minton in an incident out of Patrizi's and into the velodrome that involved Dan Curry as well. Dan's fought himself back up into P10 as a result. And Connor Roth coming a cropper in turn 2 a couple of laps ago here. With 3 to go, last time across the line here for this man, Sam Dicker, the reigning and current West Australian KZ Series champion. The 72, Sam Dicker Motorsports, flat out karts, willpower kart. Down the line, it's 2 laps to go here for Dicker in this long and grueling 20-lap heat race, or the pre-final as we call it, to determine that final little haul of points to decide the top 10 and who will go out tonight under lights for the top 10 shootout. We're doing it supercars style, top 10 shootout, 1 lap, 1 kart, 1 time, and only 1 opportunity to set yourself a lap time and park yourself on the front row of the grid for the feature race tonight for your feature categories. Not everyone gets a top 10 shootout, only the 3 feature categories. That is Cadet 12, 125 restricted medium, and of course KZ2. Here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash, as Dicker brings it down the main straightaway to start his final lap. 1 to go here. Tommy Shue back there in second. Nick Middick and Damon Papa Sergio getting nice and close together here for 3rd and 4th. To follow Dicker, making his way up the pit straight for the final time here in Heat 3 of KZ2, brought to you by Terra Mining. Pick up Dicker through the teardrop. There's Middick flashing across your screen. Sorry, Shue flashing across your screen. Then Middick and Papa Sergio, 3rd and 4th, with a gap back to Bailey Gretsch. Not a bad result here from Bailey, who was deep in the field. I think he started all the way down in 10th or 11th on the grid. He finds himself in P5 in the closing stages of this heat race as they bring it down to the main straightaway for the final time. Sam Dicker takes a heat win today in Heat 3 of KZ2. Tommy Shue home in 2nd again. Nick Middick this time in 3rd from Damon Papa Sergio in 4th. Bailey Gretsch grabbing P5 from a hard-charging Simon William in 6th. Daniel Trow will go P7 from Courtney Goff, Josh Byrne and Daniel Curry, rounding out your top 10 here in KZ2 for Heat 3, their pre-final here at the Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Here was Sam Dicker, finally a heat race winner today, mate. Sets you up nicely heading into that top 10 shootout. Tell me about your plan. You only get 1 lap, 1 swing at it. You don't get new tyres for that run. Have you saved enough tyre to make sure you've got something for the top 10 shootout tonight?
Look, for us, I think we missed kart setup a bit, so it was worthwhile for me then to see what the kart had over a long distance. I definitely think the BRM boys were saving a bit of tyre, so it should be tight. I was hoping that Damo would be able to get past Nick, and then it would have put me able to first for the top 10 shootout. So I would have been able to see what Nick and all that did prior to my lap. But yeah, I think I've got enough tyre left. It doesn't seem to hurt tyre here, but it's going to be hard to beat those boys. I think we're all very similarly paced.
And how good is this opportunity to send it out for that 25-lap final tonight on a fresh set of tyres? You don't have to worry about tyre degradation through the heats and still keep tyre underneath you for that final. It's hell for leather, going for broke come that 25-lapper tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about this heat, but the previous heat, the top 10 all did within a 10th. So the top 10 shootout's going to be tight, and then the final again is just going to be awesome. Everyone on the same bags, everyone's had the whole race meeting to get the kart set up right. I think it's going to be a sick event, and yeah, really challenging, so I'm excited for it.
Hopefully we see you on the top step, mate. Donuts after the race meeting.
Oh, yeah, big.
There you go, Sam Dicker, your Heat 3 winner here in KZ2, books his ticket into the top 10 shootout after the dinner break right here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash. Here we are for tag 125 restricted, light out on track, getting ready to rock and roll here. Jacob Potts with a first and a second to his name in the heat races will park himself on the pole spot here. With James Coburn on the outside front row from Sebastian Fiorenza and Casey Linto lining up on row 2 as they go out and send us racing straight away. Potsy has all the time to leisurely blend himself over to the left and open up the corner, and look at the gap that's given him as the field pours through turn 2. Sebastian Fiorenza had it the hard way, fighting for his spot into turn 2 to grab that number 2 spot here ahead of James Coburn. Your Heat 2 winner in the 87 machine back there in third as they pour through the teardrop on this opening lap of racing. A gap back to Jamie Taylor is at in the 70 machine as they head down towards Patrizi for the first time. It's Potsy out front here from Sebastian Fiorenza in second. Coburn in third. The 70 of Jamie Taylor in P4. The 22 of Riley Casson-Roberts in P5 as they make their way through the Velodrome on this opening lap of racing. This is a 10-lap heat race, nice and short and sharp compared to the grueling endeavour we just witnessed for KZ2 out in Heat 3, and the remaining races that are left here in Heat 3 for the rest of the classes this evening are all 10 laps until we get into the top 10 shootouts and the feature races tonight. So we pick up Jacob Potts leading the way here from Sebastian Fiorenza in second and James Coburn third. Jamie Taylor into that 4th spot from Riley Casson-Roberts, rounding out your top 5. This is Tag 125 Restricted Light, brought to you by First National Real Estate and MLG. And Sebastian Fiorenza, I believe, a lone Rotax in this field, doing it the only way he knows how for SJF Racing. And that's with a BRP manufactured Rotax 125 strapped to his right-hand side. Simple telltale for those playing along at home that might not know. Looking at the front of the cart, radiator on the driver's right or on your left if you're looking at the front of the cart, that's a Rotax. Radiator on driver's left or your right, that's an X30. Looking at the back, if you've got a big snail tail exhaust with a massive expansion chamber that doubles up on itself, that's a Rotax. A single exhaust, that's an X30. It's that easy to play along. And let's not even get into playing the game of telling the engine notes apart, because they are massively different when you hear them go past. The Rotax is offering a very different way of going racing for the same amount of power and an equitable transaction of power versus weight parity available under Karting Australia's rule set. Allows you to go racing with the 2 different engine or many different engine combinations. In 125 restricted classes, all you got to do is pay the weight penalty. And it should level out to be relatively even. There's been many complaints before at various tracks that one engine combination is a lot faster than another. But truth be told, the Rotaxes are so rare in this class now, or in any of these 125 classes, compared to the X30s that have just become the norm in tag racing. Touch and go, that's what tag stands for. 125, of course, 125cc. They all run with electric start, centrifugal clutch. For the restricted class, it's like 28 horsepower-ish, something like that. And in open class, it's 30-something horsepower available to them. And in restricted, they use a middle-of-the-road, medium-life kind of tyre that offers a pretty good amount of grip without too much trade-off of performance before they go into open 125 classes that offer a much stickier tyre that you have to balance the lifespan a lot. That's the same tyre in which KZ are racing on at the moment. That's the MG yellow tyre that is only in service for the next month and a half here in Australia before the Karting Australia tyre tenders and contracts change over to the LeConte tyre for the new year in 2022, and it's going to be a very interesting year to tell how all these different classes are going to go on the different tyres available to them. As Jacob Potts leads the way out front, the 81 Tony Kart machine, stretching things out here. Over Sebastian Fiorenza, 0.8 of a second, the gap back to second here. James Coburn in that 3rd spot. From Jamie Taylor and Riley Casson-Roberts rounding out your top 5 over Casey Linto, Tyron Williams, Wade Saunders, Rob Mason and Amy Dublin rounding out just 10 drivers on track here for Tag 125 Restricted Light, brought to you by First National Kalgoorlie and MLG. Working through the laps here, Sebastian Fiorenza losing out on that number 2 spot here from James Coburn a moment ago. Right here on the main straightaway, Coburn slid up the inside and grabbed the 2 spot from Sebastian's hands. And it looks like Coburn has a great kart underneath him in the later stages of these 10 lappers. So he'll be one to watch come the 15 lapper tomorrow. As Jacob Potts continues to lead the way, he's in control of this one. He gave away a win to Coburn in Heat 2 earlier today.
But Potsy on top right now in tag 125 restricted light, looking to take away another heat win and put himself on pole come the final tomorrow morning. Over Coburn in second, Fiorenza in third. Jamie Taylor having a good result so far in P4. Taylor hasn't featured in the top 5 all day today so far. Ahead of Riley Cass and Roberts in P5. Casey Linto in 6. From Tyron Williams, Wade Saunders, Rob Mason and Amy Dublin as Potsy claims the last lap board. 1 to go here and drops a wheel off. Coming through turn 1. That number 81 machine in charge out front here with the X30 powered Tony Kart. As Jacob Potts leads the way here in the final lap of racing for tag 125 restricted light. The last time you'll see him out tonight before he comes out tomorrow morning for his final here at the Dash for Cash for 2021. Brought to you by Terra Mining. Through the chicane and onto the main straightaway, Potsy claims a win here in Heat 3 of 125 restricted light. James Coburn home in second. Sebastian Fiorenza in third. Looks like he's hurting a little bit across the line. Jamie Taylor home in P4 and Riley Cass and Roberts rounding out your top 5 here. And that is a wrap for tag 125 restricted light, brought to you by First National Real Estate and MLG. Jacob Potts, another heat win to your name, puts you in prime spot come the final tomorrow morning. You feeling good in the 81, Tony Kart?
Yeah, we ironed out a few issues and we're on song now, so looking forward to the final tomorrow.
How lazy was that start, though? You got away so much you were able to meander over to the left-hand side and open up the corner. By the time you got to turn 3, you had an 8-kart length lead.
I didn't know. I was looking forward.
Solid kart, mate. Looking forward to that one tomorrow. Who's your pick for tonight's races, though? I want to know your inside line on who you're watching for that feature race in KZ2 tonight.
I'm not sure. It's going to be a good battle between the leaders there. I don't know. Maybe Dicker. It looks strong, so we'll see.
There you have it. Jacob Potts, your Heat 3 winner here in Tag 125 Restricted Light. He's going to jump on the scales. He's in prime spot for tomorrow morning's feature race right here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash. KA4 Junior lined up and ready to go. Brought to you by KM Modifications. Sorry, KM Fabrications, I should say. After a whole day of karting. As they roll around in the velodrome, getting set and ready to go. It is Connor Radford lining up alongside Noah Byrne on the front row, and they are not going racing yet. There's a whole bunch of hands up, and the red light is still on down the end of the main straight, so we're not going to send him just yet here. Connor Radford and Noah Byrne on the front row from Jet McDonald, and Roman Jacopetti on row 2. Flynn Bocker with Lucas Clark on row 3. Madison De Jong and Joshua Nichols on row 4 from Ava Casson-Roberts, and Michaela Jeffries on row 5. Rebecca Waite running out your 11th driver on the starting grid for KA4 Junior, brought to you by KM Fabrications. As they get set, rolling around in formation, ready to go here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Second time should be the charm. We'll bring him around. This is KA4 Junior, brought to you by KM Fabrications. Radford setting the starting pace as the lights go out and send us racing. He gets a great start over Byrne, and it looks like he's going to drag McDonald through to second here. Byrne will lose ground back to third. Oh, we got a spinner there. That is unfortunate. That's the 34 of Flynn Booker in the Corsa kart turning around at turn 2. Connor Radford going to lead the way here from Jet McDonald in that second spot. Noah Byrne back there to 3. KA4 Junior, the first stop out of the cadet rankings for young drivers developing in their age, and these drivers are intended to be aged from about 12 and upwards. There is a lot of 12-year-olds in this field. Madison De Jong and Flynn Booker, both 12 years old. Noah Byrne, 12 years old as well. Connor Radford, 11 years old. So the quickest driver in the class is the youngest, Connor Radford, at just 11 years of age, leading the way here in KA4 Junior Light. KA4 Junior, so to say, it says light on my timesheet, but it is a combined weight class. At championship weight, we call them, as we pick up Jet McDonald and Noah Byrne fighting it out for second and third here as they hit the pit straight and climb the hill towards the out grid. Connor Radford already broken away from the field here. 1.5 seconds the gap he has over McDonald and Byrne, second and third. This is a short, sharp 10-lap exchange here for KA4 Junior. You want to get your youngster into karting, and they are around the ripe old age of 11 or 12 years old. KA4 is the place to go, and the great thing is the engines are somewhat modular. This same IAME KA100 engine can carry you all the way into seniors. It's the same engine we use in the KA3 Junior ranks. You just take the restrictor out of it, and then you can transfer that once the kids hit the ripe old age of 15, 16 years of age. And they want to transfer into seniors, just send them on into KA3 Senior, and they can go racing with the same engine. You'll probably have to change a go-kart or two as they get bigger and need a bigger tyre. But the great thing is the engine is somewhat cost-contained here with the IAME KA100 packages. As is if you want to have a youngster in karting at the ripe old age of 7 or even 6 for a practice license, the same engine. That Vortex Mini Rock 60cc air-cooled racing engine used across Cadet 9s and Cadet 12s. You sell it on to another family looking to go racing and move up into the junior ranks if you so please. If you want more information, go to Karting Australia's website, Karting WA are happy to help, or speak to anyone in the club that is either here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club or at your local go-kart track. And if you want to know where your local go-kart track is, go to Karting WA's website, and they'll have a big old list of all the kart clubs operating in our great state of Western Australia. Happy to help you out and get you into racing. It really is the golden years of childhood for the young kids getting involved in karting. And don't be surprised, don't be afraid if you get the itch. You want to go racing yourself, and join your kids in the racing experience and go racing in your own senior ranks. This is what it is all about. The likes of Jet McDonald splits his time between asphalt and dirt racing as well. currently holding down this number 2 spot here in KA4 Junior, brought to you by KM Fabrications. Over Connor Radford out front though, a relative newcomer to the class. He's been untouchable since he joined in. Very keen to see how he goes, and I'm sure he's going to be pressuring Scotty Radford. Dad, I want to go race KA3 at 11 years old. Yeah, that's not terrifying at all. But Noah Byrne holding on to that 3rd spot behind. Of course, Noah, the younger brother of Josh Byrne, who's recently made his transition from juniors into the senior ranks and into KZ this weekend here at the Dash for Cash. More to come from Josh Byrne. We'll see what he can do in the coming years as he makes his senior racing debut. We'll follow along with the battles further behind in the field. This is the fight. 4th, Lucas Clark, Roman Jacopetti in that BRM cart in the 57 machine in P5. Joshua Nichols in the number 9 cart, holding down P6 from Flynn Booker. Making a recovery back to P7, Madison De Jong in the 8, Michaela Jeffries in 9, and Ava Casson-Roberts in the 10 over Rebecca Waite, rounding out your 11 drivers on track. This fight for 2nd and 3rd still going on here with Jet McDonald and Noah Byrne duking it out. The Swiss Atlas machine of Jet under pressure from the number 11 flat out kart entry of Noah Byrne behind him. Meanwhile, Connor Radford, G-O-R-N, gone out front from this field. The number 21 West Coast Civil machine, 50.776 for Radford. Stretching that lead out front, is now 5 seconds clear of Jet McDonald in this 83 Swiss Atlas machine as they hit the velodrome. And it'll be 4 laps to go in a moment's time here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Winding down these final few laps of the race here for KA3 Junior, for KA4 Junior. Geez, I'll get it right one day. Jet McDonald still holding at a tiny defense here from Noah Byrne. Back there in the 3 spot, these guys are fighting out for 2nd and 3rd. Meanwhile, Connor Radford is nowhere to be seen. He has entirely left the building. He's at the front desk trying to check out early. Or he's at the counter. The cashier asks, is in paper or plastic, as these guys are getting side by side, racing it out for 2nd and 3rd. Moral of the story, Connor Radford's too fast for these guys today. As now Byrne gets it done on Jet McDonald, grabs the 2 spot at the teardrop. And we'll see now if he can break away, because it's taken him 8 laps to get this move done finally on Jet McDonald. He's been pushing hard to make it happen. Whether Byrne can now break away a gap and hang on to that 2 spot here in Heat 3. Their pre-final for KA4 Junior, brought to you by KM Fabrications. Meanwhile, this young man, Connor Radford, starts his final lap of the circuit down the line. 1 to run here for young Connor. We're going to go sneak an extra couple of kilos of lead onto his go-kart overnight. Feed him a couple of extra burgers up at the canteen at the dinner break. See if we can even out the playing field a little bit, because Connor Radford is just on another planet right now. 8.5 seconds clear of Byrne and McDonald. 2nd and 3rd last time across the stripe. hot lap of the race of 50.6 is a second faster than the rest of the field. Radford in charge of KA4 Junior right now as he makes his way out of the velodrome and down the main straightaway. Radford goes another win against his name here in KA4 Junior. And a dominating win at that, because Daylight is still coming second. Noah Byrne home for the 2 spot. Jet McDonald home in 3rd. Lucas Clark and Roman Jacopetti rounding out your top 5 here in KA4 Junior for the pre-final here at the Terra Mining 2021 Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Here with Connor Radford, 3 from 3 today here in KA4 Junior. You are absolutely stomping your way around the circuit. What's the secret to going fast in Kalgoorlie?
Go hard and go home.
Go hard, then go home, or go hard or go home?
Go hard or go home.
11-year-old grammar right there. That's perfect. Mate, you're primed and ready to romp your way around the circuit tomorrow morning in this 15-lap final. Do you have any tips for anyone else trying to catch you out there? Because the hot lap was a second faster than the rest of the field in that race alone. What are you doing differently?
I'm pushing it harder at the start than at the end of the race.
Okay. It's simple. It's instructions at least. Connor Radford, another heat race win to his name, and he's going to be on pole come the 15-lap final tomorrow morning here in KA4 Junior. We'll go back out on track. 3 races left to go before we get into the dinner break, then top 10 shootout and the feature races for your 3 feature classes, Cadet 12, 125 restricted medium, and of course KZ2 tonight here at the Dash for Cash for Terra Mining. Lights out and we are underway with KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Boyers Equipment. And they are getting underway here. Simon Minton getting away for a solid start to kick off his 3rd heat of the day here over Rodney Jameson and Glenn McDougall. Looks like Jameson going through to that 2 spot. McDougall in the 27 machine. Back to P3 here in the opening lap of KA3 Senior Heavy. Brought to you by Boyers Equipment. SVS bringing the class to Kalgoorlie this weekend. And already in this opening lap, they are spreading themselves out around the circuit quite a bit here as Minton just looking around casually in the ex-Joshua Byrne 86 machine. Three races left to go in the 3rd heat of racing this afternoon before we hit the dinner break here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Minton, and there's a man in charge here in KA3 Senior Heavy. Working our way through, 4 to go for KA3 Senior Heavy. Last time across, Simon Minton untouchable out front, 4.5 seconds clear of these two on screen right now. Ronnie Jameson and David Mackey fighting it out in second and third. Glenn McDougall back there in the 4th spot from Jaden Keeble, rounding out your 5. As they come down the line, it's 3 laps to go past Canteen Corner. The 18 of Glenn McDougall still hanging on to that 2 spot. Ahead of the 23 of David Mackey in the old school Monaco livery kit and the old Monaco GP karts. were made by Drew Price Engineering in the 2000s. They were fantastic. I had one in my rookie years through 2002 and 2003, I think. As we follow along, Rodney Jameson and David Mackay fighting it out. Glenn McDougall back there in 4 from Jaden Keegle, rounding out your 5. But it's all about Simon Minton out front, the number 86, ex-Joshua Byrne machine, leading the way by a convincing margin. It's 5.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field as they come up onto the back of the 14 of Benjamin Langan at the moment and trying to find their way through down at turn 2. Second and third and fourth, all getting through nice and safely. It's good to see here. The KA3 Senior Heavy brought to you by Boyers Equipment right here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Picking up on Simon Minton as he makes his way around the final lap at the moment into the velodrome. The blue and red 86 machine has even slapped on some senior stickers. Minton making his way onto the main straightaway for one more time to make it 3 out of 3. Minton gets a trifecta here in KA3 Senior Heavy. Over Rodney Jameson in the second spot. And David Mackey grabbing P3 here. Over Glenn McDougall in P4 and Jaden Keeble rounding out your top 5 here in KA3 Senior Heavy, brought to you by Boyers Equipment. Here with Simon Minton. 2 classes might have been a bit of a stretch for you, but having a spin spanners on Corey's go-kart as well, plus everything else you're doing with Simon Minton Motorsport, it's no easy feat racing and turning spanners, is it?
I think my expectations were a little high, to be honest. Doing a couple of classes plus 4 KZs to look after, a few other cars to look after as well. I think it's a bit much, so just pull back to the one class and I'm still pretty rooted.
Having fun out there, though, at least 5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. You've got this KA3 Senior Heavy on lock, don't you?
Yeah, it seems to be going pretty good. Just trying to get a bit of redemption after States. Had a few issues at States, which we won't go into, but the engine feels great now. Thanks to Flat Out, that's got it back where it should be. Yeah, and the kart's on rails. Seems to be going pretty good out there.
Must be a good feeling to have your boy Corey back out and racing and come somewhat out of retirement into KZs, and he's having a good swing at it too.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame that what stuffed us up in the last heat was simply a plug. You know, sitting in third pretty comfortably there for the first couple of laps, and the kart was pretty hooked up, and it was yeah, going pretty well. So yeah, it's a shame that a $50 part can stop it. But we'll have to see if he's still in the top 10 shootout. I'm hoping he is. He's had a couple of good spots, and he'll go all right if he can get up a few spots. He'll be yeah, it'll be pretty hard to beat out there. We've got a little bit up our sleeve, so it should be good.
There you go. The Minton guys always had that little bit extra tucked away, and they break it out come finals time. Simon Minton, your KA3 Senior Heavy winner from Heat 3. 3 on the trot. He is primed and ready for tomorrow morning's final. But they've got to get the Minton family through the finals of KZ2 tonight under lights for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Cadet 9's racked and stacked and ready to go as we bring them onto the main straight away. It's Connor Mayer and Bo Casagrande lined up and ready to rocket down the main straight away. Lights out and we are underway here. Mayer has been the man to beat so far here in Cadet 9, the youngest field of racing you can get your youngster involved in, just 7 years of age, or we've got a couple of spinners there at turn 2 as well. This is the earliest step into Australian karting you can get your kid into. You can get a practice license at 6 and go racing from 7. In Cadet 9s, using the same engine across Cadet 9s and Cadet 12s, so it makes it relatively cost effective for what you're doing as well, and it's a great category to get the kids started into. This is where future superstars can be born into and moulded in Australian and international motorsport. I think even Daniel Ricciardo started out in Cadet 9s. Some of the biggest names in Australian level motorsport all started in a cadet kart at some point in their careers. And even some of the big names you see racing here this weekend all started right here in the equivalent category of the Cadet 9s class back in, geez, I sound old when I say back in my day, it was called midgets. And the Cadet 12s was rookies, and I remember racing out here in rookies back in the early 2000s. Before I stepped up into juniors and competed at the 2005 West Australian State Championships here in Kalgoorlie in Junior National Light back in the day. But we follow along. It's Connor Mayer leading the way from Chase Saxfield in that number 3 KF Kart machine in P2. From Bo Casagrande in 3. Then Jake Ostecki in 4. Joel Blackman P5. Declan Arambisic and Levi Reffel both fighting it out here in 6th and 7th on the road. The 2 BRM kart boys on screen right now. They're bright orange and chrome. We pick up Chase Saxfield with Bo Casagrande, the 3 and the 77 fighting it out through turn 2 before they turn around and climb the hill on the pit straight. Nobody has an answer for Connor Mayer out front right now. He's a double state champion. 2021 West Australian champ and Tasmanian champ. Took out the Tassie titles a couple of weeks ago over on the little island. It's always a great time in Tasmania. While Casagrande pouring on some pressure to young Chase Saxfield right now, trying to find a way up the inside and then looking around as they make their way into the velodrome. Our kart-sized NASCAR circuit
plumb in the middle of the track here in Kalgoorlie as Casa Grande drops the wheel onto the main straightaway. Saxhill with the number 3 KF Cut machine hanging on to that 2 spot. Filter through. This is a 10-lap heat race for the Cadet 9s. Short, sharp endeavour for their final race of the day before they get to park themselves up in the stands and watch their KZ and Cadet 12 heroes duke it out tonight for the top 10 shootout and their feature races here at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. We're doing driver introductions for all of your top 10s for the feature classes of Cadet 12, Restricted Medium, and KZ2 at 6 o'clock approximately up at the canteen. So gather around, get your phones out, take some photos, heckle and poke some fun at your favourite top 10 drivers as they're going to be all presented in front of you. Minus helmets, minus go-karting gear up at the canteen approximately 6 o'clock in our dinner break tonight here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Terra Mining Dash for Cash. That's driver presentations at 6 o'clock up at the canteen. Just crossing the halfway point a moment ago, 5 down, 5 to go. This battle for second still on between Saxhill and Casa Grande. You saw a moment ago, Casa Grande making a move and then escorting himself off the racetrack at turns 1 and 2 and being relegated back to the 3rd spot once again here. As Chase Saxhill doing everything he can, this number 3 KF Kart to hang on to the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, Connor Mayer, 4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Casa Grande just pouring the pressure. He loves getting up close and personal, burying under the rear bumper of Saxhill, forcing him to take the tighter entry into the chicane and trying to get a better run onto the main straightaway to get some legs on him and drive his way past on the straight. These two are putting on some great racing here. They're touching here and there, little nips at his heels. Casa Grande giving the Saxhill as they went 4 laps to go last time across, and young Chase driving an incredibly defensive race here in the number 3, but Casa Grande forces the issue up the inside of the teardrop. There was about an inch to spare, and Casa Grande made that 77 machine fit up the inside, got the job done for second, and he relegates Saxhill back into the 3rd spot now. So it's Connor Mayer from Casa Grande in second, Saxhill third, Kostecki 4, Blackman P5. From Declan Aaron Besic, George Emsley, Taj McDonald, Levi Raffel, TJ Moynihan, and Austin Anderson in the 11 from Jensen Richards, rounding out your 12.
So picking up your battles in second and third at the moment, still Casa Grande and Saxfield. Young Chase unable to make inroads onto the back of Casa Grande after that move was made for second, as Connor Mayer makes his way around onto the main straightaway to start his final lap of the race. The 43 machine of Mayer on his final tour of the circuit here, past Canteen Corner once more, on his way to adding another win to his name and to his tally for the weekend so far here for Connor, as he charges up pit straight and down into the teardrop for the final time here in Heat 3. Pouring down and into the velodrome for the final time here. Connor Mayer on his way to making it a hat trick of heat race wins today in what will be a three-peat of the top three, exactly as they've been all day long so far. Mayer wins Heat 3 of Cadet 9's. Bo Casa Grande making his way onto the main straightaway to grab second for the third straight race today. And Jay Saxfield rounds out your top three once again here in Cadet 9 from Joel Blackman. Picking up P4 here, Jake Kostecki on their way to round out the top five. That's Cadet 9, brought to you by State West Group and Gen West for their third heat of the day here this weekend at the Terra Mining Dash for Cash at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Here with Connor Mayer, another heat win against your name, mate. For a double state champ, you seem to be handling yourself very nicely out there. You ready for the 15 lapper tomorrow morning?
Yeah, it should be good. It'll be, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be quite fun. I think Dash for Cash has been one of the races on the calendar that I've been really looking forward to. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. I'm trying to get a helmet spray job at the moment, so I'm kind of needing the cash.
He wants that prize money. See, this is how you wisely invest in your motor racing campaign. Win prize money, paint helmets, win more prize money, and look good doing it. Connor Mayer here. I want to know, who's your tip for KZ2 tonight?
Sam Dicker.
Of course, team boss. It kind of has to be Sam Dicker. Connor Mayer, 3 in a row here in Cadet 9 here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club for the Dash for Cash, brought to you by Terra Mining. Picking it up here in KA3 Senior at championship weight. Getting straight into it for their heat race. They ain't here to muck around. Hitchcock Engineering brings you the KA3 Seniors at championship weight.
as they get stuck into it in this opening lap exchange for Heat 3 of their weekend. Tommy Sparks getting out front here after he started from the pole spot, the number 21 Energy Course Kart over Taylor Dicker in second, Ryan Nicholson in third, and Michael Jones and Mason Fraser fourth and fifth. It looks like Sparksy leading away from Dicker in second, now Jones in the third, Nicholson fourth, Mason Fraser P5 as they head down towards the chicane and onto the main straightaway for lap 1 in the books of 10. That is 9 to go. 3 roads in there, looking up the inside, the number 20 Cosmic Kart on Cody Loonan. And Breeza gets it done, now moves herself up behind Mason Fraser in P6. And Bree, another young driver who made the step into seniors over the last few months here and took her on-debut win in seniors at the King of the Hill event at Hurricane Go-Kart Club in the wet in KA3 Senior. As we follow along this battle, Michael Jones, Ryan Nicholson and Mason Fraser fighting it out for third, fourth and fifth on the road right now as they come out of the velodrome and pour their way into the tight switchback chicane onto the main straightaway. Jones in the number 40 flat-out karts machine from the 75 KF kart of Nicholson. Over the 62 of Mason Fraser, back there in P5. Ahead of them is Sparks and Dicker, 1 and 2 on the road. Sparksy has the lead right now, but Dicker is hot on his heels. Young Taylor putting in the work to close right up to Tommy. So Ryan Nicholson making his move happen, and he's elevated himself up a spot now into third as Taylor Dicker resets the hot lap of the race, putting the pressure under the back of Tommy Sparks here as they climb the pit straight. Nicholson goes to P3. Sparks, he's still holding the lead though from Dicker in second, and a gap back to that fight with Nicholson, Fraser and Jones. 3, 4 and 5 on the road. Bree Rhodes right there in P6, joining in the party at the moment and making it a 4-kart freight train, fighting it out for those remaining minor placings here in Heat 3 of KA3 Senior at championship weight. Michael Jones only featuring 5th in the opening race of the weekend. Tommy Sparks finding a little bit up his sleeve after the first race of the weekend. Saw him second behind Taylor Dicker. Sparksy reclaimed his spot on top here in Heat 2, putting Taylor down to second in the second race of the weekend. Ryan Nicholson was third in that one with Michael Jones in P4. And Jason Betts stepping up to the plate to go P5 in the second race of the day. Right now, Jason Betts sitting down in P7 behind Bree Rhodes at the moment, while Sparksy leads away in the Energy Course kart once again here from Taylor Dicker in second. And Nicholson, Fraser, Jones, Rhodes, Betts, Loonan, Wheeler, Hall, Del Toro, Memphis Knowles, Eason Flynn and Kaylin Edwards. Rounding out your full 14-kart running order here for Hitchcock Engineering's KA3 Senior as we hit the halfway point. 5 laps down, 5 to go here in KA3 Senior. Bree Rhodes fires a big one up the inside of Michael Jones. The speculator of the number 20 Cosmic Kart getting the job done here for Breeza. See if she has some pace to now close the gap to the back of Mason Fraser for 4th. But Bree in the top 5 here for the first time this weekend. Starting to find some form at the right point of the weekend as we pick up this battle. Ryan Nicholson and Mason Fraser fighting it out for 3rd and 4th. Nicholson's the fastest on track with the 75 KF kart machine. Last time across, he put in a 47.355. Hot lap of the race here. So Nicholson finding some speed. He looks over his shoulder to check on Fraser behind as we pick on the back end of Bree Rhodes and Michael Jones. 5 and 6 on the road as Mason Fraser resets a hot lap now. Fraser to a 45.257. Managed to close down a 10th and a half onto the back of Nicholson last time across. And Jason Betts starting to fight his way forward onto the back of these guys here in KA3 Senior Championship, brought to you by Hitchcock Engineering. Last time across, it was 4 laps to go. So with just over 2 laps left to go here, into the sunset here in Kalgoorlie, Tommy Sparks disappears from the field over Taylor Dicker back there in the second spot as they come down the main straightaway, heading up towards Canteen Corner. 2 to go here for Sparksy over Dicker. And to get back to Nicholson, still the fastest on track. Nicholson 47.161 for Nicholson last time across even. So Ryan really has some pace towards the end of these 10 lappers, and that'll put him in good position, good form heading into the 15 lapper tomorrow. He just needs to find a way to get it done here over 2 very quick contenders of Tommy Sparks and Taylor Dicker, 1 and 2 on the road right now as they make their way into the Velodrome. Sparks is looking to start his final lap of the race in the setting sun here in Kalgoorlie before we get into our dinner break in just a moment. 1 to run for Tommy Sparks down the line, heading up towards Canteen Corner for the final time here today. Taylor Dicker right there in second from Ryan Nicholson in third. Followed by Mason Fraser in P4, Bree Rhodes in P5, over Michael Jones in 6, Jason Betts in 7. Then Wheeler, Lunan, Del Toro, Hall, Knowles, Flynn and Edwards, your full running order. Into Patrizi's for the final time here. Tommy Sparks looking to add another heat win to his name after he missed out in Heat 1 earlier today. Taylor Dicker claiming the honours in the opening exchange. He claimed Heat 2 and he's going to add another one. Tommy Sparks wins Heat 3 of KA3 Senior Championship. Taylor Dicker home in second. Ryan Nicholson in the third spot from Mason Fraser in P4. And Bree Rhodes rounding out your top 5. Peaking at the right point of the weekend. You were only on the back foot in second in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, and now in Heat 3 on the number 1 spot for tomorrow morning's final. 15 laps, do you reckon you can handle it?
Oh, it should be all right. It's a little bit easier than the old KZ, so yeah, no, we'll just tune the cart up and keep going.
Are you finding yourself missing the KZ racing action, watching your mates out there all ripping around in the class that you used to be quite dominant, at least putting on a show in the KZ class? Do you miss it out there?
It's all right. It's nice to come in and actually feel fresh, not out of breath. So, no, it's good fun. It's nice to take a step back every now and again. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Who's your pick for KZ tonight, mate?
Sam always comes through, there's no doubt. Middick, Shoe, they're all quick. So we might have a few underdogs that come through in the top 10 shootout. It'll be pretty good to watch, but it'll be nice to be on the sidelines for once.
There you go. Well, you can go and enjoy a beverage now. Tommy Sparks taking a win here in Heat 3 of KA3 Senior. That is a wrap for now until we get to the other side of the dinner break. So if you're watching live on 4 Star Media's broadcast of the Terra Mining Dash for Cash here at Eastern Goldfields Kart Club, we'll be back at about 6:30 local time. It's 5:37 right now with our top 10 shootout. And then from 7:30, we'll be into the feature races tonight for Cadet 12, 125 restricted medium, and then KZ2 to wrap up a big night here at the Dash for Cash. So come on back around about 6:30 for 4 Star Media's broadcast of the Dash for Cash.